And good morning and welcome to a sunny Darren Sammy cricket ground in the 2023 Windward Island Under-19 cricket tournament in match number 3. St. Lucia versus Grenada. St. Lucia won the toss and they have decided they were going to bowl first. With me in the comments position is St. Lucia and Windward Island player Jamal James. Good morning, Jamal.
Good morning, Greg, and good morning to all our viewers out there.
Yes, today it promises to be another very interesting and exciting encounter between St. Lucia and Grenada. St. Lucia yesterday registered a 3-wicket win against Dominica. Dominica batting first, they got 155, and St. Lucia in reply they got to 156 for 7. And in the match over in Grozily, Grenada batting first, they got 246 all out of 49.4 overs, and St. Vincent had a 2-wicket win. They got to 249 for 8 of 48 overs, and good contribution from Andrew and Marie. So certainly Jamal, St. Lucia having pull off a hard-fought victory yesterday against Dominica. They would certainly want to continue in winning rows, but most importantly, the areas that they would have fallen short of, they would certainly want to make a drastic improvement. In particular, the fast bowlers where the back of a length and short pitch bowling were concerned, because what we saw most of the times when they made the concerted effort to bring up the ball, most of the time they had the batsman in some sort of trouble.
Yes, and credit must go again to Dominica and Captain Pascal. Although they registered a small total, they really made St. Lucia work hard to score those runs. And it looked at one point in time that Dominica would have actually escaped with the victory.
Yeah, certainly two crucial partnership there. Firstly, between you had Jonathan Daniel and Bolton Sayers. They had a 53-run partnership, and then towards the end, Shawneel Edwards and Bolton Sayers again featured in a 54-run partnership. So these were the two crucial partnerships that really saw St. Lucia home. So certainly they would want to have a much improved performance, and certainly Grenada, after losing to St. Vincent yesterday, they certainly would be out to see if they could pull a win over St. Lucia, because certainly if they are to go to lose 2 in a row, the chances of making finals would certainly be gone. So both teams have a lot to play for, and we see St. Lucia will be opening the attack with Kevin Gassi from the Players Pavilion end. They did that yesterday. He opened the bowling, and he's been given the support today with two slips in place, Jamal.
Yes, so an improvement in the field placing today, and they're hoping for an improved start from the opening bowler, Kevin Gassi.
So Gassi to Jeremiah, first ball on the money. This one is played through to the short cover region. No run resultant. So we'll have a quick look at the team for St. Lucia. Tariq Edward. You have Leon Alexander, Jonathan Daniel, Shawneel Edward, Theo Edward, Cornell Cock, Kevin Gassi, Sky Laffey, Noel Leo, Bolton Sayers, and Royce Paul. This one on about the pads.
Yes, and just to have a look at the Grenadian team for today, it's Gerald Jeremiah, Justin John, Devonnie Joseph, the captain, Kirsten Murray, Kurt Murray, Kellis Andrew, Kevin Gangadin, Kelshon Andrew, Jamal Lambert, Devin Tyson, Deshaunty Thomas, Chad Abraham, and Ronald Walker. Chad Abraham and Kevin Gangadin sit out of today's game.
So certainly some good young talent on show today. And his ball. This one coming back. Yesterday we saw Gassi getting the ball to cut back into the left-handers and away from the right-handers, and certainly this morning he has gotten it right on the money. And John is comprehensively bowled by Kevin Gassi.
Yes, yesterday quite early when we were begging for this sort of bowling from Kevin Gassi. He took a long time to get it right, but today only taking 3 balls, pitching up this ball on the right line, drawing the batsman forward and getting that inward movement that we saw so much of yesterday and getting through the gate.
Yes, just as I did indicate at the commencement of the broadcast that they would have had a chance to go to the drawing board and look to remedy some of the mistakes that they did yesterday. And certainly one of the areas of concern for us was that they were bowling relatively too short, and we saw early that Gassi has made the effort to pitch a more fullish length, and immediately he has reaped success. So Grenada, not the sort of stats that they would have wanted, but one would say a dream start for St. Lucia, really having Grenada 1 for 1.
Yes, very good bowling here by Kevin Gassi, making use of the swing on offer, just getting this one on the right line and on the right length. And yesterday, the fast bowling department from both teams were heavily criticized for their inconsistency. But thus far, albeit just 3 deliveries, we've seen that Kevin Gassi has been right on the money.
So
in walks the Grenadian captain, Devoni Joseph.
Yes. Captain certainly would have to come and do the necessary repairs. So play a captain's knock, try to see if he could lead from the front. We saw yesterday, in yesterday's game, both Pascal and Tariq Edward, the captains, they led from the front. Pascal with the bat for Dominica, and certainly Tariq with the ball for St. Lucia, in which he had a hat-trick. This one just angling down the leg side. Been wrapped on the pad.
Yes, and Grenada definitely will be looking to the captain to provide some stability to the innings. He's a well-known player in the Windward circle, a member of the Windward's under-17 team, and I also believe that he played for the team in the under-19 competition as well.
And this one is driven uppishly, but short of the fielder. Looks like Sky Lafayette. But a good start to the inning there for St. Lucia. Grenada been rocked back very early, losing the wicket of Justin John. He was comprehensively bowled by Kevin Gassi for no score. Actually got a golden duck. Just faced just that one delivery. So Gassi 1 over, 1 run, 1 wicket. So very good start.
Yes, in very big contrast there from the start that St. Lucia would have had yesterday. And speaking of yesterday, we're seeing the introduction of Shawnil Edward into the attack. Did not have the best of times yesterday with the ball at the start, but improved as the day went along.
Yes, certainly had. He was struggling with the new ball in the initial stages. In his second spell, bowled much better line and length, and he's been entrusted again with the new ball in today's game. And immediately we see a much better start from what we saw yesterday from Shawnil. The very first delivery, one would say, pretty much on the money. And Jay, it's of note that Shonel Dads, if you look at in the dugout, he's there very early to see his son take up the new ball. So that might be additional inspiration for Shonel to bowl much better today, knowing fully well that his dad is in the dugout, witnessing the proceedings. And beautiful delivery just outside the line of the off stump. What we would say the corridor of uncertainty, really had to play at it. So good start there by Shonel.
Albeit just 2 deliveries, but he seems to have made that concerted effort to make that adjustment from yesterday. Yesterday he was all about raw pace, and he dug that ball into the pitch consistently, getting that ball up by the batsman's ears, trying to make them uncomfortable. But this morning, possibly the influence of his father out there, as you said, he's made a concerted effort to get that ball up, and he's getting some good movement.
Yes, yesterday we were really lamenting on the fact that it was a barrage of short pitch deliveries and back of a length, and really did not look to make use of the new ball. And certainly there was quite a bit of swing on offer. Even late into the proceeding, we saw the ball still swinging, so he really did not take full advantage of the conditions that was on offer. But today being game number 2, we've seen certainly a different approach. And good delivery again. We could see the ball, actually the movement in the air. So good start by both of the St. Lucia opening bowlers this moment.
Yes, and credit must be given to the management and the coaching staff for this improvement in the line and the length of the bowlers.
This one just slightly short. Batsman had ample time to get on the back foot and got behind it. Played it at the short point region. So 5 deliveries bowled so far by Shonel Edwards, yet to concede a run. So much better stuff today. But this one just into the body of the batsman, getting into position, plays it into the short mid-wicket region. Sears comes into field and there's no run, so maiden over by Edwards. Certainly a much improved start from what we saw yesterday.
Yes, very good new ball bowling here by Shonel Edwards. I actually thought that about the 4th or the 5th ball of the over, the time was really right for him to dig one in at the batters. But opting to just hide that ball, hide that length for the batsman thus far, but he is capable of pulling off that surprise.
So this one just been worked down to the long leg region where Edwards comes into field, resulting in just 1 run. So the score moves on to 2 for 1. Both batsmen are on 1. Again, good delivery. Just coming back into the batsman Jeremiah. Very much equal to the task. So you certainly could hear the St. Lucia fielders really encouraging the bowler Kevin Gassi.
Yes, and he's in the middle of a very testing spell, getting the ball to move back into the left-hander sharply.
And this one is driven to the man at the shortest mid-on region. No run resulting. But it's interesting, Jamal, that the captain Edward, he has posted himself in the leg slip region, so obviously they would have known the players, and interestingly enough, to see him at leg slip. Quick single there taken.
Very good running here by the Grenadians, alive to the opportunity for the single. And yes, Greg, I actually think it's a good move, but for me, he should take at least 5 steps to his right. That ball would most likely go in that position. He's a bit too fine with the prodigious movement on offer.
So Joseph now on strike. And this one is driven powerfully past the man at the shot made on region, and this ball races down to the boundary for 4. So certainly a shot of authority there by the captain, Joseph.
Yes, and as we were alluding to earlier, a well-known and well-respected batter in the Windward youth setup. We know, Greg, that the on-drive is one of the more difficult shots to play. It requires a level of skill and balance. And Devonnie Joseph definitely had that on this occasion.
Gassi on this occasion perhaps tried for a little extra pace and transgressing the line. No ball called by umpire Leo Amide. So Gassi, yesterday we saw the fast bowlers, the bowl a few no balls, and first extra for the morning, no ball from Gassi, so certainly he would want to get this corrected very early. And yesterday, Jamal, the extras second top score for Dominica. So this is another area that St. Lucia will really need to improve on today. And the free hits, the Jeremiah unable to capitalize. So a good end to the over. Dot delivery there by Kevin Gassi. So at the end of over number 3, Grenada, they have moved on to 9 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yes, Greg, and yesterday we would have seen both Dominica and St. Lucia exchanging pleasantries, giving courteously to each other in the extras column.
So Edwards to continue from the players pavilion end.
It's a reminder that his previous over was actually a maiden over.
Good delivery there to Joseph. Again, this one down the corridor of uncertainty, just outside the off stump, really drawing him into the shot, and the ball just goes past the outside edge of the bat and to the wicketkeeper Noel Leo. So excellent bowling there this morning by Shonil Edwards.
Really beautiful bowling. This one actually touched down around middle stump, so Joseph had no choice but to play at that delivery.
Again, beautiful delivery indeed. Joseph, at this point, all sort of border there from Chanel, really hitting the right line, right length, really drawing him into the shots.
Yes, Greg, he looks a different class from what we saw yesterday, beating the bat quite regularly. He's only bowled 8 deliveries thus far, but I reckon that he's gone past the bat. This is about the 5th time now.
So on this occasion, Joseph able to get some bat on this one. Only succeeded in playing it into the short cover region. No run resulting. So good bit of bowling there by Charlene Edwards. Really not giving the batters any sighters like you were alluding to yesterday.
Yes, he's posing a definite challenge to the Grenadians with his new ball bowling. Look at this one there again. An appeal by the St. Lucians, but the umpire is not moved. Really excellent bowling, Greg.
Yes, good bowling indeed. Again, drawing Joseph into a shot, but at the last moment he was able to pull the bat out of the way. So it was a bit surprising that we saw that sort of appeal by the St. Lucian players, but certainly the bat was nowhere close. And on this occasion, wide down leg side, perhaps striving for a bit of extra pace on this occasion. No wide signal by umpire Mark Vern.
It's probably trying to dig in that first shot ball to push the batsman further back, making the fuller deliveries more effective, but just didn't get the line right.
And this one is short, and Joseph got into position very quickly and just whipped this one through the mid-wicket region all along the ground for four. So well executed shot there by Joseph.
He looks a classy player, quite dominant on that shot of the back foot. And this is what you need, Greg. When the bowling has been so tight and so disciplined, the moment that the bowler strays off that line, you need to be able to put him to the sword to really take back the initiative.
So Edward on this equation was Ed on the short side, and he was made to pay. So this delivery wide outside the off stump. The batter Joseph just shoulders arms, allow the ball to go through to the keeper Leo. And at the end of over number 4, Grenada, they are 14 for 1 with Jeremiah on 2 and Joseph on 10.
Yes, Greg, I really like what I'm seeing from these two left-handed batters from Grenada. Although the ball has been moving around, it has been quite difficult, but they've been doing well. They've played the ball on its merit, and then we even saw in Gassi's previous over, Jeremiah just walking down at him to try to negate that swing bowling.
This one coming back into the batsman Jeremiah. Just splits it back down the track for the bowler to field. So Gassi into his third over. He's considered some 9 runs already, but most importantly, he had the opener Justin John comprehensively bowled for a golden duck. And this one again at the stump, so a real concerted effort by the St. Lucia bowlers to really bowl at the stump this morning. Jamal, we've not seen not one really short pitch delivery yet.
Yes, this is Kevin Gassi's strength, moving that ball back into the left-hander. And thus far, Jeremiah has negotiated him quite well.
This one is just guided down through the man at the wide footman region. So good sensible batting there by this pair, knowing fully well that they have lost an early wicket, that of Justin John. So General Jeremiah and the captain Joseph needs to build some sort of a partnership.
Yes, we're seeing that Kevin Garcia has opted to go around the wicket to the left-handed batsman Joseph.
This one is driven back past the bowler. And good effort there by the fielder coming across from the mid-on region. We saw the ball gone past the bowler. The man that made off putting the dive was unable to stop. But good backing up there by the fielder coming across from the mid-on region was able to prevent what could have certainly been 4 runs. And this one outside the off stump. Joseph allows it to go through to the keeper, but a good bit of movement after the ball had gone past the stumps, Jamal.
Yes, Kevin Garcia, he's looking the part. He's looking a really good new ball bowler, but Devonny Joseph equally impressive. A good contest here between bat and ball.
This one is played uppishly in the air towards the square leg region. They've gone for 1. They've come back for a second. And looks like that's all it's going to be. Through comes in. So good batting there by Joseph. So at the end of over number 5, Grenada, they have progressed to 17 for 1. With Jeremiah on 3 and Joseph, the captain, on 12.
Yes, and yesterday we would have seen Dominica really getting off to a flyer against this St. Lucian attack. So credit must go to them. It is true that they're bowling against a different opposition, but credit must go to them for hitting good areas quite early on. But again, Greg, the Grenadian left-handers, they've been doing quite well against this bowling.
So Edward to continue from the northern end. And again, a bit of movement in the air, but Jeremiah very much equal to the task. Just plays this one down to the mid-on fielder. Picks up the relatively easy run. So Grenada, the current rate 3.48.
Yes, and surprisingly, skipper Tariq Edward has removed one of the slip fielders and placed him in the cover region. And just as we say that, Sean bowls a fuller length, drawing Joseph into that shot. It would have been a real shame had that ball been edged through the corner.
A wide signal there by umpire Mark Vern. And the slip fielder is really standing at, one would say, second slip. This one shot down the leg side and not called wide by the umpire on this occasion.
It appeared to me that he got inside the line of this one. Yes, good bowling here by Sean Hill. He has readjusted his line, and Joseph being squared up on this occasion, really following that ball just with his hands. He would have been better advised to just let these balls go outside the off stump.
Shooting outside the off stump. Vociferous appeal there for caught behind, but not out. Said umpire McVern. So from our vantage point there, Jamal, it didn't appear that there was any deviation, unless it was a really faint edge.
Yes, a full pitch delivery, and this time Joseph not really getting out on the front foot. He played this one with his 2 feet stuck together in the crease. And sometimes, Greg, this is what pace and movement does to you as a batter.
And he has been given the charge. And this one was hit over the mid-on region. They've gone for one, coming back for a second. So certainly a surprising move there by Joseph, really giving Edward the charge and really looking to hit this one over the long on region. He got the elevation but not the distance, and they were able to go for 2 runs. So Joseph really showing that he's not going to be bogged down in any form or fashion. And this one is angling into the pads, looking to whip this one through the backward square region. The ball has come off the pad and signal leg by umpire McVin. So this is the end of over number 6. And at the end of the over number 6, Grenada, they have moved on to 22 for 1 with Jeremiah on 4 and Joseph on 14. We'll hear more from Jamal James, and our new commentator for this morning is going to be, the other commentator, sorry, is going to be Dwight Thomas.
Yes, Dwight, good morning and welcome to you.
Yeah, good morning to Mr. James and good morning to the viewers. Very good start by the St. Lucian team, having decided to bowl first. I think Captain Tariq Edward and management will be very pleased with what they've seen so far from the pace bowlers. It's only 22 for 1 at the end of the 6th over. Gassi so far has been bowling very impressively. From what I've seen from my vantage point, he's getting the ball to shape back into the left-handers. And he's bowled the 3.1 overs so far, and he's got 1 for 12. So very good start from the St. Lucian bowlers. I know, having won the toss and elected to bowl first, they will be looking to restrict the Grenadian team as cheaply as possible. And so far, they will be very impressive what they've seen. Okay, another really good delivery from Gassi, just on about the off stump, but very good in defense. Captain Devoni Joseph. What do you make of the pitch, Mr. James?
An excellent pitch prepared here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground as per usual, and a tinge of grass as we discussed yesterday. This is really a fast bowler's dream. This pitch here is the one that all fast bowlers would love to have in the back pocket.
Yeah, and having said that, Kevin Gassi tests out the middle of the pitch. A bit of bouncer. That's one of the first type of bouncer I think we've seen for the day. Devoni Joseph looked to pull that, but unfortunately got a bit onto him a bit too quickly. Was in no position to play that shot. But generally, the St. Lucian fast bowlers have been looking to pitch the ball up. Both Sean Hill and Kevin Gassi have been getting the ball to shape back into the left-handers. So again, a very good start. What do you think would be a good total? What do you think Grenada would be looking at on this weekend?
Yes, well, I think that you do your homework against your opposition teams, and Grenada would have known that St. Lucia bowled out Dominica for 156 yesterday, but they would have heard reports that St. Lucia really struggled to attain that total of 156. So batting first, facing 50 overs on such a good batting wicket, lush quick outfield, they'll be looking for a score in the region of 260 to 80.
Okay, Gassi again. I think so far this over he's bowled 2 short deliveries, and these short deliveries have not necessarily been handled by Devonnie Joseph the way that he would want to. So maybe that's something that St. Lucians could persist with. I know earlier Captain Tariq Edward employed a leg sleep, so he must have known this player, and it looks like the plan might be to bowl a couple short deliveries in that over. And this time he pitches it up. Devonnie drives, but straight to Captain Tariq Edward at the short mid-on area, and we've come to the end of the 7th over. With Grenada on 22 for 1.
Yes, as you were saying, Dwight, Captain Devonnie and Captain Tariq would definitely know each other, being two of the really promising prospects for the Windward Islands. They would have represented the Windward's team at the under 17 and the under 19 level. So there is definitely familiarity there.
Yes, they are two of the most experienced players, I would say, in this competition. Tariq Edward, not too long ago, was part of a West Indies under 19 provisional squad, and Devonnie Joseph played for the Windward Islands under 19, I think, last year. So, two of the more senior players in this competition, and I'm sure they will be looking to stamp the authority on this competition. I know Tariq had a very good spell yesterday. But Devonnie, I'm sure, will be looking to get a big score today to put his team in a good position. But we'll have Sean Hill continues. Again, very good delivery, but very well played so far. The Grenadian batsmen have looked very good for the most part defensively. I think there's only been one real aggressive shot that I've seen from Captain Devonnie Joseph in Sean Hill's last over. But generally, they've been looking to see out the new ball.
Yes, but even in that last aggressive shot attempted by Devonnie, you could really see that he's a thinking cricketer. He knew that Sean Hill has been predominantly pitching up that ball looking for that prodigious movement. So just walking down at him to negate that swing and taking the attacking option to him. And just speaking of that, we see Jeremiah doing the same, just walking at the bowler to just upset him on that foolish length.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. I think the Grenadians have decided that they need to take the attack to the St. Lucians by putting at least putting Sean Hill on the back foot. So on 2 occasions now we've seen the batsman just coming down the wicket. Devonnie played an aggressive shot, but this time Jeremiah was more in defense. But again, it's the intent shown to try and get Sean Hill off of that good length that he's been bowling. And this time he gets one over pitched, and he's driven that through backward point. It's gone close to the boundary, and it has gone into the boundary. That's a bit of poor fielding there from Kevin Gassi. I think that was a half chance, knowing Tariq Edward and the fielder that he is. I'm sure in the back of his mind, he would be thinking that he should have held on to that. Would you call that a drop chance?
Yes, but that actually looks like it's Can Elcock. Really an acrobatic attempt there at backward point. Definitely a chance there. But a poor effort, as you said, by Kevin Gassi.
Yeah, and the score moves on to 26 for 1. Another boundary to Jeremiah. Sean Hill getting a bit too straight on that occasion, and Jeremiah just neatly tucks that into the onside and very well fielded down at fine leg. And again, they move on to another one. That's 27 so far for 1.
Yes, and while we had discussed the inconsistency in the fast bowling yesterday, and we just saw that Sean Hill pitched up a delivery inducing a false stroke, a big drive from Jeremiah, and the chance was created, but the very next delivery he's bowling this one onto the pads.
Yeah, a bit of inconsistency so far in that over from Sean Hill Edward. Again, maybe it could be the fact that the Grenadians are looking to come after him that may have just taken him off the line and length that he had previously. But the last delivery was a very good one, just on about the off stump. Good carry to keeper Noel Leo. And he's in the midst of a very good spell. Sean Hill, very good so far, 3.5 overs, only considered the 14. Very good delivery again, very good delivery, very good carry. And this comes to the end of his 4th over, having only considered the 14 runs. Hasn't taken a wicket as yet. Again, he created a half chance, I would say, in that over, but it wasn't taken, but very good spell so far from the young fast bowler.
Yes, he continues to impress. He really impressed in his first spell yesterday with his pace, and when he came back for the second spell, he still extracted some movement and some bounce and was able to bowl two of the lower order batters. And even when he held the bat, he actually took St. Lucia over the line to a victory. So very impressive from Sean Hill, and that he has really cleaned up his act today, bowling his 4 overs for just 14. He has really beat the bat on numerous occasions of the left-handed batters. A very good prospect.
Yeah, he's bowled really well. Again, he seems to be getting the ball to just shape away from the left-handers for the most part. But it looks like there's going to be a change of bowling from the pavilion end, and it's going to be Bolton Sayers with his medium pace.
Yes, and we saw that yesterday. Bolton Sayers was really the one who took St. Lucia to victory, playing a very patient knock. Sensible batting from him. But we saw from his first delivery yesterday, he actually surprised the batters with his pace and his bounce. Being given the opportunity at first change today.
Yeah, when you look at Bolton, you would not necessarily say he's probably the quickest, but he's a bit sharper than you would think. And I think his role in the team is an all-rounder. Like you said yesterday, he had a very good inning, helped his team over the line. I'm sure they were going to be looking for hopefully a couple of wickets from him today to show the other dimension to his game.
Yes, but this change really forced by the new rules that only permit a fast bowler to bowl 4 overs in one spell. So Kevin Garcia takes a mandatory break.
So his first delivery on the money, I would say just a bit back of a length, and Jeremiah just pushes it to the man at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So good start from Sayers. I'm sure he's going to be looking to continue the good work from the opening bowlers. Kevin Garcia bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, considered only the 12 runs, and he did take that wicket very early on. So very good spell from him. And again, Bolton Sayers will be looking to continue the good work done by the 2 opening bowlers so far. Good delivery. That's a very good delivery outside the off stump, forcing the batsman to play this time. Jeremiah looking to force it off the back foot for the offside, but doesn't make contact. There's a bit of an appeal, but nowhere close to the bat from my vantage point. But very good start from Sayers, just what the team needs right now. Just again need to continue the good work done by the opening bowlers.
Yes, Dwight, and you did indicate earlier that just having a look at Bolton Sayers, you wouldn't really believe that he packs the amount of pace that we're seeing here. But Jeremiah clearly beaten all ends up by the pace of Bolton Sayers.
Again, Sayers, full delivery, almost a Yorker length delivery. On that occasion, again, it seems like it bit Jeremiah for pace. I don't think he's expecting Sayers to be as sharp as he is. And on this wicket, it's maybe not as quick as it used to be, but definitely there's a bit of pace and carry from what I've seen so far from the St. Lucian fast bowlers.
Yes, yesterday we saw Dominica with the pace and aggression of a Kyron Phillip, and he really made the wicket come alive. So definitely I believe that the wicket would have slowed down, because even the bowling of Sean Hill, he really looked to be a tear-away fast bowler yesterday.
Again, very good delivery from Sayers. Very, very good delivery. Just beating Jeremiah. All ends up outside the off stump. Very good start from the youngster. He's just hoping that takes the edge. Unfortunately, it did not. But again, if he continues to put the ball in that area, I'm sure sooner than later he's probably going to get a wicket.
Yes, Dwight, and I feel that the opening bowlers, Garcia and Sean Hill Edward, they would have bowled many times too straight, especially Kevin Garcia, too straight to the left-handed batters. But here we see Bolton Sayers just drawing batsman Jeremiah outside the line of the off stump.
Ooh. This time Sayers goes in for shot delivery. Very good bouncer. Jeremiah decides to let it go by, but good aggression shown by Bolton Sayers. The Grenadians seem quite content just to see off the new ball. So far they were 27 for 1 in the 9th over. They seem quite content. They've only lost 1 wicket. I think that's what they'll be happy about. Despite how well St. Lucia's bowled, they've only lost that just 1 wicket. Again, Sayers, good delivery, good fielding, sharp fielding there at mid-wicket, and there is no run. And Sayers so far has bowled 5 dots. So again, continuing the good work. As a matter of fact, it's the end of the over, so very good start from the young man. Just a maiden over, his first over, and Grenada remain on 27 for 1 at the end of 7 overs. Sorry, at the end of 9 overs. It's a very good start from the St. Lucian bowlers. And by what you said, Mr. James, there has to be a change at the media center, and it looks like it's going to be Sky Laffey, another medium pacer, to continue from the media center end.
Yes, this is indeed what the captain would have wanted. After your opening bowler does really well, you would need your first change bowler to come up with the goods, and that is what Bolton Sayers has done. Did not get the wicket, but he definitely looked threatening and actually bowled a maiden over. So not really seeing the pressure at all there, Bolton Sayers. And now we see Sky Laffey being given an opportunity here from the media center, and it must be noted that he did not really enjoy the best of starts yesterday. He was actually the most expensive of the bowlers, but from what we've seen so far, all bowlers on show have really improved their performance. So Sky Laffey, St. Lucia would be hoping that he follows suit.
Yeah, the pitch so far has offered a bit of assistance. And the fact that he's bowling from the media center and there's quite a strong breeze going from left to right. So that would aid him in actually pushing the ball away from the left-handers. And Captain Tariq Edwards still has that first sleep, so he's going to be encouraged to push the ball across the left-handers, and hopefully one bites the edge. Only 2 men out. There's the third man and there's the fine leg. Pretty attacking field, the offside field, I would say, for Sky Laffey, bowling to the captain Joseph. Good delivery, very good delivery, just like I said earlier. Just getting down to slide across the left-hander. Devoni looking to force that off the back foot, not making contact, but again, very good start from the St. Lucian seamers.
So the 4th fast bowler being employed here by St. Lucia, and even from all the way up here at the media center, you could actually hear that one thudding into the gloves of the keeper. So Sky Laffey looks to be another youngster with promising pace.
This time he pitches it up. Very good drive, but excellent fielding at backward point. Very good fielding from the captain, Tariq Edward, who's probably one of the better fielders going around in this competition. So again, a very good start from Sky, maybe over pitching on that occasion. His first delivery was a very good delivery, like you related to. Very good carry. The wicket may not necessarily be the quickest, but so far the fast bowlers have been getting very good carry. Noel Leo has been taking more balls up by his chest area and by his ankle, so that's always a good sign for a very good wicket. Sky down the leg side. There's a big appeal. St. Lucian fielders are convinced there was a nick on that. I did hear something, but from my vantage point, I would actually say that was thigh guard. It sounded more like thigh guard than bat on ball.
Yes, from yesterday we saw a lot of appealing from the 2 teams who played here, St. Lucia and Dominica. And even if this one appeared to be clearly not out, sometimes the appeal is just to put that extra bit of pressure on the batsman.
And Joseph drives down the third man. They take another single to Devoni Joseph. He now moves on to 15 of the 32 deliveries. Maybe not necessarily where he intended. Full-blooded drive, would have been hoping to actually pierce the cover area, but got a thick outside edge down to third man. But the score now moves on to 28 for 1, and we're in the 10 for over. So the St. Lucian Seamers continue to do very well, continue to keep a stranglehold on the Grenadian batsmen so far this morning. Sky very wide, pushing that one across the left-hander. Look close to a wide, but the umpire does not call it. It's a very good start again from the young Seamer, only considering the 1 run so far. What do you think about the Grenadians' approach?
Well, Dwight, I think that they're doing well in terms of negotiating the fast bowling. They're keeping them out, preserving their wickets. But the final ball here of the 10th over, and that we see a dot ball. So after 10 overs, they're going at a rate of 2.8. So whereas they're keeping wickets in hand, and they might call this a platform being laid for a launch later on, but at the moment the innings is basically going nowhere. They need to find a way to put the pressure back onto the St. Lucian bowling.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, as well as the St. Lucian fast bowlers has bowled so far. There's been very little intent from the Grenadian batsmen. I can only recall that maybe 2 occasions where Devoni and Jeremiah has looked to be ultra aggressive. So I think maybe one of these batsmen need to decide to put the pressure back on the St. Lucian fast bowlers and have Captain Tariq thinking of maybe a more defensive field, and that way they may get a single here or there. But right now St. Lucia is right on top. They bowled very well so far, and Tariq just continues to marshal his troops in the field. Look like there is no slip. He's taken out the first slip, and he's put a man out at square leg, deep square leg. So maybe that would see Bolton Sayers to bowl a few short deliveries at Diony Joseph, because there's got a deep fine leg and a man at deep square leg for that pull shot. And Sayers on the leg side, maybe not the length that he would have hoped for, but another dot delivery. Joseph plays that into the mid-wicket area.
Yes, plenty of dots putting pressure on the batters, and Devoni Joseph would need to do something a bit different here.
Yeah, so far the St. Lucian bowlers have been bowling extremely well, but a change of plan. It looks like it's going to be a short ball ploy based on the field set by Captain Edward. And a right on cue. Sayers a bit straighter, and again very good fielding there at mid-wicket, and the score remains on 28 for 1. Devoni Joseph, he's on 15. He's faced the 34 deliveries so far. He hit 2 boundaries and 27 dot balls. So the St. Lucians continue to just bowl dots after dots to the Grenadian batsmen. Sayers bowls good delivery, very good area. And I think he's bowled 10 deliveries so far and he's not considered a run, so he's definitely keeping the pressure on.
Yes, and Devoni Joseph looking technically sound. He looks quite good to watch. However, as the captain of the team, he would definitely need to strategize a better way forward, because, as we pointed out, the innings is just meandering along.
Ooh, good delivery from Sayers. This one just outside the off stump. Again, Joseph looking to force that one, maybe run that one down to third man, not making contact. Again, the St. Lucian's appeal. Not much of an appeal on that occasion, but the umpire says not out. And Diony Joseph, he's looked very good. For the most part, he's looked untroubled. but he might be digging himself into a hole, and when you do dig yourself into that hole, it's always tough to come out of that.
Yes, Dwight, you took the words right out of my mouth. And we saw that yesterday with the Dominican batting against the St. Lucian spinners. And even that last delivery there, a shot and a wide ball outside the off stump, but he didn't really go after this one with much intent. And there was this scoring opportunity for him, and he did not take it.
Yep, excellent delivery again from Sayers. Tariq Edward, always a live wire at mid-wicket at backward point. Very good fielding. Always freed himself around. But they've taken the first slip out. They've put a deep square leg, but so far Sayers has not bowled a short delivery or what you'd call a bouncer as yet. Maybe it's the double bluff, but it's his final delivery. Let's see if he actually tests out the middle of the wicket. And this one a bit shorter. Came off the 5 guard by the looks of it. Yes, and the umpire signals leg by, so a leg by to end the 11th over. And a very good over they get from Sayers again. So far he's bowled 2 overs, not considered a run. So definitely keeping the pressure on after the opening ball is bowled.
Yes, Dwight, and remind our viewers that this is actually Bolton Sayers' first run out in the under-19 Windward tournament. He would have been on the reserve for the St. Lucia team last year, but he has really come out and put his hand up, really proving his worth to the team with good all-around performances thus far.
Yeah, after his match-winning inning yesterday, I'm sure that gave him confidence coming into this game today and into his bowling spell. But Sky will continue. That one down the leg side, wide. Guilty of straying down the leg side. Pretty similar feel to what Sayers had, in the fact that they've taken out the first sleep which Sky had in the last over, and they've now put him at deep square leg. And as I'm saying that, there seems to be a change. So they've taken the man from deep square leg and they've now put him in the 30-yard circle. No, okay, Tariq Edward changes his mind again. So they've opted without a slip, but deep square leg again. Maybe the plan might be to bowl short. But very good delivery, very well played as well from Joseph. And just to I know earlier you said that Devonnie Joseph has looked good. He's looked very good in terms of defensively. He's looked very defensively sound so far.
Yes, he's looked quite assured. Even that last delivery, you can see hitting the middle of his bat. However, as the captain of the team, Dwight, he needs to steer them closer towards more of an aggressive mindset.
Again, Sky down the leg side. I think that's the second wide so far he's bowled in this over. So a bit of ill discipline from the young man. And maybe the change in field, having a square leg, has maybe forced him to bowl a bit straighter.
That is possible, Dwight, but however, he's still operating with 5 men on the offside. So really the plan should remain simple and just force the batsman to drive the ball through the offside.
Personally, I would much prefer the first slip. Considering Sky will be looking to push the ball away from the left-handers instead of having a deep square leg. Just as I'm saying that, he was a very good delivery again, just sliding away from the left-hander. And I think if he's going to be bowling that line and length, you're better off having a first slip than a man at deep square leg.
Definitely, Dwight. We've seen one forceful shot through the onside thus far, and that was Devonnie Joseph facing up to the bowling of Shawnil Edward. Now, Shawnil is a left-arm bowler, so the matchup was in his favor to get this one to the leg side. But with Sky, and especially with the strong breeze blowing across the batter, the slip is definitely a better option.
Oh, good delivery. Good shot there from Devoni Joseph. Drives that through the covers and it's going to run away over the boundary for 4. Very good shot from the youngster. Sky guilty of overpitching on that occasion. Again, maybe not the best fielding. They feel that extra cover would be a bit disappointed that he maybe could not have stopped that, but very good shot from Devoni Joseph. That looked really good.
And as we mentioned earlier, Devoni Joseph really looking a classy batter. But again, Dwight, had that fielder at deep mid wicket been maybe a sweeper on the offside, this would have been a much better ploy from St. Lucia, and that boundary would have only been a single. So I'm not really agreeing with the tactics at the moment.
Yeah,
and with Grenada, before Sky's introduction to the attack, basically batting themselves in a hole, the idea should have been to just keep more pressure on them.
Yeah, especially with the areas Sky has been bowling so far. I think you're better off having an extra man on the offside than the man at deep square leg, who so far has not fielded a ball. Good delivery. But again, very well played by Devoni Joseph. Just drives that down to the man at mid-off. And there's no run, so the score remains on 35 for 1. But again, Sky just on about the off stump. I think Tariq Edwards is going to be very disappointed if Sky takes the outside edge and that ball goes through the slip area for 4.
And even more disappointed if the class of Devoni Joseph bisects that gap on the offside with no sweeper out on the boundary.
Again, for good delivery.
Beautiful bowling again. With that bowling, he's saying, "Skipper, give me a slip, please." He's begging for it.
Yeah, without a doubt. Again, maybe that's the inexperience of Tariq Edward. With the areas Sky's bowling so far, you're better off having an extra man in the slip region. I think he beat the bat on 3 occasions in the last over, but it looks like it's going to be a drinks break. And at the end of the 12th over, Grenada 35 for 1. The not out batsman Gerald Jeremiah, who's 9 of the 28 deliveries. Devoni Joseph, who's 19 of 44 deliveries. And the batsman out was Justin John. I think he was bowled of the first ball by Kevin Gassi. And so far, the St. Lucian bowlers, we have Kevin Gassi, was bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, considered the 12 runs for 1 wicket. Shawnil Edward, 4 overs, 1 maiden, considered 14, hasn't taken a wicket as yet. Bolton Sayers would bowl 2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 very good overs as a matter of fact. And Sky Laffey, who just ended his 2nd over, has bowled 2 overs for the considered the 7 runs, not taking a wicket as yet. But as we go into drinks, James, who do you think will be the happy of the 2 teams right now?
Well, definitely St. Lucia would be in the position of ascendancy, restricting Grenada, keeping them to a rate of just 2.92 in a 50 over game, 45 for 1 after 12. Really excellent bowling, excellent pressure being applied on this Grenadian batting team, and they seem to be batting themselves into a hole at the moment. But we are on a drinks break right now, and there will be a chat with the Grenadian batters, so it remains to be seen how they will come out to combat this St. Lucian bowling.
The management, the captain will be very pleased with the start that they had, especially having won the toss, deciding that they were going to bowl first. They would need to have made use of the conditions. Like so far, for the most part, they've done that. Despite the fact that they've only taken the 1 wicket, Grenada has not gotten away to a quick start. St. Lucia will be quite pleased. On the other hand, I think the Grenadians would not be displeased as to the start that they've had. Despite how well St. Lucia has bowled, they've only lost the 1 wicket. And they've got the big wicket of the captain still there, so I'm sure they're going to be confident that they will still be able to put off a big score. As long as the captain is there, I'm sure they're going to be confident of that.
Definitely, and while cricket is played on the day, you remember that the real strength to the St. Lucian bowling was the spinners, Captain Tariq and off-spinner Royce Paul. They really bowled exceptionally well yesterday and placed that stranglehold on the Dominican batting. And I think with the two left-handers at the wicket, it would definitely be a good option to bring them on.
Yeah, with all the matchups now, cricket matchups is a big thing. In all honesty, I'm a bit surprised that one of the off spinners haven't actually come on. Matchups, the off spinners would favor maybe bowling to the left-handers, and with two left-handers at the wicket, the off spinners would get the opportunity to maybe take the ball away from them. So again, with that being said, I'm a bit surprised that the Tariq hasn't introduced himself, or even Royce Boy, like you said, who, if you ask the solutions before the competition, what were the strengths, you'd probably say the spin department would probably be the strength.
Yes, but it should also be mentioned that the fitness of these fast bowlers, they've been really looking good, right? They've been pacey, they've extracted bounce from the surface. We've seen some good movement from them as well, and have asked some serious questions of the batters, some of which they have not been technically able to address.
Yeah, the solution would be very impressed. The management and the captain would be very impressed and very happy with the way that his medium paces has bowled so far. They've been very, very good in terms of the line, the lengths, not that many extras so far. So very disciplined performance by the solution fast bowlers so far. Yeah. And it's going to be, after the drinks break, it's still going to be Bolton Sayers to continue from the pavilion end. He's not considered a run so far. He's 2 overs, and he's going to be bowling to Gerald Jeremiah, who's on 9.
Yes, and we saw after a break yesterday, we saw 3 wickets in 3 balls.
Good day from Sayers. They pushed for him 1 for 1. He was okay, very good running. Very good play by Gerald Jeremiah. Drove that to mid-off. And the striker, Jeremiah, set off. Devonnie Joseph was a bit late in responding, but eventually he went through, and he was quite comfortable in the end. So good running. That may be the message from the management of the Grenadian team, to be more positive, not only positive in stroke play, but positive in running. So very good running, and that gives Devonnie Joseph an opportunity to get on strike, and that also gives an opportunity to rotate the strike, something that they've not done so far. So maybe that is the message coming out from the management.
Yes, Dwight, it was indeed clear. Could have been considered a risky single, but such was the clear calling and communication from these 2 batters that they made it home in the end quite comfortably, and almost catching the fielder at mid of their sleeping.
Yeah, with the solution, seamers not bowling so many what I would call boundary deliveries. I think it's important that the Grenadian batsmen rotate the strike. There's plenty of spaces on this big diameter. There's a big appeal. Harris says not out. Devonnie Joseph was looking to maybe pull that down to the man at square leg, doesn't make contact. But like I was saying, it's a big outfield. There's plenty of spaces, plenty of opportunity to get singles, and that's not something that they've been able to do so far. So if the solution ball is not necessarily bowling boundary deliveries, maybe they should look to rotate the strike a lot more than they've been able to do so far.
Yes, but even on that last delivery, Dwight, I saw the batter coming into his stump, looking to work this one on the leg side, something that we had not seen him do previously. But he's shaping up nicely behind a good delivery by Bolton Sayers. So even if we know that the coaches would have instructed them to come out with that positive intent, the lines being hit here by Sayers not really allowing many options to the batters.
Yeah, Sayers continues to go very well, very disciplined in terms of the way that he's bowled so far, the areas that he's hit so far, very disciplined effort, only considering the 1 run so far in his 3rd over. And then the good delivery, again, positive running down to mid-off, And again, very good running, very positive running. So the Grenadians clearly have come out after the drinks break with the intention of being positive in stroke play and in the running between the wickets.
Again, Dwight, before the break, we saw the amount of pressure being exerted on this Grenadian batting. They were going at a rate of 2.8. So this is why I really can't understand why the fielders are so deep on the circle, instead of trying to impose some more pressure after the break on these Grenadian batters. Even after we saw those two quick singles to the fielder, he's still starting from the circle.
Good delivery from Sayers. Again, the batsman could just push that one into the offside, and even then he was looking for a single. On this occasion, there was no opportunity for a run, but again, this is clear intent and positivity since the water break. But that's first over after the water break, and Grenada now moves on to 37 for 1. Bolton Sayers has now completed his third over, and again, only considering the 2 runs. So he continues to be exceptional in terms of his line and length. And we're going to have Sky Laffey to continue from the media center end, and it's going to be going to Devonnie Joseph, who's now moved on to the 20 so far.
Yes, Bolton Sayers almost impeccable with his line and length, and had it not been for the field at mid-off basically having a snooze, we could have possibly seen 3 consecutive maiden overs from him.
Sky Laffey in the previous over, 2 wides, his first delivery. And this over was also bowled wide.
Yes, and Sky Laffey being entrusted today again after not having the best of starts, the best of spells, and St. Lucia making a change today, bringing in the leg spin of Leo Alexander and sacrificing opening batter Amari Venner. But just as we were speaking about that here, Sky Laffey prized out the wicket, the big wicket of Captain Devonnie Joseph.
Very good catch by Tariq Edward. I think earlier in the game I alluded to how good of a fielder he is, and that's a brilliant catch from Tariq Edward. Diving to his right, Devonnie Joseph going for a big expansive drive, taking the outer portion of the bat, and Tariq Edward doing the rest at backward point. And with that, St. Lucia takes the big wicket of Captain Devonnie Joseph, and Grenada now 48 for 2 have dug themselves into a hole, and they'll be hoping that they get some sort of a partnership right now in order to help them get to a decent total.
Yes, remember that Sky Laffey would have taken the last wicket of the innings for Dominica yesterday and had a much improved start to his bowling this time around, bowling his 2.1 overs for 8 and now picking up the big wicket of the captain. This is what we've been asking for all day. The fielder at the backwards square just having a snooze, but the offside is always in play with Sky Laffey pushing these balls across the left-hander, and no surprise, induces the fall stroke. The feet of Joseph, it basically went nowhere. Should have just gotten that front foot towards the line of that ball, but just decided to play with all hands, trying to force this one for the offside and presenting a nice opportunity here for Tariq to show us how good of a fielder that he is.
Yeah, Sky so far has been very disciplined in terms of getting the ball to just angle across. Because he's coming from over the wicket to the left hand, and the majority of his balls are just going across. And again, like you said, just inducing the fall shot from Joseph. So very good bowling from the new batsman. And Sky Laffey guilty of maybe bowling a bit too short on that occasion. The captain gave him the first sleep, took the man out from the backward square, put him at first sleep, and Sky Laffey first delivery was a short ball. Murray just tugs it across down to the fine leg area for a single, and he gets off the mark with his first delivery.
Yes, that shot really speaks to the frame of mind of the new batter. Could have easily come back and just defended this one here, but he was onto that stroke in a flash. And he's running between the wicket here, trying to force the issue to look for two. Definitely shows his intent.
Good delivery from Sky. Jeremiah just pushing this one into the offside. Captain Tariq Edward has now made the change. I think we've been maybe 2 or 3 overs we've been asking for it. He's now taking the man out of the deep backward square area and now putting a first sleep. So packed offside field for Sky Laffey, who's getting the ball to move across from the left-hander. So I think that's a much better field, especially with the way Sky has been bowling so far. And as we speak, I can see Captain Tariq Edward giving some instruction to Sky Laffey as to what he wants from him. Very good delivery, but very well played as well from Jeremiah, who's been in from the start. 32 deliveries. Maybe he's rolling his team to just bat through.
Yes, and we saw the importance of that yesterday with the knock from Bolton Sayers. So Jeremiah has looked organized. He has not really looked troubled by the St. Lucian bowling. But after facing those 32 deliveries, Grenada would be hoping for some more productivity from him. As we see an exquisite shot, just guiding this one past the fielder at a backward point. The fielder at Footman, they really had no chance.
Yeah, it's a very good shot by Jeremiah. And I would think that's the best shot that I've seen so far for the day. Very convincing. Hit that one off the back foot, bit backward point, and also bit the Footman. It's a very good shot from the youngster. Ever since the drinks break, he's come on a lot more positive, and it's actually showing in his running, and it's actually showing in his stroke play as well. And that's his now he's on to 14. It's a very good shot. Sky will be looking to maybe pitch it up a lot further up than he did in the last delivery. But this one he goes even shorter and even wider, and that's signal wide by the umpire. Sky Laffey so far, I think he's been guilty. I think this is his 4th wide, so he's maybe been guilty of giving a few extras away.
Yes, and we did see that issue with him yesterday bowling from this end. I actually felt that for today's game, that since he got the opportunity to hold his place in the 11, that he would have been given a chance from the players' pavilion end.
Jeremiah pushes it to the extra cover area, looks for a run. There's no run, very good fielding by the St. Lucian fielders who've been, for the most part, they've been very sharp. I don't recall maybe one maybe bad piece of fielding down on the boundary. For the most part, they've been very good in the field, very good with the ball as well. And we've now come out to the end of the 14th over. It's 44 for 2.
Yes, and Jeremiah just holding things together for Grenada. We were just discussing that they would be looking for some more productivity from him. But that's the thing, when you face those 44 deliveries, you're basically making the investment just to see what all the bowlers are doing. And now that he's been around for such time, we're seeing his class really coming out now. We saw that in that last shot, that he just stared past the fielder at backward point and really getting that gap.
I think you take confidence in the fact that he's been there for, like you said, 54 deliveries. So it's only going to get easier, you would imagine, from here. Says again, continues with delivery. Could Murray right in behind it. It's his first opportunity to bowl to a right-hander, so first delivery he did adjust his line and length really well. Let's see if he can continue doing this. So far he's been very disciplined, pushing the ball away across the left-handers. And let's just see if he gets it to come back into the right-hander, Could Murray. He's got a predominantly offside field again, just the free fielders on the leg side.
Yes, and Dwight, he's into his fourth over, the final over of his spell. But even that last delivery there, he looked quite pacey.
Therefore, he's not necessarily, when you look at him, you don't see necessarily a strong, built young man. But so far, I think he's probably gotten the most carry out of the paces that we've seen so far. So he's definitely sharper than he looks.
Yes, and he's bowled 2 more dots thus far, bowling 3.2 overs and just conceding 2 runs.
This time, so it's just guilty of 2 straight, and that's flipped away for the wicket area. It's going to go over the line. No, it does not. Brilliant fielding there from the man mid-wicket, being able to pull that back in, but very good shot from Kurt Murray. Says a bit guilty of going a bit too straight. And very good shot, very positive in his stroke play so far. Murray, from the first delivery, he got off the mark, and here again, every opportunity that he's gotten to score so far, he's taken it. So he's definitely come out with a positive intent, and that's showing him in terms of his strike rate.
Yes, and it's the first really full delivery that we've seen from Bolton Sayers, possibly trying to go for the bowl or the leg before dismissal. But as you mentioned, Kurt Murray equal to the task. We've seen some positive intent from this youngster right from his entrance.
Jeremiah decides to give Sayers the charge, but this time Sayers takes it halfway down the track. Well played in the end, but again intent. Ever since the break, he's been showing a really good intent, really positivity, but Sayers is up to it.
Yes, Jeremiah really playing that psychological game with Sayers, trying to take him off his length. But even so, he knows that Sayers has been predominantly banging that ball in that back of a length area. So possibly looking to come down and just have a swat at this one to access the acreage of space in the mid-wicket region.
The score remains on 47 for 2. Sayers into his 4th over, which is going to be the last of his spell. So that means Captain Tariq Edward will have to introduce a new bowler from the players pavilion end, due to the fact that the pace bowlers could only bowl 4 overs at a time, 4 overs per spell. So it's good delivery. Well, very well played. Very good fielding there by Tariq Edward. Once again, brilliant in the field. Jeremiah was maybe hoping to get a single down to third man there, but not. Tariq Edwards said no way. Very good fielding there from him. Again, he's probably going to be one of the better fielders in this competition. He prides himself on fielding and saving as many runs as he can for the team.
Yes, he really sets a high bar where fielding is concerned. A good all-round cricketer. Remember, we had highlighted that he was the MVP of the West Indies tournament last year. So he has banging this one in. The batter could only get the single. This one was onto him very quickly and just ended up in that fine leg region. So Sayers testing out the middle of the surface in the last delivery of his spell. And what an excellent spell it was, Dwight.
Yeah, very good spell from Bolton Sayers. I think the only thing missing from that spell was a that last delivery again, very good intent shown by Jeremiah. And it looks like he's going to be a center end. It's now going to be the off spin of Royce Paul from the media center end.
Yes, and remember that Royce Paul would have been one of the standout performers in St. Lucia's bowling effort yesterday. He completed his 10 overs at an economy rate of 1.4, just conceding the 14 runs, and he actually picked up 2 wickets. And now he bowled really well to the left-handers yesterday. So with the fast bowling doing the business for St. Lucia and keeping things very quiet, St. Lucia would be hoping that the off spinners can repeat the feat that they did so well yesterday.
Yeah, St. Lucia will, I think generally they depend heavily on the spinners in Royce Paul and Captain Tariq Edward himself. I think Theo Edward is also an off spinner as well, so St. Lucia has 3 off spinners in their ranks. But Royce Paul replaces Sky Laffey, who bowled 3 overs, 1 for 14.
Yes, we had mentioned earlier that St. Lucia also brought in Leo Alexander, who was the Grenada Islands under 15 leg spinner in the recently concluded tournament. As you see, this one tossed up by Royce Paul, and the batsman is driving elegantly through the covers. He's just getting the single to the sweeper at deep cover.
Very good shot there from Jeremiah. Yes, Royce Paul giving a generous flight, I would say. He just pushes it down to the man at extra cover. He's going to get an opportunity to bowl to right-handed Kurt Murray. And the St. Lucia currently Tariq Edward has 2 fielders out. He's got a deep square leg and a man sweeping on the offside. He himself is at first slip. The delivery from Paul. Murray on the back foot just pushes it down the wicket. Or he seems to be giving some generous flight out there. Very good shot, Murray making room. Just flights that down to the man at backward point. And the 1-4 easy single. So far they're looking to be positive against Royce Paul. So far they've been very positive in their stroke play. Going earlier, Jeremiah coming forward, Murray going back. So they're looking to be positive. And again, Jeremiah forces down at the back foot. Very good running there from Jeremiah. And they come back for to again very positive running, positive stroke play. And ever since the break, he looks like a different batsman.
Yes, and this is the benefit of timeout in the middle. He looks a very classy left-hander.
Great delivery from Paul. That one is much flatter, much faster. Jeremiah looking to force that one at the back, but not making the contact. But Royce Paul mixing up his pace on that occasion. Again, very good delivery. Again, much flatter, faster. And Jeremiah just pushes it into the offside, and we come to the end of Royce Paul first over. It's considered the 4 runs, and the score remains at 52 for 2 at the end of the 16th over.
Yes, he would have bowled excellently yesterday, but we would have felt that he was basically allowed to bowl. But on this occasion here, from facing this Grenadian batting attack, they seem to be taking a different approach to him. Even the likes of Jeremiah, where the matchup, as you mentioned previously, would be in the favor of Royce Paul. But Jeremiah showing some good skill, first by being able to drive the ball through the covers elegantly, and also whenever Royce Paul has dropped short, being able to come back, open his face, bisect the field, getting his 1s and 2s.
And we've got a change of bowling from the Tariq Edward from the Players Pavilion, and he's got the game predominantly as well. He's got a first sleep. So I went out at deep square leg, and everybody else in the circle. So he's just got the 1 man out, looking to be very aggressive in terms of his field placing.
Yes, we saw some good skill on display from Tariq Edward yesterday. He bowled a mixture of deliveries. We were even convinced that he was bowling the Dusra yesterday, Dwight, getting that ball to cover away sharply from the right-handed batters.
This one he bowls 2 straight, and that goes over the boundary line down to final for 4. And yes, it came off the bat, so Kurt Murray just Tariq guilty of bowling too straight on that occasion. It could Murray just working that down to the vacant fine leg region for 4. He now moves on to 9.
Yes, I really love the approach being shown by these Grenadian batters against the St. Lucian spinners. As I said earlier, I think that as well as they bowled, they were really allowed to the Dominicans batter themselves into a bit of a hole. But every opportunity that they've provided, the Grenadian batsmen have taken.
There's an appeal for leg before, but the umpire says not out. Just struck him just outside the off stump. Very short. Looking to make room to hit that through the offside. Unfortunately, did not time that as he would have wanted. I think Tariq Edward maybe a bit lucky to get away with that short delivery. Murray has been very positive, and I'm sure he's going to be very disappointed that he was not able to dispatch that boundary. Tariq again straight for this time, a lot fuller, very well played, swept down to the. They find out that he's gone through the fielder. It has now gone over the boundary for 4. So very good shot there from Kurt Murray. Again, continuing to show positive intent, playing that sweep shot, but poor fielding from the young man at the big square leg boundary, letting down the straight through.
Yes, it looks like Jonathan Daniel out there, but again, good positive intent. This one there, full delivery down the line of leg stump. It deserved the sweep, it got it, and he was rewarded for his positive intent.
Based on the way that the Grenadians have played 2 St. Lucian spinners so far, they've been very positive. Maybe they decided before the game that they're going to show more intent. Having maybe heard what happened yesterday, maybe they've come out to be very positive, very aggressive against our spinners.
Yes, good batsmanship being shown here by the Grenadian players. We saw yesterday that the Dominican batters were really proficient against the fast bowling, but not so much against the spin. Could it be that it is the reverse for the Grenadian batting?
Murray has only missed 12 deliveries and he's gotten 14, but in that 12 deliveries that he's faced is very positive. It's looked like a really, really good cricketer both of the front foot and the back foot. I was very impressed with the sweep shot that he played last over. It's not something that West Indians are really known for, but he played that sweep shot quite comfortably. Well, good delivery. It's the outside edge. Now it runs down to the third man area. They've gone for 1. They come back for the second. As a matter of fact, that's crossed the boundary for 4. So it's another boundary for the Grenadian batsman Jeremiah on that occasion. Not a bad delivery from Paul, but that got the outside edge and run down to the third man boundary for 4.
Yes, and even with the outstretched hand of the captain Tariq at first slip, that one still had the pace on it to get down to the boundary. But a very well bowled delivery here from Royce Ball.
And Paul bowls and just short of a length, and he just pushes that to the man at the man sweeping on the offside, and that's another run. So again, Jeremiah continues to be positive. He now moves on to the 23. Very positive against the spinners. And prior to that delivery, Tariq Edward did make a field change where he reinforced the offside, and pretty much exactly where the previous boundary went. He moved the man at mid-wicket and put him in a short third man area. But Paul this time full, and that's driven by Kurt Murray, and that's a bit of poor fielding again by the man at mid-off, and that's gone for the boundary for 4. So St. Lucian fielders a bit guilty in the last couple of overs of just giving away boundaries.
Yes, Jonathan Daniel there again with a second opportunity to redeem himself after allowing that ball to go through him when he was at that deep backward square region, and this time not making a good effort. And this time we see another misfield from another St. Lucian fielder at cover. That looks to be Kevin Gassi in the covers.
Yeah, the St. Lucian need to really buckle up. The last 2 or 3 overs, there have been some numerous poor fielding. So that's definitely an area that they need to improve. They started off so well, but so far St. Lucia just letting the game drift a bit. Paul this time goal, good delivery. That one actually came back in. I think Jeremiah looking for the off spinner, hoping that it goes away, but that one actually came back in. So good variation from Royce Paul.
It's a delivery that I know that he's been working on.
Good end to the over. He now has completed his second over and considered the 14 runs. So again, very good batting from the Grenadian batsman. Kurt Murray is now on 18 of only the 14 deliveries. So he's striking well over 100 in terms of strike rate. So very good start from the youngster. And Gerald Jeremiah is 23 of the 45 deliveries. The Grenadians are now 70 for 2 in the 18th over. And the St. Lucian spinners bowled extremely well yesterday. They strangled the Dominica batsmen, but so far the Grenadians has been very positive against the spinners, and they found some success with some boundaries.
Yes, the spinners not being allowed to dictate terms today. And remember that Tariq Edward would have gotten the first hat-trick of the tournament.
Tariq very full on that occasion. Kurt Murray just pushes that back to Tariq, who fields off his own bowling. And he's now taken, I think he had 2 mid-wickets in the previous over. He's now taken 1 out and he's putting a short fine leg. Exactly where that sweep shot went. So there was, Tariq only has that 1 man out who's a deep square leg. So again, very attacking the field, despite the fact that we're in the 19th over. And Kurt Murray again looking to sweep. On that occasion, may not necessarily have been the best shot to be playing. But again, I like his intent. He's been positive. And fortune favors the brave, like they say. So
yes, but there's definitely a difference in the way that Edward is operating in this over. You can see that he's really been firing those deliveries in. But on this last delivery, showing some variation, just slowing this one up, looking to bowl the off spinner and just rip it.
Yeah, Murray just pushing that one off the back foot for the backward point area, and he now moves on to 19. So far he's shown that he can play off the back foot and on the front foot. Tariq straighter flicked away by Jeremiah down to the man at deep backward square. They've gone for 1, they're thinking of the second, they're coming back for the second. Excellent running by Jeremiah and Murray. Very good running there, another 2 to the total.
Tariq guilty of overpitching on this occasion, and this one clipped neatly off the toes. And there was some good timing on this one, right? So Jeremiah facing his 46 deliveries, he's on 25 right now. He's really coming into his own.
Yeah, and Tariq, again, very full, generous flight. Jeremiah looking to force that one through the covers. Doesn't get too much of it, so a dot ball to end the over. Tariq Edward, who's now bowled 2 overs for 11. So based on what we've seen so far, Jamal, the 2 St. Lucian spinners have bowled 4 overs and they've conceded 25. So not continuing the great work that the fast bowlers did earlier. Do you think it's a case of the wicket is not assisting them as much, or the Grenadian batsmen have just been a lot more positive against the spinners than the pacers?
I think it's definitely a case where it's all about the Grenadian batting. This has been a wonderful approach to the spinners. They've not been allowed to settle like when they had the opportunity to go against the Dominican batters. Whenever they've been shot, they've been punished. When they've overpitched, they've been driven. Right, we see again.
Royce Paul bowling that one short, guilty of bowling to short, but again Kurt Murray just cuts that one down to the man at the sweeper, yeah, on the offside, and they've gone for another single. But the St. Lucian spinners so far, I think they've been guilty of maybe bowling too short, too full. I don't think any of the spinners have actually found a good length as yet.
Yes, and it's a case where they're not being allowed to. They got a nice opportunity to settle in against a very defensive play from the Dominican batters yesterday. But after the break, the Grenadians really coming out with that positivity. But we see in the last two deliveries, Royce Paul really finding a good area on the pitch to the left-handed batter.
Yeah, he's found a good length in that over. I would say line as well, other than the first delivery, but I'm not seeing any turns so far. If anything, the off spinner so far is actually getting the ball to go on with the angle. I've not seen any turn, and just as I say that, that one looked like it came back into the left-hander as well. So much better over in terms of line and length from Royce Paul. It was a foolish delivery, good drive, very good shot by Jeremiah. And that's going to be picked up by Daniel, who's at long on, and they now come across for a single. So the score now 74-2. We've come to the end of the third over by Royce Paul, who's considered the 16 runs so far without taking a wicket. The Grenadians, ever since the drinks break, have been very positive in their stroke play. They've now moved on to 75-2. So very positive batting, and a nice partnership forming here between Kurt Murray and Gerald Jeremiah.
That's right. If I can recall correctly, after 10 overs, the Grenadians were a mere 28 runs. But a further 10 overs on, and they're now at 75.
Yeah, they've been very positive in the last few overs. A very good shot there again from Jeremiah. Very gorgeous looking drive, and that's gone through the offside for 4. Tariq Edward guilty of overpitching, but a very attractive looking shot there from Gerald Jeremiah, who's now seems to have found form, as they would say. Very attractive looking shot. He's now moved on to 30 with that gorgeous drive.
Looking quite elegant on this occasion, Jeremiah. Edward guilty of overpitching, and this one really caressed through the offside here with some excellent timing.
Similar length, but a lot straighter on that occasion. And Jeremiah was just able to just push it back up to Edward, who's now making a change in the field. So he's now taking his mid off, and it's now a long off. So he now has the long off out. Good delivery, very close to the off stump. Would you call that a good leave?
He lives to fight again another day, and that's the most important thing here for the Grenadians. But albeit that Edward has not gotten it right thus far, he still has the quality to make things happen for his team. As we see, he serves up another full toss, but the pace on this one doesn't allow for Jeremiah to make good contact.
Yeah, Jeremiah would be disappointed that he did not put that full toss away, but this one he forces off the back foot. They've gone through for 1, they're coming back for the second, and it's excellent running again. Very, very good running from the Grenadian pair, and as a matter of fact, they're coming back for the third. Very poor cricket from the St. Lucians out there. Keeper Noah Leo actually taking the Bills down, but actually releasing the ball on that occasion allows them to come back for the third. So very good running, very positive running, and the St. Lucians will be very worried about this partnership.
Additionally, Captain Tariq would be very concerned with the effort being displayed by his troops. A very casual attempt on the boundary here by Daniel again, and keeper Noel not really picking up this one cleanly, and there was no fielder really backing up in a good position there, allowing the batsman to go through for a third. So Jeremiah putting the pressure on the fielders with his stroke play and with his aggressive running between the wickets, and Captain Tariq not happy with the effort from his troops.
Yeah, I think the St. Lucians have lost some of the energy they had earlier in the game. I think this partnership, now 44, seems to put in some pressure back on the St. Lucian fielders and bowlers. And Tariq Edward comes to the end of his third over. He's now considered the 18 of the 3 overs that he's bowled so far. The Grenadians at the end of the 21st over are 82 for 2. This partnership has now moved on to 44 in quick time.
And Dwight, this is why we truly love this beautiful game. And based on the proceedings today, we understand why it is called the game of glorious uncertainties and shifting fortunes. Because in yesterday's encounter, the Pacers really were all over the place at the start. They struggled for consistency, but today they rectified those issues, and after 10 overs, keeping Grenada to just 28 runs. And the spinners really had the best time of it yesterday. Tariq Edward and Royce Paul, keeping things down to economy rates below 2. But the start today, they would definitely not be pleased. The Grenadian batting has truly been on top of them. As we see another easy single here being acquired by Jeremiah, just pushing this one down the ground. Do you agree with this field setting, Dwight?
I think Jeremiah has done the hard work in terms of the field placing. I think Tariq Edward needs to maybe back Royce Paul a bit more and be a bit more aggressive. I know the Grenadian, that partnership has now moved on to 45. They've been very positive. But I think it has more to do with the lengths that we've bowled. The St. Lucians have bowled so far in terms of being too full or too short. The spinners have not been consistent in the lengths that they've bowled so far. Again, on that occasion, as you can see, Royce Paul maybe guilty of bowling a bit too full. Easy single down to long off. These singles are coming a bit too easy for the Grenadians. So I'd love to see them put a bit more pressure on the Grenadian batsmen. Pretty spread field. We've just got a sweeper on the offside. Long off, long on, and I'm on a deep backward square. These are the 4 fielders out on the boundary. Still has the first slip, so Tariq Edward is still hoping that his bowler can maybe get him a wicket. So he still has that first slip in, and he's got 2 players behind point on the offside for the off spinner. And a very good shot by Jeremiah, just pushes that one to the sweeper. And he gets another single, now moves on to 35 of the 60 deliveries, so his strike rate has improved significantly since the introduction of the 2 spinners.
Yes, Dwight. Jeremiah is doing exceptionally well for his team, but we have not really seen him take the aerial route, and this is why I question the need for the long on and the long off to him. He has really played each ball on his merit and has struck the ball all along the ground all day.
Yes, I think the singles are coming a bit too easy for the Grenadian batsmen because they're turning the strike over without taking any risk. And as we see that Royce Paul gets the outside edge, but just wide of the man at first slip. Do you think it's time for change? Maybe one of the pace bowlers, because the spinners so far, between them, they've bowled the 7 overs and considered the 38 runs.
Yes, right. But yesterday, we saw how effective leg spin bowling was, especially for the Dominican team, with Jelani Joseph picking up 3 St. Lucian wickets and really causing some concern. And with that being said, we see that Captain Tariq Edward has introduced his leg spinner into proceedings today. This is Leo Alexander, who would have been a recent part of the Windward Islands under 15 team, where I believe he was in the top 5 wicket takers for the tournament.
Right on cue there, Jamal. You almost called for Leon Alexander, and Tariq Edward brings him in from the pavilion end. So Tariq Edward bowled 3 overs, none for 18. He's now introduced his leg spinner, who will favor bowling to the right-handers. As they say, the matchup favors the leg spinner on that occasion. And very good delivery, excellent start from the leg spinner. He seems to be bowling quite quick through the air, but a very good start from the leg spinner, just what the St. Lucians would have needed.
Immediately we see some energy from the St. Lucian fielders after seeing that good delivery. But he serves up a full toss on this occasion, driven down the ground quite competently by the batsman Murray.
Yeah, just over pitching. Only his second delivery, so maybe he's not gotten his line and length as yet. He's now going to be bowling to the left-hander Gerald Jeremiah with a man at the long off, long on, and deep backward square. This time that one just goes across, looked like maybe the googly, now and just slid across the left-hander who decides to let it go by. There's a bit more energy on the field right now. The introduction of Leon Alexander has prompted some energy from the St. Lucian fielders, so they'll be really hoping that he breaks that partnership, who's actually now up to 50. Good delivery, but very good, well played by Jeremiah. Drives that down to the long off, and they've gone for another single. The partnership has actually gone now to 51, so very good partnership, just what the doctor ordered when Captain Dione Joseph was out.
Yes, partnership really being stitched and held together by the classy batting of Jeremiah and Kurt Murray, who's showing some aggressive intent. And speaking of that, he just comes back and punches this delivery here through the covers. A short delivery from the leg spinner here, competently played, boundary to Kurt Murray.
Yeah, Kurt Murray has been very, very positive in his stroke play. Leon Alexander guilty of dropping that one short, way too short, and Kurt Murray spunked that over the man at cover. So again, very positive, good intent shown, but the St. Lucian bowlers need to be able to pull things back. This time Kurt Murray pulls him down to the man at deep mid-wicket, and they've gone through for a single. So far it's been what I would say a bit of a mixed bag from Leon Alexander. He bowled a very good first delivery, but since then he's been a bit too full, a bit too short. And his first over, he's come to an end of his first over. But Kurt Murray has been very positive, has now moved on to 23. Looks like a really, really good player.
Yes, Dwight, and we remember that leg spin bowling is one of the more difficult arts in this fine game. We've had the great spinner Shane Warne from Australia. We've had a few leg spinners who've emerged from the West Indies, but none of them really able to hold a place in the team for a very long time, barring possibly Devendra Bishu. So we don't really see leg spinners featuring too much at the higher level for West Indies, such as the difficult art that is leg spin.
Yeah, if you ask any cricketer, they would probably tell you bowling leg spin is probably one of the most difficult arts there is in cricket. And just like we discussed, I think the previous over, there has been a change at the media center, and Tariq Edward has gone back to Sky Laffey, his medium pacer. So realizing that it was a bit too easy playing the spin, he's gone back to his medium pacers who bowled very well this morning. But Laffey guilty of first delivery, just bowling wide, that one very short, very wide outside the off stump. The umpire calls a wide. I think in his previous spell, he was actually guilty as well of maybe bowling a couple extras too many. And he started pretty similarly, but I'm sure Tariq Edward brought him back to take a wicket, so he's going to be hoping that his fast bowler takes him a wicket, because St. Lucia really needs to break this partnership if they want to get themselves back into this game. So far the partnership is up to 55 between Kurt Murray and Gerald Jeremiah.
Yes, and Sky Laffey, remember he would have picked up the final wicket for Dominica in that previous game, picked up a wicket this morning, has been guilty of gifting away runs via the route of extras. But when you look at his figures, he has bowled 3.1 overs for 15. So barring the extras, when he has gotten it right, he has really hindered the scoring rate.
Good delivery there from Laffey. That one actually jagged back slightly into Murray, who played quite comfortably. So far, I've been very impressed with the way Kurt Murray has gone about his approach. His running between the wickets, his stroke play, his decision making, he's looked really, really good in terms of the way that he's gone about that. And I'm sure the Grenadians will be hoping that long may this continue. The St. Lucians, on the other hand, will really be hoping that they get a wicket. The score now has moved on to 94 for 2. So very good start by the Grenadians. And here's an opportunity chance to just drop shots of the mid-off fielder. Kurt Murray looking to maybe drive that one over mid-off. That one just fell short of the mid-off fielder. So Sky Laffey inducing a false shot from Kurt Murray there.
Yes, Laffey does have a wicket-taking ability, and like we've discussed, once he's gotten it right, he has looked threatening.
Good delivery, but very attractive looking shot there from Murray, but straight to Tariq Edward and a very shortish cover. And another dot ball. Sky Laffey currently into his first over of this new spell.
Yes, Kurt Murray looking quite elegant there on the front foot. Just leaning nicely into this one, bending that front leg into the ball. Textbook.
Murray not ready on this occasion. Decides to pull away. In terms of field placing, there's a deep fine leg, there's a deep square leg, there's a man at third man, and a man sweeping on the offside. These are the 4 fielders on the boundary. Everyone else is in. But Sky Laffey just on the leg side, and Kurt Murray just flicks that down to the fine leg for 4. Very good shot from the youngster. Sky Laffey guilty of bowling 2 straight on that occasion, but very well played. Found the gap. There's 2 men out there, deep backward square and a fine leg, and he found that gap to perfection.
Just look at the timing on that one, Dwight. This one racing down to the fielder. The fielder really had no chance. So he picked the gap. Laffey, as you said, guilty of bowling 2 straight on the pads. But to execute a shot like that, Dwight, you would need some good balance and good head position. And that definitely is what Kurt Murray has.
Definitely, and again, very straight from Sky Laffey. Kurt Murray just pushes it into the onside, and there's no run. So we've come to the end of the 24th over. The Grenadians are now 98 for 2, with Gerald Jeremiah on 36 of the 62 deliveries. We now have Kurt Murray, who's 32 of only the 33 deliveries. So he's been very positive since he's been out there, and he's increased the scoring rate, and it's now a drinks break. So in terms of the last, maybe since the previous drinks break, I think the Grenadians have had the better of the last hour.
The Grenadians definitely on top of the St. Lucian bowling at the moment. Skipper Tariq Edward turned to Sky Laffey to just arrest the initiative once more, but the quality of batsmanship being shown by the Grenadians, he was not able to do well for his skipper in that last over. They've been really negotiating the spinners well, put the St. Lucian think tank under significant pressure now.
Yeah, after the previous drink break, the Grenadians came out positive, showing intent, and they had the better of the last hour. So maybe it's now time for the St. Lucian management to maybe come up with some plans on how they're going to pull, maybe get a wicket or 2 to try and restrict the Grenadians. In terms of the bowling figures we had so far from the St. Lucians, Kevin Gassi bowled the 4 overs, 1 for 12. Shawneel Edward, 4 overs, 1 maiden, conceding the 14 runs. Bolton Sayers, 4 overs, 2 maidens, conceding only the 6 runs. So very economical spell from Sayers. Sky Laffey, who's bowled the 4 overs, taking the 1 wicket for 19. Royce Paul has bowled 4 overs, conceded 20 runs. wicketless. Tariq Edward, Captain Tariq Edward, 3 overs considered the 18 runs, again wicketless. And Leon Alexander, who's bowled a 1 over, going for 7. In terms of the Grenadian batting, currently they're on 98 for 2. The 2 wickets lost, that's Justin John without scoring of the first delivery, bowled Kevin Gassi. Devonny Joseph was caught Tariq Edward, bowled Sky Laffey for 20. And the not out batsman once again, Gerald Jeremiah, who's on 36, and Kurt Murray on 32. Grenada have last hour has been very positive. They got off to a really slow start. I think at the end of the 10th over they were maybe 28 for 1, but since then they've been very positive. They've increased the run rate, and the St. Lucian now has something to think about. The St. Lucian team now has something to think about. You could see them in a dugout maybe strategizing as to what they want to do after the break. But are you surprised that the pace bowler that they used was Sky Laffey and maybe not Kevin Gassi or even Shawnil Edward?
I was definitely surprised by that move. But we remember that Sky Laffey, he had provided the captain with a wicket. He was bowling to his field when he bowled to the left-handed batters. And I guess that with Jeremiah showing some good form, showing some class, that he would have backed Laffey to have gotten rid of Jeremiah. But with that being said, I actually felt that the time was right to have reintroduced Shawnil Edward.
In terms of the pacers so far, St. Lucian have used, I think Kevin Gassi and Shawnil Edward were very impressive in terms of the line, the lengths that they were able to bowl in earlier on. So again, I'm a bit surprised that the pacer that he went to was Sky Laffey, but clearly Tariq Edward believes in every single one of his bowlers. It's going to be interesting to see if he continues with Leon Alexander, who considered the 7 runs of his first over, who bowled a couple of full tosses and a few short deliveries, which allowed the Grenadians to get away. So it's going to be interesting to see how Tariq Edward uses his bowlers for the remainder of this inning.
Yes, Dwight, make no mistake, the St. Lucian bowlers definitely possess the quality. They all do. Sky Laffey showing wicket-taking potential from the last game and from this one. It's just that the time was right to have brought on your strike bowlers now, with Kevin Gassi and Shawnil Edward playing that role. After the break, I'm hoping that they would be given that opportunity. But nonetheless, he needs to show some faith and confidence in all the bowlers, and we see that Leo Alexander being given another opportunity. I'm just hoping that he is better supported with a better field.
Yeah, being a leg spinner, especially having in his second over, Captain Tariq Edward would really have to support him in terms of the field placings, because again, leg spin is probably one of the most difficult arts there is in cricket, and he's going to be bowling to the left-hander Jeremiah. And again, if we keep hearing about matchups, if we're talking about matchup, that matchup in terms of the left-hander might actually favor Jeremiah facing the leg spinner. And good delivery, full delivery on the leg stump. Jeremiah tries to push it down to long on for a single, but there's no run.
Good fielding there by the fielder at short mid-wicket. But the leg spinner, after bowling a decent delivery, he follows it up with a full toss.
I think last over he was guilty of maybe bowling 1 or 2, and he's also bowled another one in that over. I think the St. Lucian team will be hoping that Alexander gets his line and length, because when he's actually pitched it, he's shown the tendency to be able to spin the delivery. Again, very good delivery. That's more of what they would require at this time. He got Kurt Murray on the front foot on that occasion, and he just pushed it back to him. So much better delivery. They'll be hoping that they could get maybe the remainder of the over in a pretty similar position. This time, Murray goes for the sweep, and they've gone for a quick single. There's a chance here, but not out. Very good running again, very positive running. Kurt Murray seems to favor the sweep shot.
Yes, and this one on that occasion looked like it was a bit risky, taking this one off the line of middle and off stump, and that one had a bit of turn away from the bat. But this is the point of the sweep shot. It really negates the spinners.
Yeah, and with that single, the Grenadians has now gone to 100. So they're 100 for 2 in the 25th over. And the partnership, as a matter of fact, has now moved on to 63. So these two have put on 63, and they've taken the Grenadians now 101 for 2 in the 25th over. Just what I think when they lost the captain, Devonnie Joseph, that's exactly what the Grenadians would have been hoping for. Alexander looks like it was the googly. Good delivery outside the off stump, but left by Kurt Murray, and he's come to the end of his second over. So far he's bowled 2 overs considering the 10 runs, so much better over from him. His first over went for 7, so much better comeback.
Yes, very good bowling there by Alexander. He looks to be the type of bowler that the more he bowls, the better that he gets. So St. Lucia would be hoping for an improved performance from him as he continues this spell. But they're going to be continuing with Sky Lafay, who has taken a wicket thus far in his 4 overs. He has gone for 19 runs.
Yeah, it's going to be Sky Lafay to continue from the media center end. He's going to be bowling to Gerald Jeremiah, who's now moved on to 38. Sky Lafay pushes that one across Jeremiah, who tries to force it off the back foot, doesn't make contact. That's pretty much what Lafay did in his first spell. Just gets the ball to just go across the left-handers.
Yes, and that provides indication as to why he was chosen by the skipper to be the one to have come on at this point in time. He did pose some challenging questions to the left-handers, inclusive of Jeremiah when he started that spell.
Good delivery. Very good shot. Parried at cover. They've gone for a single. Good fielding there by Can Elcock is at the short cover. Very good fielding. Might have saved 3 runs for his team.
Yes, but make no mistake about it, Jeremiah looking $1 million there at the moment. This one really came off the middle of the bat, made a delightful sound if you're a batsman.
Yeah, he's been there from the start, and he's starting to look a lot more positive and very elegant left-hander. Sky, good delivery, and that's in the air. It's not gonna carry to Kevin Gassi, who's the sweeper on the offside. But again, I think another false shot from Kurt Murray. He produced one in the previous over of Sky Lafay, and he's done it again. So Sky Lafay seems to be inducing a couple of false shots from Murray. I don't know if it's a lack of pace or maybe it's a slower delivery, but he looked like he was through that shot a lot sooner than he would have wanted.
Definitely the slower delivery there from Sky Lafay. We saw that he would have bowled a few of them yesterday and deceiving Murray on that occasion. And who knows, possibly a much more alert fielder on the boundary there that could have resulted in a wicket for Sky Lafay and for Team St. Lucia. But Sky Lafay on this occasion is pushing this one too far across the left hand and signaled wide by the umpire.
Yeah, his plan against the left-hander seems to be just push it across, but on that occasion he was just too wide. Way too wide. I think this is the 6th wide that he's bowled so far. So he needs to improve on that. Again, wide outside the off stump. This time the umpire does not call it a wide, so it's a dot ball. But you could clearly see what he's looking to do. He's just looking to push it across the left-hander, Gerald Jeremiah. And if I recall correctly, that's how he got Devonnie Joseph out looking to drive. A delivery, he just pushed the wide outside the off stump, and Devonnie Joseph drove it straight to Tariq Edward. So, and it was off Sky Lafay, so that's exactly maybe what he's looking to do. He's looking to replicate that sort of dismissal.
Yes, but Jeremiah looks to be a much more patient batter. And just as I said, he's flashing wildly outside the line of the off stump. but he looks to be a much more patient batter. He hasn't really, when the ball has been pitched up to him, gone with the violent stroke outside the off stump. He's looked for more timing as opposed to power. But the skill of Laffey is definitely on show. He still finds ways to induce false strokes.
Yeah, so far he's bowling a really good over. And as I say that, he bowls one full on the leg side, and that's flicked away down to the one at deep backward square. They've gone through for 2. So the score moves on by 2. Sky Laffey just a bit too full on the leg stump, and very well played again by Gerald Jeremiah, who now moves on to 41. So he's 9 away from what would be a well-deserved and a well-played half century. The score now is 106 for 2 at the end of the 26th over. Sky Laffey has now completed his 5th over, and he has 1 for 24.
Yeah, so albeit Sky Laffey is still presenting gifts in terms of extras to the Grenadian batting lineup, he has still posed some challenging questions to them. He has bowled in good areas, and every over thus far he has induced false strokes. As we see Leo Alexander continuing in the bowling.
The leg spin of Leo Alexander.
Good areas from Leo Alexander, teasing and tempting there.
After his first over, he bowled a very good second over, and he started his third over really well. Good areas. He'll be hoping to at least land at least 5 or 6 of those deliveries in a similar area. So as I said, that he bowls a full toss, and Murray just drives that down to long off for another single. I think what the St. Lucians would want is another wicket to break that partnership of 69. But I think if they're not able to get the wicket, they would really be hoping to put a stranglehold on the Grenadian batsman, which would then induce some false strokes. But good delivery from Alexander. Batsman beating all ends up.
Yes, we've seen Leo showing us the leg spinner, and on this occasion he's showing us the slider. We did see a googly from him in the previous over. So this youngster definitely has the bag of tricks needed for success at this level.
Again, very good delivery, but very positive running from the Grenadians. Positive running. That one was just played out into the offside, and very good communication. They both decided to go on. It was a comfortable single in the end. But Leo Alexander bowling a much better line and length so far in this over than he did in his first one. Again, good delivery, forced off the back foot. Very good looking shot there from Murray. So only going to be a single on. That's another poor fielding.
Right. Goodness gracious. A poor effort there by the fielder, sweeping on the boundary there. The ball went straight to him, and in going down, he took his eyes off the ball. This one going through the legs, almost resulting in the boundary, and awarding Kurt Murray 2 runs for some excellent back foot play.
Yeah, I think the guilty fielder on that occasion was Sean Hill Edward. Leo full driven. I think the general fielding of the St. Lucian team has been below par. I could recall a number of occasions where fielders have allowed balls to go through them and have actually considered boundaries. So that's an area that St. Lucian needs to improve on. The fielding has been below par today.
Again, Dwight, in this beautiful game, they are shifting fortunes, because yesterday the St. Lucians were very sharp in the field. We saw that with the St. Lucian women as well. Very sharp, very intense, but there was one particular game where the standard had dropped. But certainly this partnership taking a toll on the St. Lucian fielders, and fielders who are generally very sharp have really dropped the ball.
And Sky Laffey continues. St. Lucia will need to improve the all-round game for the remainder of this bowling inning.
Sky Laffey going past the bat once more of the left-handed batsman.
Yeah, Sky has beaten the bat on numerous occasions, especially against the left-hander, because like I said in the previous over, he's getting it to just angle across. Maybe Captain Tariq Edward maybe needs to put in a slip, because you really do need a wicket to get back into this game, and Sky Laffey looks like he may be able to get the edge. Good delivery, but very good shot. Very good shot from Gerald Jeremiah, and that goes over the boundary for 4. That's a fantastic looking cover drive. One of the shots of the day so far.
Yes. Elegance and class on display here by Jeremiah. Very impressive. Admirable batting. Really bided his time in the initial portion of the innings, but now has really improved that strike rate and capitalizing on some very loose deliveries from the St. Lucian bowling. An exquisite drive here through the offside, bisecting that gap. He moves on to 46 from 74 deliveries, as he's tucked up on this occasion by Sky Laffey, who has adjusted his line, bowling a bit straighter to the elegant left-hander.
Yeah, Jeremiah did all the hard work in the first 10, first 15 overs, really took his time, and now he's set. He seems to be playing all the strokes in the book. That's what hard work. He put in the hard work earlier, and now he's reaping the rewards. Again, Sky. Jeremiah looking to go for another big booming drive. That one looked maybe just held up in the surface slightly. It was through the shot a bit earlier than what he would have liked.
Again, they were seeing the benefit of the early investment of just spending some time at the wicket. He was beaten by the lack of pace on that delivery, but we could still see him holding back on that shot. Had he not made that initial investment, he may have gone through that stroke and may have found himself caught.
Oh. Again, going for that big booming drive outside the off stump. Sky Laffey beating the bat again. He's beaten Jeremiah's bat on numerous occasions. But Jeremiah is still there, and that's what important, at least from the Grenadian standpoint. They'll be hoping that he continues. He's now moved on to 46, and he's only 4 from what would be a very, very good half century. He and Kurt Murray, they've put on 76 so far for the third wicket. The score is now 114 for 2. So good recovery from the Grenadians from where they were this morning. Very good delivery, and there might be a chance for a run out. And is he out? There's a big appeal, and the umpire has given him out. So Kane Elcock has run out Kurt Murray. We've been commending them for very good communication, very good running, but on that occasion, absolutely poor communication, and Kurt Murray has to go. Just what St. Lucia needed.
A disappointing end to an excellent partnership here between Jeremiah and Murray. And I just feel that Murray was basically sold down the river. It was the call of his partner, Jeremiah, and he responded. They were both looking at each other, and Murray just did not have the chance, didn't have the time to get back. But what was impressive there was Kane Elcock opting not to peg down the stump, deciding that he had enough time to just run all the way to the stump and just take off the bails. And umpire Cuthbert just raising the finger here. A really disappointing end to what was an excellent innings by Kurt Murray.
Yeah, he batted really well. When he entered the wicket, that's when I think things changed. There was a bit more positivity in terms of running and stroke play, and he got to 37 of the 40 deliveries, so he was very positive. He hit 5 fours. It's an unfortunate way to go. I'm sure he's going to be very disappointed, as well as the Grenadians, because they will form the formidable partnership. But that's definitely what St. Lucia would have wanted. Very good fielding by Kane Elcock. Again, showing composure, not pegging down the stumps, but knowing he had more than enough time to run up the wicket and dislodge the bails. But not what Grenada wanted. Very poor communication. They'll be hoping for another partnership, but St. Lucia will be hoping that this fall of this wicket would open at least one end, like they say in cricket. And the score is now 114 for 3 in 28 overs, and we can have Alexander, the leg spinner, who's going to continue. And the new batsman is Kirsten Marie.
Yes, Dwight, Grenada opting to send out another left-hander.
Yeah, this Grenadian batting lineup is packed with left-handers. I think so far we've only seen the one right-hander, which was Kurt Marie, but short and cut away by the new batsman down to the that's backward point, and they've gone for 2. So he gets off the mark, first delivery. I think that's the twin brother of Kurt Marie. So Kurt Marie has been replaced by his twin brother, Kirsten Marie, who was again very positive first delivery, cutting that through backward point for 2. So it's clear indication that the Grenadians are continuing to be positive in terms of their stroke play. Again, very good looking shot off the back foot. This time not finding the gap, but very good looking shot from Kirsten Marie.
Yes, Dwight, and if he's anything like his twin brother, it means that he would be putting the St. Lucian bowling under significant pressure, because that is exactly what his twin brother did. He was excellent off the front foot and excellent off the back foot as well.
Yeah, the Grenadians have looked very good in terms of playing the spinners. They've been able to get forward when needed, go back when required. And again, this time now one is full. That's driven through the cover area, and that's gone for 4. Again, very good looking shot. Like I was saying, when it's been tossed up, they've been able to get on the front foot. When it's been shot, they've been able to get on the back foot. So very good looking shot there from Murray. He now moves on to 6, and the score now moves on to 120. Very good looking shot there, James.
I've said it before, though, I call me biased, but there's something about the left-hander driving for the covers that just gets me going. An excellent shot there, excellent timing on this one here, getting that gap. Leo Alexander needs to readjust his length to this gentleman.
Yeah, and after that boundary, Captain Tariq Edwards has now taken the man from mid-off to now long off, so being a bit more defensive. Good delivery.
Gracious. This is beautiful bowling here by Leo Alexander. So he does have the quality, Dwight. It's just that the consistency is the issue at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen it. Anytime he's gotten his line and length correct, he's been a handful. It's just a matter of being able to being consistent in terms of delivery. He's not been as consistent as he wants to be. And again, that shot, Murray pulls that down to long on, and they've gone through for another single.
Yes, I really like the look of the left-handed Murray. He looks ready and willing to take every scoring opportunity available. I actually felt that with the entrance of the left-hander that Captain Tariq would have reintroduced either himself or the off-spinner Royce Paul, but on that occasion often to keep his leg spinner going to the 2 left-handers.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Considering there is 2 left-handed batsmen in the wicket, I think the off-spinner would maybe be a better option. Taking the ball away from those left-handers would make it a bit more difficult in terms of scoring. But it looks like there's going to be a change of bowling from the media center end. He's brought back his opening bowler in Sean Neil Edward, who in his first spell bowled the 4 overs, 1 maiden, considered 14 runs. He's not taken a wicket as yet. Did bowl very well earlier. Did get some very good carry to the wicket keeper. He was able to get the ball out to just shape away from the left-handers as well. So very good first spell, but Edward will be hoping that he actually gets a wicket. And starts off with what do you call a loosener? Wide delivery down the leg side. That's a loosener.
Yes, he really did. He really did look excellent in his first spell, getting that ball to shape away from the left-handed batters. But on a point of note, when he got the old ball yesterday, he was able to pick 2 quick wickets. So St. Lucia would be hoping that he can have a repeat of that excellent performance yesterday.
And that shot, that's in the air. Leo is getting underneath it, and he takes it. So right on cue, James, Sean Edward been brought back to take a wicket, and he's done just that with the older ball. Shot delivery, Murray looking to pull over deep mid wicket, only getting a top edge, and very good catch there by Noel Leo.
Yes, we've seen it in the 2 days thus far that this youngster, Sean Edward, does have the wicket-taking ability. This short ball here was way outside the line of the off stump, and the batter opting to play the pull shot against the breeze at the Darren Sammy cricket ground here, and this led to his undoing. This one went straight up, and a very good catch. This ball was soaring in the air, and Noel Leo was actually soaring underneath it as well, and a good take in the end.
Yeah, very good catch by Noel Leo. And we have Kirsten Murray was the batsman out. He went for 7. Caught Noel Leo, bowled Sean Edward on his return for his second spell. Takes his first wicket. And Grenada have now lost their 4th wicket. They're 122 for 4. Gerald Jeremiah, who's been in from the start, is still there. He's seen it all. He's on the 46 of the 79 deliveries. And he'll be hoping that the incoming batsman, Kellis Andrew, will be able to form a partnership. Because after a very good partnership of 70-odd between Kurt Murray and Gerald Jeremiah, they've lost 2 wickets in quick time. And the St. Lucians will be very happy that they've not only broken the partnership, but they've actually taken 2 wickets in quick time, putting pressure back on the Grenadians after the Grenadians threatened to run away with a big score.
Yes, Dwight, and in this beautiful game there are many popular sayings. The Grenadian team was going well, and one of those popular sayings is that just add 2 wickets to the score, and then that will determine whether or not you have a good score. And this is what St. Lucia have done. They were gifted 1 wicket via the run-out route, and I would still say they were gifted a second one because the batter had no business really trying to pull this one. The uppercut or the cut shot was a much better option.
Yeah, given the line of that shot delivery from Sean Edward, maybe Murray would have been better off maybe looking to go over the offside instead of the onside. And with the strong breeze at the Darren Sammy, playing percentages that maybe was not necessarily the best option. But again, Sean Edward continues. Very good carry there to Noel Leo. Good delivery outside the off stump. Another left-hander, Kellis Andrew, has come to the wicket. So this is, I think this is the 6th batsman, and we've had 5 left-handers. So the Grenadian team full of left-handed batsmen. But Sean Hill bowling very well. He's 5th over. He's taking a wicket, and he's going to be running into Andrew. Again, that one shot outside the off stump. There might be a clear plan to bowl a few short deliveries with the fine leg and a man out at deep square leg. And so far, Sean Hill has bowled maybe 2 or 3 short balls in that over.
Yes, but he has yet to really line it up in that effective area, which is at the batsman's shoulder or the neck or the region of the ear or just the badge of the helmet. He's been really wide outside the off stump. On that occasion, there a good push into the offside for the single.
Yeah, Andrew getting off the mark with a good, like you said, good push down to the sweeper, Skylar. And he now takes the score to 120. Jeremiah, like I said earlier, has been there from the start. He's seen it all. He's seen his partners come and go, and he's still there. He's batted very well. He's been very positive in the last maybe hour or so. But good delivery from Sean Hill that looked to have kept slightly low. Definitely did not have the carry that he had previously. That one kept slightly low, but very well watched by Jeremiah, just pushing that into the offside. And we've come to the end of Sean Edward. He's 5th over. He has 1 for 16, so very good comeback just what the captain would have wanted. He gave Sean Hill the ball, Sean Hill Edward the ball, go ahead, get me a wicket, and he was able to do so.
And you would remember that when we saw the reintroduction of Sky Laffey, one of the first things that we discussed was that we felt that he should have gone to Sean Hill Edward, his opening bowler, his strike bowler, to have prized out the wicket. And Sean Hill there in his fifth over making an immediate impact, and the batter Murray was really looking dangerous. He came out with that positive intent, but it just appeared, Dwight, that there's a time when positivity can be mistaken for recklessness, and playing that shot way outside the off-stump, trying to pull this one, you could consider that a bit reckless.
Yeah, considering the fact that he just lost his twin brother maybe a few deliveries earlier, he should have maybe shown a bit more responsibility. But again, he came out with the intent to be positive. Maybe on that occasion, like you say, maybe a bit too reckless. Maybe not going for the right option. But we have a change of bowling from the pavilion end. It's Kevin Garcia, and that's flicked into the onside. There's an opportunity for a catch. And no, has that gone for 6? And Jeremiah, it's Andrew. He's flicked that into the onside, and the umpires are trying to decide whether it's a 6 or a 4. It's a 4. So with that being a 4, I would think that's a missed opportunity there by Sky Laffey. Very good shot from Andrew, but he did not find the placement. But it looked like Sky Laffey on the deep mid-wicket boundary completely misjudged that.
And that breeze that we've been speaking about for the past week, really having a say here. This one was basically mistimed, but he got the elevation there, and this one almost carrying all the way for 6, but the fielder Sky Laffey could have made a much better attempt at that one. So Gassi could have been brought on and could have had an immediate impact on the game, as we see this one being tucked off the hip there by Andrew for another single.
I must commend Tariq Edward on his captaincy in terms of bringing back his 2 strike bowlers right now. I think he senses there's an opportunity for maybe St. Lucia to maybe bowl out Grenada as quickly as possible, maybe get a wicket or 2, and that's what he's looking to do by bringing back his 2 strike bowlers. Again, now is an opportunity there. Sky Laffey missed out, so it almost worked perfectly. But St. Lucia sends an opportunity here to get a couple of quick wickets, and that's what they're trying to do. But generally, I think the fielding have let St. Lucia down. They've given numerous runs in terms of misfields, and I think there's been 2 missed opportunities so far. So they're making things a bit harder. The bowlers have toiled really well, but they need the fielders to back them up.
Yes, all the fast bowlers need to be singled out. They've done exceptionally well today. But the fielding, now they had set a pretty high bar in the previous game. On this occasion, we see some aggressive running by the Grenadians looking for 2. And the keeper is not taking this one cleanly. The keeper Noel Leo there, as the previous commentator mentioned yesterday, he's not keeping with the pads on, Dwight.
Nope.
And therefore possibly a bit overcautious that this one might actually hit his leg, not getting his body behind the ball.
I'm a bit surprised at this level you have the option of not utilizing your keeping pads. But like you said, maybe if he did have the keeping pads on, he would have the opportunity to maybe use his feet. But Noel Leo needs to improve on that, need to sharpen up, because again, St. Lucia guilty of giving an extra run away. That one is tucked away on the leg side. They've gone for 1. They're thinking of the second. They're coming back for the second. Excellent running there by the pair, Andrew and Jeremiah. Fantastic running. And that means Gerald Jeremiah has now moved on to 50. Very good half century from the opening batsman. He's gone to 50 of the 83 balls, and he's hit 5 fours so far. Fantastic inning, just what Grenada needed at the time.
He's really been the glue that has kept things together for Grenada. For Grenada, an excellent batsman in young Jeremiah. And just as we say that there, we see that Kevin Garcia, the opening bowler for St. Lucia, beating the bat on that occasion, but keeper not really collecting cleanly. But even in that last giveaway of runs, had the feel that fine leg, Shawnee Edward, been backing up the keeper, Dwight, there would have been no opportunity for a third.
Yeah, the St. Lucian's guilty again of maybe not being as lively as they should be on the field. The first coming in from the offside, you're on the boundary, you know you got to come in a few paces to try and back up, but they were not able to do so. But Kevin Gassi bowled a good over. Again, he created that opportunity that was not taken by Sky Laffey. But the Grenadians continue to push on. They're 132 now for the loss of 4 wickets in the 31st over. So we have 19 overs left. I'm sure they're going to be maximizing those 19 overs, trying to get as many as they can. And Gerald Jeremiah, again, he went to 50 in the last over. Very good inning from the young man. He's gone to 50 of the 84 deliveries. And he's partnered by Kellis Andrew, who's 6 of 6, who's been very positive. And they're going to be looking to push on the last 19 overs with 6 wickets left. I think the Grenadians will be hoping maybe to get past, 250. If they do get onto 250, I think that's going to be a competitive score.
Yes, earlier on when you did ask me, I did say that they would be looking for 260, 280. And with Jeremiah showing us that he gets better the more deliveries that he has faced, he's finding a way to get boundaries without playing big shots. It's the mark really of a classy player.
And he flicks that into the air, and I think that's gone for 6. Shawnee Edward, full delivery down the leg side, and right on cue, I think that's Kellis Andrew with a fantastic flick shot down to the final, over the ropes for 6. So very good shot there from Andrew. I think that's the second time he's actually worked that ball into the leg side. And previous over he got 4, this over he gets 6. So again, the positivity continues. Doesn't matter which batsman come in.
Extremely well played here by the batter. Really a free gift. Edward drifting onto the pads. And the batter taking full advantage of that.
There was a bit of a mix-up. But Gerald Jeremiah was able to get back into his crease, looking for a non-existent single. But Kellis Andrew was right behind that one. Shawnee led with much better delivery, good comeback after being dispatched over fine leg for 6 the previous delivery. Again, much better delivery on and about the off stump. Slightly back of a length. And Andrew right in behind it, plays it down to mid-on. But Shawnee Edward into his 6 over. He's got 1 for 22 so far in his 6 over.
Yes, and that first delivery of that over going for 6, that may have just been a wake-up call for him. We saw that he was just ambling in on that delivery. And since
And there's a...
this one here, just as we were saying here, a wake-up call for him. So now he's really striding in and bending his back, as you would say. This time here, this ball is climbing on the batsman with that extra pace being packed by Shawnee. Half chance, I would say. The keeper just parrying this one. A good acrobatic attempt there by Leo, but not able to hang on.
Yeah, I think we've commented on the fact that Shawnee seems to be getting some very good carry on that occasion. Kellis Andrew looking to play it through the offside. That one bounced a bit extra, not expecting it to bounce that much. Half opportunity, like you said, created, but another boundary. The Grenadians, the runs are coming thick and fast at the minute. Could come back again from Shawnee Edward. Good delivery on the off stump.
Yes, Dwight, and we were alluding to some popular sayings in this great game, and one of those sayings is that when you flash hard, and that is what Andrew did, and with that positive intent, this one going over the keeper and getting that boundary.
Yeah,
He's showing that he is prepared to take on the short delivery once it's presented.
That one pitched up by Shawnee and Kellis Andrew throwing the bat at this one maybe looking to hit that one over the vacant cover area. There is a man sweeping on the offside, but I'm sure he's looking to go maybe more over mid-off. But it's a dot ball nonetheless, and Sean Edward has come to the end of his 6th over. He has 1 for 26. We come to the end of the 32nd over with Grenada 142 for the loss of 4 wickets. Once again, Gerald Jeremiah is still there on 50, and Kelly's Andrew has now moved on to the 16 of only the 12 deliveries so far. Partnership 20, just what Grenada would have wanted. Not only have they put on 20, but they've been able to put on 20 in quick time.
Yes, as you've been saying, it's almost as if you can compare these Grenadian batting to soldiers. They're each coming in there to do an aggressive job, one after the other. But on a point of note, Dwight, with these left-handers in, Captain Tariq really shouldn't take too long before he brings back his off-spinners. And just as we're saying that, we see that it looks as if he's going to be the one taking up the bowling. I think that ideally, with all of these left-handers there and 42 overs being bowled, you would never have expected that the spinners would have only bowled 7 overs between them.
Yeah.
Such was the dominance shown and authority over the spin bowling by the Grenadian left-handers.
Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do, like you said, with the way the Grenadian approach to playing the St. Lucian spinners. I think the St. Lucian spin would have been coming into this game expecting more from the spinners, but so far the Grenadians have played really well against the spin of Tariq Edward, Royce Paul, and Leon Alexander. But it looks like it's going to be Kevin Gassi to continue from the Players Pavilion end. So far, Gassi has bowled the 5 overs. He's taken 1 for 21. He bowled a very good opening spell. I think this is the 2nd over of this spell, and he's going to be hoping to get rid of Gerald Jeremiah for the St. Lucian team. That one wide outside the delivery. Good line, good length. Jeremiah decides to let it go by. Yeah, and it's taken by keeper Leo.
You've mentioned that Jeremiah has been there and he's seen it all. And although this is the 42nd over, Jeremiah is showing that he's still prepared to be watchful, just allowing this delivery to go by to the keeper.
Kevin Gassi, good delivery. Jeremiah using his feet on that occasion, looking to maybe go through the onside, but that one came back in slightly. Good delivery from Kevin Gassi. In terms of field placing, once again, Tariq has persisted with the deep square leg. Seems to be a ploy maybe to dig 1 or 2 in short, but he has a deep square leg, fine leg on the boundary. There's a third man and there's a man sweeping on the offside. So far, generally, these are the 4 fielders that he's had for the most part. But Kevin Gassi again digs it short right on cue. Again, that one very well played by Jeremiah, just getting under that one, watched it right through. But again, there's a man at deep square leg, so that might be the ploy to bowl a few short deliveries.
Yes, Dwight, and we've commended the St. Lucian bowling, and we've singled out Sean Edward for his pace, as well as Bolton Sayers and even Laffey. We have not really commented on the pace of Kevin Gassi, but Harry is digging that short one in with pinpoint accuracy, and had Jeremiah been standing upright, I'm assured that this one would have hit the badge of the helmet.
Yeah, Kevin Gassi working up some pace in his 2nd spell with a clear plan to try and bowl a few short deliveries, maybe to try and get Jeremiah out of that bubble that he seems to be in, because he's been in from the very start, and he seems to be playing well within himself. I think he backs his ability in terms of spending time at the wicket. Maybe his role within that setup is to bat deep, and everyone else is going to be positive and aggressive around him. But a very good looking shot there from Jeremiah. He punches that through the cover area. They've gone for 1. They're coming back for a 2nd. Good fielding on the boundary. But Jeremiah again moves on to a very elegant looking shot there. Very good looking driving. Now moves on to 52, and the score is 144.
Yes, and it's been one of the features of his batsmanship. He's prepared to stroke the ball all along the ground, and facing some 89 deliveries, he knows how to access the gaps, and he's just picking up his ones and twos with some ease.
And that one taking the outside edge down to third man. They've gone for one. It's going to be one. Jeremiah looking to force that one off the back foot, but just taking the outside edge. And it's fielded at third man, and we've come to the end of the 33rd over. Kevin Gassi now, he's bowled the 6 overs, 1 for 24. Grenada 17 overs left. They're 145 for 4. With Kellis Andrew not out on 16 and Gerald Jeremiah not out on 53. But James, when do you think Tariq Edward would bring back his spinners? Because so far the spinners, between the 3 spinners, Tariq has bowled 3 overs, Leon Alexander 4 and Royce Paul 4. So that's only 11 overs so far between the 3 spinners.
I actually thought that he would have been bowling 1 spinner and 1 pacer at a time, but one of the features of his captaincy is that he has been making what we would call double changes. So he has typically allowed, and that's a fine shot here by the batter. Over pitch delivery, we would feel that he would have missed out. But one of the features of the captaincy of young Tariq Edward is that he makes double changes. So it's not a case where he has allowed the pacers and the spinners to bowl at any one time. And I just feel that the time is right to bring on one of the off spinners at any end that he decides.
And that's a very good shot there from Jeremiah. Yes, it's Jeremiah. Shawneel Edward pitching up outside the off stump. Very attractive looking shot over mid-off, and the score moves on by 4. So he's clearly showing some intent. I think that's the first real shot that he's played uppishly so far in the inning.
I'm really impressed with the batsmanship of Jeremiah. He's faced 92 deliveries, and this is the first time that he's really going over the top. This one over pitched, really in the slot, and Jeremiah really showing that he has the ability to access another gear.
And with maybe just 16.4 overs left, maybe down he plays that down to fine third man. That's a fantastic shot. That is a fantastic shot. Shawneel Edward again with some carry, but Jeremiah just letting that run off the face of the bat down to the third man area for 4. So not only the previous shot he showed us power, but he showed us some finesse with that shot.
We were just speaking about the quality of his batsmanship. We would have seen in the previous delivery Shawneel erring in length, pitching that ball up as a fast bowler being driven over the top. He gave the typical and predictable response, just shortening that length, and Jeremiah equal to the task, playing this one past the keeper, no slip fielder there, quality batsmanship, not needing to play the big shot to access the boundary. He's doing it once more, but this time he finds the third man fielder.
Yeah, Jeremiah, I think he's decided now it's time to maybe push on a bit more with only 16.2 overs left. And the score is 150. He's been in for well over 94 deliveries. I think he's decided now is the time to be a bit more positive and try and push the score along. But with 2 left-handers, I think the Grenadians so far, we've seen 5 left-handers out of the 6 batsmen. I would have expected a bit more in terms of our off-spinners. If you're asking for matchups, then the off-spinners would favor bowling to the left-handers. And there's an opportunity down to third man. No, it's not, but it's well fielded there. And the batsmen have gone for 4-1. Again, Shawneel Edwards shot. Batsman looking to pull top edge down to third man. So Shawneel seems to be persistent with the shot ball, the shot delivery ploy. It's worked in the previous over when he got a wicket, but he seems to be persistent with that.
Almost paying dividends on this occasion as well. With the ball moving away from the left-handed batters, I'm not quite sure why they're choosing the option of the pull shot as opposed to the cut.
Yeah, I think Andrew could actually learn something from Jeremiah, who really So far, he's been looking to go for in the offside with the short deliveries down to third man. Maybe that's a better ploy, like you said. And again, shortish from Edward. And Jeremiah just pushes that one right behind it to the into the offside where Tariq Edward fields. And we've come down to another very good over for the Grenadians. They've now moved on to 155 for 4. Gerald Jeremiah has now moved on to 62. And we've come to the end of the 34th over.
Yes, Dwight, and it's important to note that in the game yesterday, that Dominica were actually bowled out for 155. So a much better effort against the St. Lucian bowling by this Grenadian team. They really put them under pressure, and the batsmanship, the quality of Jeremiah really putting the St. Lucian bowling under significant pressure here.
Yeah, the St. Lucians have been put under pressure. I think the first maybe 15 overs of the day, you would say the St. Lucians were right on top. But ever since, I think it's been the Gerald Jeremiah show. He's been very positive in terms of his running, the way that he's approached his inning. And he seems to have a clear game plan that his job is to bat through. The last over, he showed some intent with 2 boundaries. So maybe now the Grenadians are looking to push on and hopefully get maybe 250, which I think will be very competitive. They're 155 for 4 with 16 overs left, 6 wickets in hand. There's every opportunity to get that 250 score. And Kellis Andrew, who's looked very positive since he's been in, he has 17 of the 13 deliveries. He's actually 2 4s and 1 6 so far. So he has a very able partner in Kellis Andrew.
So we saw that after the last break, Grenada really injected that impetus into the innings, and St. Lucia have really not responded ever since the first 10 overs, where they have done well. Since then, it's been all Grenada. They were really gifted a few wickets by Grenada in the form of a run-out of the very impressive Cook Murray, and then another very wise option trying to pull against the breeze at the Darren Sammy by the left-hander against Sean Hill Edward. But since then, every Grenadian batter coming in here has really shown that he's ready to take on the St. Lucian bowling. And as the opening batsman Jeremiah has continued, he's really improved his stroke play, deciding to access the gaps for the offside, and we saw in that last over that he's going over the offside as well. So troubling signs here from St. Lucia, and they would need to really come up with a new plan to combat this aggressive batting from Grenada.
Yeah, based on the way St. Lucia batted yesterday, they do know that if they are going to win this game, they would have to bat significantly better, because as of right now, the Grenadians are on par to put up what would be, I would regard as a very good total at this level. I think when you're looking at cricket at this level, having played it over the years, anything above 230 is a good total. I know the Darren Sammy cricket ground, the outfield is fast, the wicket is very good for batting. But Gerald Jeremiah, if anything, he has shown what is required at this level in order to score runs. He started off slowly, took his time in the first 10-15 overs, but since then he's been very positive, very fluent in his stroke play. And what has impressed me the most, like you said, is the way that he's played, the fact that he's only played 1 shot in the air so far. Everything else has been along the ground. He's played some very good drives. So the St. Lucians will be hoping to see the back of him as quickly as possible, because if he bats maybe deep into the inning, St. Lucia will be facing a formidable total. And it's going to be interesting to see what Tariq Edward does with his bowlers. I think so far Kevin Gassi has bowled 6 overs. Sean Hill Edward has bowled 7. Sky Laffey has bowled 6. In terms of the seamers, Bolton Sayers has also bowled 4. But in terms of the spinners, he himself has only bowled 3. Royce has bowled 4. And Leon Alexander has only bowled 4. So between the 3 spinners, they've only bowled 11 overs. So it's going to be interesting to see how he uses his bowlers for the remainder of this inning.
Yes, Dwight, you would have just mentioned that at this level, 230 has proven to be a good score. Now, you would have been playing this tournament a number of years ago, and you would have played at the senior level for St. Lucia, and you would have actually captained St. Lucia at the under 19 level to a championship. So if you were the captain of this team at this time, Dwight, what moves would you have made?
Well, if I were in Tariq Edwards' position, I think I'm happy with the fact that he has Kevin Gassi bowling, but I think from this media center end, I'd probably have myself in terms of Tariq Edward or even Royce Paul, one of the off spinners. I like the matchup of the off spinner against the left-handers, especially against the wind. So I think from the media center end, I would have probably introduced one of the off spinners to see if we could actually take a wicket, because the off spinner would favor the matchup against the left-hander. But Gassi full drives, very good shot by Andrew, gets one. Kevin Gassi very full on that occasion, and Andrew just looking to drive that one through the cover for another single. But again, it's going to be interesting to see how Tariq Edward views the situation and how he uses his bowlers for the remainder of this inning.
Yes, but we saw earlier on that when the Grenadians were going well, that St. Lucia was able to get 2 quick wickets. So there is still a possibility of the St. Lucian team fighting their way back into this match, which at the moment is getting away from them, especially with the quality of batsmanship being shown here by the Grenadians.
Like you said earlier, if you think you're in a good position, add 2 wickets, and I'm sure that this is what the St. Lucian management is going to be saying to the team, that 1 wicket normally brings 1 or 2. So they're going to be hoping to get Jeremiah. I think Jeremiah is the key. If St. Lucia do get him out within the next couple of overs, they have an opportunity to restrict them, Grenada, to a very low total. And Jeremiah hits that through the mid-on area, good looking shot. That's going to go over the boundary for 4. Yes, it does. So clear intent being shown from Jeremiah in the last couple of overs. He hit that one over the mid-on fielder for 4. Tariq Edward now has to think about whether he would like maybe 1 or 2, maybe bring his long on out, because Jeremiah has decided it's time to go. And with that boundary, the score now moves on to 160 for 4, and he now moves on to 66.
Yes, and it is often said that after a break, something usually happens, especially in favor of the fielding team. But if these 4 deliveries are anything to go by, what we've seen is that the consistent effort on the part of the Grenadians to put the pressure on the St. Lucian bowling, that positive intent is still there and looks as if it will continue.
Yeah, with 6 wickets left, they have the opportunity to be very positive, because they've got lots of wickets in the shed, and that's short, and that's good fielding. Excellent fielding there by Khan Elcock. Very good looking shot from Kelly's Andrew, but even better fielding there by Khan Elcock. He may have saved 4, and considering what we've seen so far from the St. Lucian fielders, that's excellent from Khan Elcock, who also got the run out earlier. So he and Tariq Edward has probably been the exceptions so far in terms of the fielding effort by the St. Lucians.
Yes, Khan Elcock proven himself to be a very smart, talented fielder, saving a certain boundary here, a very acrobatic effort here, diving away to his left. And with that, the over from Kevin Gassi comes to an end. He has bowled 7 overs. He has picked up 1 wicket and has conceded 30 runs.
Yeah, the first over after the drinks break, again, very positive from the Grenadians. They did get maybe 7 or 8 runs from that over, so very good intent being shown. Maybe that's a sign of things to come for the remaining 15 overs. And at the media center, and it looks like it's going to be Shawneel Edwards. So Tariq Edward will continue to persist with his paceman. The opening ball is Shawneel, who's now into his 8th over. I think that's the last one of his spell. So far he's bowled the 7 overs, 1 for 36. He's bowled well. He's bowled very well. He's created the odd opportunity. He probably deserves another wicket or 2. Comes in, bowls good delivery, but excellent running. That's excellent running from Jeremiah. Just pushes it down to the man at mid-on, and they've gone for what would be a comfortable single. So excellent running there from the Grenadian pair, Andrew and Jeremiah.
Yes, Jeremiah really putting his hand up for his team, Grenada. He looks like he's really put the anchor down and he has said to the St. Lucians that I'm going to be here for the entire day.
Edward short. Andrew looks to pull, but doesn't make contact. Seems to be a clear ploy from the St. Lucian paceman to bowl a few short deliveries at the Grenadian batsman. And with that said, there seems to be a change in the field now. I think Tariq was maybe thinking of putting another field out on the leg side, but Shawnil Edward decided against that.
Yes, Dwight, and again we see another short ball being dug in, but this one still has the curve from the leg stump to off stump, but the batsman still opting to go for the pull shots. This time the short delivery dug in at him, and this one is on a much straighter line. He swivels around, only able to get the single.
I think Andrew will be feeling a bit disappointed that he was not able to get maybe more bat on that.
Yes, he has shown the ability to clear the ropes in the previous over from Sean Hill. This one was dispatched way over the field against the breeze at the Darren Sammy Stadium.
That's short. That's punked. That's short, and that's punked over the offside by Gerald Jeremiah. Again, continues to impress. And what is most impressive about that shot, that was shot outside the off stump. And unlike the previous batsman who looked to pull it over mid-wicket, he decided that he's just going to hit that straight back over the bowler head, right where it came from. So fantastic shot from Gerald Jeremiah. And ever since that drinks break, he's come out with positive intent that he's looking to take up the scoring right now.
Yes, you can also describe that shot as very dismissive. He's showing that he is not going to be dictated to by the pace of Shawnil Edward. Now, usually, Dwight, it's been said that the quicker that the fast bowler is, the ball would end up behind square. But this one way in front, this one almost slapped over his head quite disdainfully and with authority by Jeremiah.
Yeah, and with that shot, he's prompted a change in the field. We now have the long off back, the mid off back. It's a good delivery. That's just looked like a slow ball. That was a slow ball. Good change of pace by Shawnil Edward. But with the previous shot, there was a change in field. They now have a long on and long off. They've brought in the fine leg, so maybe there's going to be a change of plan in terms of bowling the short deliveries, because it would not necessarily be a smart thing to be bowling short with your fine leg in. But a change of plan from the St. Lucians, but good comeback from Shawnil. Good variation.
Yes, Dwight, and yesterday when the St. Lucians would have played against Dominica, we saw Stefan Pascal, and I had described him as being cut from a different cloth. And I'm definitely getting that energy from Johan Jeremiah, from Jeremiah.
But he's gone.
Just as I was saying that, he presents a simple, straightforward opportunity to wicketkeeper Noel Leo. The short ball being employed by Shawnil Edward. This one didn't really get up as much as the batter expected. Looking to ram this one over the wicketkeeper, but let down by the bounce there on that occasion.
Yeah, and with that, the wicket of Gerald Jeremiah, he goes for 72. So very good knock from the youngster. 72 of the 102 deliveries. The score is now 167 for 5. Shawnil Edward persisted with his short delivery plan, and clearly it worked out. I think that one came off the glove, and very simple catch by Noel Leo. Just what the St. Lucians wanted. If you asked Tariq Edward what he would have wanted, he would have probably said, I want Gerald Jeremiah out. And Shawnil Edward has produced the goods once again. I think that's his second wicket, and so far he's in his 8th over. So he's done just what the captain required at this time.
Yes, we were calling for his reintroduction a while ago to really arrest the situation. And although called back in pretty late in our opinion, he has delivered the goods for St. Lucia, for his captain, Tariq Edward. But this on the very last delivery of that spell, picking up the big wicket of Jeremiah.
Yeah, so Shawnil Edward has now bowled the 8 overs, and he's got 2 for 42. So good spell, another good spell from the young fast bowler, left-arm fast bowler. And his opening partner is going to continue from the pavilion end in Kevin Gassi, who's bowled the 7 overs, has 1 for 30 so far.
Yes, both Gassi and Shawnil Edward have been very impressive in the outings thus far, as we see Gassi digging this one into the pitch and beating the left-handed Kellis Andrew for pace here.
Yeah, again, St. Lucia persisting with the short ball ploy. They've got to be careful because the left-hander will actually be hitting with the wind. And the incoming batsman was Ronell Walker. And there seems to be a change in the field, so they're taking the square leg, putting him at mid-wicket, and the deep mid-wicket now goes to a deep square leg. So Kevin Gassi working up some pace here, looking to bowl a few short deliveries to Kellis Andrew, and Kellis Andrew looking to hit that down over mid-on. Doesn't time it as much as he would have wanted, so he hits it straight to the man at mid-on, who feels well. But some intent being shown by the youngster, who's now on 19 of the 20 deliveries. He's hit 2 4s and 1 6 so far.
Yes, right, but these shots have come to the onside, so I'm not quite sure why is it that there is a mid-on and not a long one in place.
And he looks to go over the top. There's a chance, and yes, comfortably taken here. It's a good catch by Edward, Captain Tariq Edward, with his second catch of the day. Kevin Gassi picks up his 7th wicket, and Kellis Andrew looking to hit that one, or maybe over mid-on, gets a thick outer edge. And simple catch taken by Tariq Edward at backward point. The score now moves on to 167 for 6, because like we were discussing earlier, 1 wicket fell, and Harris St. Lucia has taken another wicket. So St. Lucia fighting back in this game.
Yes, and this is just what we want to see at the Windward Islands youth level, where one team is on top and the other one proving that they have what it takes to get back into the game. But Grenada really being on top for the majority of this game needed to keep things going, and Kellis Andrew saw that as his role, trying to access the acreage of space on the onside here with the breeze at the Darren Samuel Cricket Stadium. Just as we were saying, though, he was tempted by that fielder being in the circle on the way back on the boundary and played across the line of this one.
Yeah, and seeing that the mid-on fielder was in the circle, he really was trying to be. Maybe he would have been better off looking to hit that straight back over Kevin Gassi's head. I think that would have probably been the better option, considering the ball was just outside the off stump. But with that wicket, it brings in the new batsman, Jamal Lambert. So far, he's the wicket keeper for the Grenadians, and we now have 2 right-handers, and it's going to be his first delivery. And again, Kevin Gassi welcomes Lambert to the wicket with a short delivery. So some real aggression being shown by the St. Lucian fast bowlers.
This is really excellent bowling here, pushing the new batter back immediately. He would have gotten the last wicket if a ball was pitched up. The new batter probably expecting something on a similar line, a similar length, but really surprising him there. He got out of the way of this one pretty late.
Yeah, the St. Lucians haven't taken 2 wickets in 2 overs. They'll have the tails up. Kevin Gassi's reign hard. On the leg stump, very well played by Lambert. Takes that turn to deep square leg, and they've gone through 4-1. So he gets off the mark. We have 2 new batsmen in Ronell Walker and Jamal Lambert. Lambert has only faced the 2 deliveries. Ronell Walker has not faced the deliveries yet. So St. Lucia, with these 2 wickets, have actually brought themselves back into the game. I'm thinking, if I'm in the St. Lucian camp right now, I'm maybe thinking of trying to get Grenada bowled out for less than maybe 200, whereas the Grenadians will be hoping for some sort of a partnership to get them to a competitive total.
Yes, Dwight, and it is definitely on the cards at the moment as we see the end of Kevin Gassie's over finishes this one with a dot delivery. He's completed 8 overs. He has picked up 2 wickets. He's conceded 31 runs, and this would represent the end of his second spell, Dwight.
Yes, very good spell. As a matter of fact, very good spell by both Shawnil Edward and Kevin Gassie, the 2 opening bowlers. They came back on with the intention of getting wickets, and that they were able to do. Shawnil got 2 wickets in that spell, and Kevin Gassie got 1 as well. So definitely what St. Lucia wanted, the partnership was building. They came in, got the wickets. Now it's just a matter of finishing the job. It's going to be interesting to see who Tariq Edward turns to. And with that said, he looks like he's bringing back Sky Laffey. So he's going to continue with his medium pacers. The medium pacers, it's worked so far for him. I think the 5 wickets taken they've all been from the pacers. With the 1 run out, and the other 5 wickets have actually been the pacers. Kevin Gassie 2, Shawnil Edward 2, and Sky Laffey 1. So he's going to continue to persist with his medium pacers who've been bowling really well so far.
It's a good length here by Sky Laffey, really tucking up the batter Lambert, who's just faced his 3rd delivery. But Dwight, I just feel that the opportunity was ripe to reintroduce Bolton Sayers, who has bowled his 4 overs and has only conceded 6 runs. He really bowled an immaculate spell.
Yes, I'm a bit surprised. He's been the most economical of the bowlers so far. So maybe he's going to get introduced at the top end, because they would need to make the change at the top end as well. Good, very well played there. Just flick that into the onside. Very positive running. Looking to come back for the second, but there's no chance of 2 runs there.
Yes, the Sayers could be introduced at the top end, but I was actually thinking that Captain Tariq Edward would introduce himself there instead.
Maybe with the 2 right-handers, he may think twice about that. But we wait and see. But Sky will continue. That's shot outside the off stump, and that's punked over the offside. That's a poor delivery, and that's going to run over the ropes right now. Yes, goes into the boundary for 4. Poor delivery from Sky Laffey. Shot wide outside the off stump. And the batsman just punks that over the man at cover for another boundary. Very good shot. The score now moves on to 173 for 6. And Ronell Walker is off the mark with a boundary.
Yes, Dwight, you would have discussed earlier on that the ploy from the St. Lucian bowlers would have been to really dig the ball into the pitch, and that brought about some success for Shawnil Edward. But Sky Laffey on this occasion banging this one in, but this one was wide outside the off stump, presenting almost a free hit to the batter, you should say. The offside field was basically in, and he made good contact with this one, going at it quite violently.
Yeah, St. Lucian's a clear ploy to bowl the short deliveries, but I think the pace of Kevin Gassie and the pace of Shawnil Edward, they would be, in terms of pace, they would be a bit quicker than Sky Laffey, so it would be a bit easier for them to maybe get away with some of the short deliveries. I think the last delivery, Laffey bowled full delivery outside the off stump. I think that's where he needs to be. That's where he's gotten success. He had his success earlier, so that's where he needs to be. And just about that area, full on about the off stump. And mixing the pace up. He's got a very good slow delivery. He's shown it so far. So he just needs to, right now, try and mix up the pace as much as possible, because the Grenadian batsmen looked like they were going to come in hard for the remainder of the inning.
Yes, and Sky Laffey does have what it takes, and he has shown us that he does have the slow ball. He did deceive a few of the Grenadian batters earlier on. So possibly the time is now to employ these at the depth of the innings.
Right on cue, Sky Laffey for slow delivery, very full. Walker looking to just work that into the onside, but he's only able to find the man at mid-wicket. And Sky comes to the end of his 7th over, and Sky Laffey 7 overs 1 for 33. Grenada 173 for 6. in the 30th over, 12 overs left. And there's going to be a change of bowling from the pavilion end. And it's actually going to be Bolton Sayers, who so far has bowled the 4 overs, considered only the 6 runs. So he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. And he's going to be bowling to Jamal Lambert, wicketkeeper batsman.
Yes, we've been calling for the reintroduction of this impressive youngster, Bolton Sayers, who has bowled his 4 overs and has only conceded 6 runs on a day where the other bowlers are going at economy rates of 3.88, that's Gassi, 5.25, that's Sean Edward, and 4.71 from Sky Laffey. Even the spinners, Royce Paul going at 5 runs to the over and Tariq Edward going at 6. So Bolton Sayers going at an economy rate of just 1.5. Really the standout bowler thus far.
Yeah, so far he has been very economical, but it's going to be tested right now because the Grenadians are going to be a lot more positive with only 12 overs remaining. I'm sure they're going to look to be push on the score. So it's going to be a greater test for Sayers to maintain that economical rate. And he bowled shot outside the off stump, very well played down to the backward point area. They've gone for 4-1. Very well played there by Jamal Lambert, who now moves on to 3. So we've got 11.5 overs left. Let's see how many good the Grenadians can get with 4 wickets in the hut. I think anything above 220, 230 is going to be very competitive, but they would have to bat extremely well to get up to that score from here.
Yes, at one point with the class of Jeremiah at the wicket, they were looking well poised to post something over 200. As you see, this one dug in there by Sayers, and the batter unfurled the pull shot, and this one, the fielder was in with a chance. He put in a valiant effort there, but in the end was not able to rein this one in, and 4 more runs to Grenadian batter Walker.
Yeah, again, I'm a bit surprised that every single one of the St. Lucian fast bowlers are just persistent in the short ball ploy. This time, Ronell hitting that one through the mid-on area. Again, the fielding is a bit questionable. I think St. Lucia so far, they've given at least maybe 20 odd runs in the field. He should have done a much better effort initially, but he decided to turn and chase, and he never had a chance on this quick bossage outfield. Again, short. This time he pulls, mistimes it straight to the man at mid-wicket, but they've gone through for 1. Do you agree with the short ball ploy being done by the pacers of the St. Lucian team?
The pacers do have the pace to effect the short ball. However, the ones that they've been bowling have not really made the height that they would have wanted. That's presenting easy opportunities for the Grenadian batsmen to put them away. And what I'm also concerned with is actually the field placement. Because they have not really gotten the ball up to that height, it means that the fielders at the backward square, and basically almost 2 of them just a few meters apart, the slowness of the bowling, the slowness of the pitch, it means that these balls would go further in front of square, and there is no protection out there.
Yeah, it's a dangerous ploy, persisting with short balls, and you've got your mid-on in the circle. He may be better served having the mid-on at the long on.
Yes, and the Grenadian batters have shown the ability to really play the cross-batted shot and slap the balls past those fielders.
Yeah, Bolton Sayers looking for a bit of extra pace on that occasion and just pushing that one down the leg side for a wide. So far, the St. Lucians have bowled 10 wides and just a 1 no ball. So fairly disciplined, I would say, and I think out of those 10 wides, 6 came off the bowling of Sky Laffey. So generally, in terms of extras, they've been disciplined. I think the fielding definitely has let them down, but they've got maybe 10 overs or so to try and improve that. Series again, shot on the body, tucked into the onside. There's going to be a comfortable one. down to the man that you spoke about earlier, deep. I would say that's a deep square leg. They've got two fielders out on the leg side within maybe, 10, 15 meters of each other for that short ball. But so far, these Grenadian batsmen in Ronell Walker and Jamal Lambert has looked very comfortable so far. Ronell with 9 and Jamal Lambert so far, he's got the 4 of the 7 deliveries. Again, that shot that's worked into the onside. That's going to drop shot. That might run away into the boundary. Yes, it does. And a very good shot there. Again, questionable fielding, but very good shot. The score now moves on to 181 for 6. A very good shot by Ronald Walker.
Yes, the fielder not positioned at fine leg and opting to put out the foot instead of putting out the dive. That's Kevin Garcia there on the boundary, possibly tired from his spell of 4 overs, though.
Yeah, I think he's bowled well. He just completed his spell, so that may be the reason, but he would have been better off maybe trying to use his hand instead of throwing his boot at that ball down at the fine leg boundary. And again, Bolton Sayers, after bowling his first 4 overs, I think for just the 6 runs, he now considered 12 in the last over, so now he's bowled the 5 overs and considered 18 runs. So a very expensive over from Sayers, and the Grenadians continue to push on because now they've gone to 185 for 6 with 11 overs left, and we have Sky Laffey that's going to continue from the media center end. That one is down the leg side. It looks like it's going to be a leg by. Batsman looking to work that off, but just coming off his pads down to fine leg. No, it looks like it's a run. The umpire has decided that came off the bat. So another run there for Jamal Lambert.
That's right. We had spoken about Bolton Sayers with his impressive economy rate of 1.5. Would have almost been near impossible for him to repeat that at that stage of the innings. And skipper Tariq Edward persisting with Sky Laffey, who's bowling a slow ball, being tugged to the at mid-on, who makes a meal of this one here, this one bubbling past him and going all the way into the boundary. Another example of a poor effort in the field by St. Lucia, Dwight.
Yes, at this level, this needs to be stopped. That was it straight to the man at mid-on. Is that Edward? Yes, it's Theo Edward. That was it straight to him at mid-on, and that went right for him over the boundary for 4. So the St. Lucian fielders have not been helping the bowlers. I think again they've given at least maybe 30 odd runs so far, and they're really helping the Grenadians right now because the Grenadians are now 190 for 6.
There was Sky Laffey employing the slow ball on that occasion, and the slow ball at this stage, the 40th over, and not employing a long on, having the fielder up inside the circle, the batsman picking this one and opting for the pull shot, and the fielder really did not put in his best effort, a bit casual there in his effort to get down, and this one just bubbling past him. So early on in the over, Grenada succeeded in getting the boundary.
And the one thing that we've seen so far at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, most times when it gets past you, you're not going to chase it. And very good running there, positive running, excellent running there. Again, another fumble, but great backing up. But excellent running there from the pair of Jamal Lambert and Ronell Walker. Good delivery from Sky, and they were still able to get a single. So positive running.
Beautiful batting by this pair, that even off the good deliveries, they're able to convert those dots into singles, really pressuring the field with some aggressive running.
Definitely what's needed at this point in time. They need to rotate the strike and find that short wide. The batsman will be disappointed that he didn't get bat on that with the backward point and the third man in the circle. Any bat on that could have easily gone down to the boundary for 4. So Sky Laffey needs to be tighter. With the feel that he has, he needs to be a lot tighter than where he's bowling right now. Because he's got the third man in, he's got a backward point. Anything outside the off stump becomes a free hit.
Yes, and we've already seen that this batsman here is proficient in getting the ball for the offside. And Sky Laffey employs the slower ball once more. This one neatly tucked off the pads and resulting in the single. At the end of 40, Grenada move on to 192 for the loss of 6 wickets.
I've been wondering when Tariq Edward would reintroduce his spinners, but by the looks of it, it looks like he's going to be coming on from the Players Pavilion end. So he's going to be replaced. He's going to replace Bolton Sears, whose last over he went for 12. So Tariq Edward has now taken the responsibility. Captain Tariq Edward has now taken the responsibility to try and get a couple wickets for his team. So far, his first spell, he bowled 3 overs, considered 18 runs, and went wicketless. Yesterday, he had a hat-trick. So I'm sure at some point he's going to be hoping to replicate that to try and bowl out the Grenadians as cheaply as possible. And the first delivery is a very good delivery that went on off the arm.
Yes, he's shown some mastery over these kind of deliveries. There are those where he doesn't really try to spin at all, just lets it go with that front finger. Like on this occasion again, this one is full and fast, straight right up in the block hole. So clearly reintroducing himself so late in the piece, Dwight, he sees himself capable of bowling at the death.
Again, good delivery. Very good delivery by Tariq Edward. He's not even trying to spin the deliveries. By the looks of it, he's just trying to push it across the right-hander, Jamal Lambert. And again, that one goes across and beating the bat. So very good start to his second spell here. So far, he's bowled the 4 dot deliveries. So very good start from Captain Tariq Edward.
Yes, didn't have the best of starts in his first spell, but opting to go round the wicket to the right-handers, a clear ploy to just slant the balls away from them, and on this occasion a bit too full, and the batsman just driving this one down the ground to get the single.
But so far, very good over. He's going to be looking to close off this over, maybe considering 1. And good delivery. There's an appeal for stumping by the wicketkeeper, but the umpire says not out. But a very good over comes to an end by Tariq Edward, only conceding the 1 run. And he's now bowled his 4th over, conceding 19. So just what was required, just what Captain came on, took the responsibility and bowled a very good over. The Grenadians are 193 for 6 in the 41st over, 9 overs left. Not out batsman Ronald Walker, who's 18 of 12. He's hit the 4 fours so far, very positive. And he's with the wicketkeeper batsman Jamal Lambert, who has 7 of the 15 so far, 15 deliveries so far.
Yes, an excellent over there by a skipper, an experienced player, Tariq Edward. And this is why we've been basically asking why is it that he hadn't brought himself on sooner, albeit he didn't have the best of stats, but he always had the quality. But now he's persisting with Sky Laffey, who's into his 9th over. So opting not to go with the double change and bring on Royce Paul at the other end.
Yeah, Sky Laffey just continuing where his skipper left off in terms of good delivery on the off stump. So St. Lucia trying to build some pressure with some dots. Last 7 deliveries, they've only considered 1 run. Again, good delivery by Sky. That's where he needs to be. This is what I want to see from Sky Laffey. Much better line, much better length And with his pace, he's better off bowling those deliveries than banging it halfway into the wicket. So, again, good start from him. St. Lucia pulling things back slightly. So far, the Grenadians, the last 8 deliveries, they've only gotten 1 run so far.
Yes, Dwight. And although he has been punished for bowling some loose deliveries, he has been the bowler who has beaten the bat on the majority of occasions. So it just shows that when he has gotten it right, he has looked really good.
Yeah, earlier he had some success against the left-handers in terms of getting the ball to just go away from them. I could remember he beaten Jeremiah and Diony Joseph bat on numerous occasions. And even here you could see he's still getting the ball to tail in slightly to the right-handers. The last delivery was just on a pad and they got a leg by. But good bowling from Skylar Faye. That one is short, wide. Batsman smashes it but straight to Khan Elcock, who's at cover. So not the best of deliveries, but he got away with that one.
Yes, but this batsman, Walker, he seems to be very strong in terms of back foot play. Basically waiting for Skylar Faye to drop anything short. And with just that solitary fielder patrolling, sweeping on that offside boundary, very risky there from Sky to dig in anything short and wide outside the off stump.
This time Sky is full and Walker looking to deposit that somewhere into the Johnson Charles stand. They've gone through for 1 and they're come again. Poor fielding there by Shonil Edward. What should have been a comfortable single turned into 2. So again, St. Lucia guilty of giving an extra run away.
Yes, there's actually Sayers who had fumbled this one. This one was picked up by Shonil Edward. They really need to support the bowling out here at this time in the innings. Sky Lafay bowling a very good slower ball here to Walker. Almost deceived him going through the gate. Should have only been the single. He's opting for the slower ball once more, and the batter this time is just pushing this one down the ground to get the single, and Walker will be on strike for the next over as the score moves on to 197 for 6, with Grenada having a possible 8 overs to face.
Yeah, Sky Laffey mixing up his pace very well in that over. A number of slower balls, but a good over from Laffey. Only 8 overs left, and it's going to be Tariq Edward to continue. So the St. Lucians will be looking to restrict the Grenadians to as low a total as possible. But in order for St. Lucia to win this game today, they would have to bat significantly better than they were able to yesterday. Because the Grenadians right now 197 for 6. They're only 3 runs away from getting that psychological 200 score. And Tariq, good delivery. Looked like a Yorker, and that came off the shin of Noel Leo. Yes, and we were talking about wicketkeeper having pads, and he's opted not to have those wicket-keeping pads on. And that looked like it came off his shin, and he's in some discomfort.
Is right, and this is why protection has been designed. We're playing with a very hard ball, a ball that has the ability to even break bones. We've seen this cricket ball cause some serious damage to players, and one of the fundamental parts of a wicket-keeper's outfit is his wicket-keeping pads. Noel Leo opting not to wear his pads for the entire day, and Harry is keeping up to the stump of the spinner, and Captain Tariq Edward not in your traditional mold of off-spinner. He's actually bowling very quick through the air. So at this stage of the innings, looking to fire and just dart those deliveries, and the batsman missing out here on this one, hitting the wicketkeeper flush on the shin.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised again at that level you're allowed to wicket keep without those wicket keeping pads. It's a very important part of the protection for a wicket keeper. But Noel Leo, from knowing him in the local circuit, constantly he's opted not to wear those pads. but unfortunately it came off his shin and he seems to be in some serious discomfort. The St. Lucian physio is attending to him. Hopefully he can continue. Not only is he a wicket keeper, but he's a very big part of the St. Lucian batting lineup as one of the more aggressive players in there.
Yes, Dwight, and especially today with St. Lucia opting to rest the opening batter Amari Venner in favor of the leg spin of Leo Alexander. So they would have definitely weakened the batting and placing much confidence in Noel Leo as a batter today.
Yes, again, hopefully for St. Lucia he can continue. No one likes to see a player getting injured. But with this break in play, we'll just go over the situation of the game so far. St. Lucia won the toss. They opted to bowl first. And so far, we have Gerald Jeremiah, the Grenada batting. Gerald Jeremiah, who got 72. He was caught. Noel Leo bowled Shawnil Edward. Justin John went without scoring after first delivery, bowled Kevin Gassi. We had Devonnie Joseph, who's captain, was caught. Tariq Edward bowled Sky Laffey for 20. We had Kurt Murray, who was very positive, was actually run out by Khan Elcock for 37 of the 40 deliveries. We had Kirsten Murray, twin brother of Kurt Murray, caught. Noel Leo bowled Shawnil Edward for 7. We have Kellis Andrew, who was caught. Tariq Edward bowled Kevin Gassi for 19. And the not out batsmen right now are Romel Walker, 21 of the 16 deliveries, and Jamal Lambert, who's 7 of 18. In terms of the St. Lucian bowling, so far Kevin Gassi has bowled 8 overs. He's taken 2 for 31. Shawnil Edward has bowled 8 overs as well, 2 for 42. Bolton Sayers has bowled the 5 overs and considered the 18 runs. So far he's wicketless. Sky Laffey has bowled 9 overs, considered 43 runs with the 1 wicket. Royce Paul 4 overs for 20, wicketless. Tariq Edward 4.1 overs, 19 runs, and so far he's wicketless. And lastly, Leon Alexander, leg spinner, bowled 4 overs, considered 20 runs, and did not pick up a wicket. So we have a break in play because again, wicket keeper Noel Leo got hit on the shin. He seems like he's going to be able to continue, and now he's opted to wear the protection.
Yes, once more, Dwight, it's good to see that common sense has prevailed. Self-preservation is indeed nature's first law. So, although he has expressed that he is not the most comfortable with those keeping pads, he prefers to do the job without them, but with the pace being bowled by off-spinner Captain Tariq Edward there, it's a wise move that he would have all the protection necessary. Tariq has really settled into a beautiful line and length, really getting the Grenadian batsmen to play outside the line of the off stump. Typically the off spinner would be bowling straight at the batters, forcing them to hit into the leg side against the breeze. But there again we see Tariq, as you mentioned, not even really making an effort to spin the ball, just allowing it to slide on past the bat.
Yeah, Tariq is into a very good second spell. Shot delivery, good, well played. Just pushed that down to the sweeper, and they've gone for another single. Tariq is into his second spell, but he's been bowling really well in this spell. For the most part, just getting the ball to just, I would say, go on with the arm away from the two right-handers. And so far, he's building up the pressure, lots of dots, but very well played there. A lot straighter this time. But very well played there by Jamal Lambert down to long on for another single, and the Grenadians has now moved on to 199, so they're 1 away from the 200. Not shot, and with that single, the Grenada has now moved on to 200 for 6 in the, that's 42.5 was 200 for 6. This partnership between Lambert and Walker is now 33. So after losing 2 quick wickets, the Grenadians have started to rebuild. Again, Tariq, good delivery outside the off stump. And he's come to the end of his fifth over, wicketless, and he's considered the 22 so far. So it's 200 for 6 at the end of 43 overs, 7 overs left, 4 wickets in hand. How many do you think Grenada will get?
With the way that skipper Tariq Edward has been bowling, the Grenadians really have not adopted the same aggressive approach that they had earlier on in the innings. They seem content to just let his balls go outside the line of the off stump, not even really offering shots. They're still playing defensively. So it's a case where the approach has changed. So at this point with 7 overs to go, I reckon that they may get up to about 230. But what is disappointing for me is that as well as Tariq is bowling, it means that he would not finish his quota of overs based on the way that he has managed the bowling today.
Ooh, very good delivery there from Sky Laffey. A bit of extra bounce on that one. This wicket, I think, from the entire first inning so far, there's been very, very good carry on this Darren Sammy cricket ground wicket. So kudos to the groundsmen on the wicket that they've produced. Very good for fast bowling as well. It's been very good for batting. And it's going to be interesting to see how Tariq Edward uses his bowlers for the remaining 8 overs. This is Sky Laffey's last over. Good delivery, but very well played there by Ronell Walker, just pushing that to Khan Elcock in the extra cover. Sky Laffey into his last over. Shonil Edward has 2 left. Kevin Gassi has 2 left. Bolton Sayers has only bowled a 5. Tariq Edward has bowled 5. Royce Paul has only bowled 4. And leg spinner Leon Alexander has only bowled 4. So it's going to be interesting to see who he opts for in the death overs.
Another slower delivery here by Sky Laffey. This one again tucked off the pads into the short mid-wicket region, and Walker goes through for another single as the score moves on to 201. But yes, Dwight, if you were in that position of captaincy, which one of the bowlers would you have turned to in the next over?
I think Tariq Edward has to back himself. I think if things goes according to plan, he may bowl himself out for the remainder of this inning, because his last overs he's been bowled very well. But good delivery there from Sky Laffey. Very good delivery, as a matter of fact. That looked like it came in on the angle, and when it pitched, just moved away from right-hander Jamal Lambert.
Very impressive bowling here by Sky Laffey.
But he's only got the 2 deliveries left in what would be a fantastic bowling performance from young Sky Laffey. So far he's only considered the 44 runs, and he's been mixing up his pace very well in this third spell. This time shot down the leg side, pulled away. They've gone from 1, and that's all it's going to be. So Jamal Lambert now moves on to 9. In terms of the partnership right now, they've put on 35 for the 6th wicket. The bulk of that runs has come off the bat of Ronell Walker, who's been the more aggressive of the two. He's 24 of only the 22 deliveries. So the Grenadians will be hoping that he continues at that pace, if not continues to improve his strike rate, because he's striking over 100 right now. And with 7 overs left, they're going to be needing a few more boundaries. And speaking of that, he's that full delivery straight back over the bowler. Sky Laffey guilty of overpitching. As a matter of fact, it's also a no ball. It's a no ball. Very good shot there from Ronell Walker. I was just speaking about the fact that his strike rate is well over 100. He now has an opportunity of a free hit, a free swing with the breeze. It's going to be interesting to see what Sky Laffey decides to do. My guess, he may go slower ball, but Ronell Walker will have the opportunity of a free hit.
So as we've said, Dwight, in this game, this is one of the cardinal errors, transgressing the front line. This one wide outside the line of the off stump. Sky Lafay presenting another gift to the Grenadian team, another extra, and he would need to bowl this delivery over again. So Ronald Walker has another opportunity to really let loose and make an attempt to capitalize on this free hit.
As well as Sky Lafay has bowled, he's been guilty of bowling the 7 wides and the 1 no ball so far, which is more than half of the extras considered by the St. Lucian team. But he comes in and bowls. This time, Ronald Walker swings that through the mid-wicket area. This looked like another slower ball, but that was on the shorter side, and Ronald Walker deposits that through the mid-wicket area for another boundary. So a costly delivery and a costly over by Sky Lafay, who's come to the end of his 10th over, and he's bowled. He has 1 for 55. At the end of the 44th over, the Grenadians are well poised on 212 for 6, with Ronald Walker blazing away on 32 of only the 24 deliveries. So with 6 overs left, the Grenadians would be very comfortable with the position they're in right now.
Yes, Ronald Walker really showing that aggressive intent. Just looking at his build, you can see that he really packs a punch. He really has that power, and he really muscled that last delivery from Sky Lafay to that vacant mid-wicket area.
Yes, and Tariq Edward, after the over Sky Lafay just bowled, Edward will be looking to bowl a tight over, maybe even get a wicket or 2. Again, good delivery, excellent fielding by Tariq Edward off his bowling. He continues to be he continues to be a top fielder, very good fielder, and so far the fielding display by the St. Lucian team has not been great, but Tariq and Khan Elcock has been a standout when it comes to the fielding. But again, he continues to bowl dots after dots. His second spell, he's been very economical in that spell. Again, that one just drifts wide, bits the outside edge.
It's a really good bowling here by the St. Lucian skipper. The Grenadian batters have not really been able to counteract this line from him.
And this is a bit of poor keeping there by Noel Leo. It looks like it's going to be 4 byes. Yes, it is. Again, very good delivery by Edward, beating the batsman, but it was also too good for his wicketkeeper Noel Leo, who's not been having the best of days in the field. And with the line that Tariq Edward is bowling, I'm surprised that he doesn't employ a short-foot man, maybe taking the fine leg out. With the line that he's bowling, I don't see too many balls going down to the fine leg area, because he's been getting that ball to just drift across the right-hander. So maybe he's better off having the foot man. And again, beating outside the off stump. Good delivery from Tariq Edward. Excellent stuff by the captain. So far, he's in the midst of a very good second spell.
Yes, and the Grenadian batters are finding it difficult to negotiate that. A very good over thus far, really spoiled by some ordinary wicket keeping from Leo, possibly still struggling from his injury.
Yeah, St. Lucia gifted Grenada 4 runs in that over. Tariq Edward continues to be very good in terms of his bowling. This time his flight system, that's a return catch, is it? Yes, good catch by Tariq Edward. This one flighted, and this was Jamal Lambert looking to maybe hit it over his head. Only managed to hit it straight back to Tariq Edward, who deserves a wicket, and he did get his wicket. So Jamal Lambert goes cotton ball Tariq Edward for the 9 of the 28 deliveries. He struggled a bit, but he was part of a good rebuilding partnership with Ronald Walker. But St. Lucia got the breakthrough, and with 5 overs left, Grenada 216 for 7.
Yes, and as mentioned previously, this new line adopted by Tariq Edward, he has gone around the wicket, really sliding that ball across the right-handed batters. They've really not shown that they've had an answer to it in terms of combating it with some aggressive play. One would have thought that we're into the final phase of the innings, and they're not even showing that aggressive intent against him. And the batter did try on this occasion, but only succeeding to hit the ball straight back at him. And he's not one of those fielders that you would want to hit the ball anywhere near him, Dwight.
Yeah, Tariq Edward, very, very good spell. But there's going to be a change of bowling. I know we spoke about it's going to be interesting to see how Tariq Edward uses his bowlers, but by the looks of it, it's Royce Paul. So it's his spin twin, I guess you would say. So it's Royce Paul, change of bowler from the media center end. His first spell, 4 overs, went for 20. So far, he's wicketless. And the new batsman for Grenada is Kelshon Andrew. But it's going to be the dangerous Ronald Walker on strike. And that's gone through everyone. It looks like it's going to be another 4 byes. Yes, it is. Royce Paul, good delivery, beating the batsman. All ends up. Looks like it went between his bat and pad. But again, Noel Leo, but just went straight through the wicketkeeper. And St. Lucia again gifting the Grenadians another 4 runs.
Yes, and Noel Leo guilty on this occasion, not moving across. This one angled, basically fired into a leg stump, which is what you would expect from the off spinner at this late stage in the piece. And the batter really opened up his guard, as we'd normally say in cricket. And this one beating everyone, gifting Grenada 4 extra runs. Royce Paul again getting his bowling right, getting this one right up to the bat, not really presenting Walker with the opportunity to get under this one, which is what he's definitely looking for at this stage in the innings. Very good bowling again from Royce Paul. He's bowled 2 dots in succession. And as we've been speaking about matchups all day, Dwight, everything is really favoring Walker. He has the off spinner, as this one is driven down the ground. Captain Tariq placing himself in the hot seat at long on. Everything favors the right-handed batters at this time. The right-arm off-spinner is bowling. If the batsmen decide to hit, they're going to be hitting with the breeze towards the Johnson Charles stand.
Yeah, but so far Royce Paul has been very good in terms of the length that he's been bowling. He's been bowling it quite full, what we would call as Yorker length delivery. So far the batsman has not been able to get under it. And so far he's bowled a really good over. Other than the 4 byes, it's been a very tidy over from Paul. This time he bowls to Andrew, who just pushes it to the short cover for no run. A lot would be, in terms of what Grenada ends up with, a lot would be dependent on Ronald Walker and how he finishes this inning. Good delivery from Paul, but good looking shot there by Andrew, pushing that down to long off. They've gone for 1, thinking of the second, but can't Elcock in off the boundary quite quickly. And this, so we've come to an end of a good Royce Paul over. Grenada now 222 for 7 at the end of the 46 over with 4 overs left. Ronald Walker is on 33 of the 28 deliveries. He's batting with Kelshon Andrew. Grenada will be looking to maximize the last 4 overs.
Yes, and Walker showing us that he has the ability to take the ball to the boundary. And as you said, a lot would depend on him in terms of what total Grenada can muster. But it has not looked as if Andrew possesses that ability. And he would really be up against it, against the quality of Tariq. This one is fired at the stumps and hits the pads, really above the pads, causing some pain to the batsman, who doesn't appear to be wearing a fire guard.
Yeah, Tariq continues to bowl dots after dots. His game plan is just to pitch a ball on the length, slide it across, and that's exactly what happened again. There's an appeal, for stump, but the umpire says not out this time. Noel Leo picks it up cleanly and quite quickly, takes off the bill, but not out, says the umpire.
Yes, Dwight, and you mentioned earlier that with the line that Tariq is bowling, it's really absurd that he does not make use of a short foot man. He has decided to really employ a short fine leg instead, but we've seen him go past the bat on numerous occasions.
Yeah, he's captain, and maybe he's focused on bowling, but somebody out there should actually point that out to him. He's better off having a third man and the fine leg with the line and length that he's bowling. But very good looking shot there by Andrew down to long off for a single. He now puts Ronell Walker, the dangerous Ronell Walker, who's now 33 of 28 on strike. And Ronell Walker looking to go over mid-on, completely misses that one. Again, a bit of a fumble by Noel Leo, who seems to be having a shocker. There was an appeal by Edward. Not sure whether it was a caught behind, but Noel Leo did not pick up cleanly.
That's right. And with three fielders posted deep on the onside, Ronald Walker would be better advised to go over the offside. But once again, we see Captain Tariq Edward beating the bat of the right-hander once more. This is really good bowling from the skipper at this late stage of the innings.
It is. It's exactly what the St. Lucians would have wanted. Very good deft bowling, you would say, by Tariq Edward, getting that ball to just slide across the right-handers, and more often than not, it seems to be beating the bat. So very good over. There was an appeal, last delivery for stumping, but again the umpire says not out. So the St. Lucians will be looking to end well, so as the Grenadians. It's 223 for 7 with 3 overs left. I know earlier we spoke about maybe getting 200 and maybe 230, 240, but the Grenadians look well on par to get a few more than that. And Royce Paul looks to bowl. There's an appeal for LBW, but that looks like that's going to be missing leg. But Andrew looking to deposit that over the Johnson Child stand, does not make any contact with that.
Yes, 2 fielders posted deep on the onside, but Royce Paul has shown that he has the skill to bowl at this late stage. Everything is really and truly against him, bowling to the right-handers, and they're hitting with the breeze. And just as we speak, Captain Tariq has reinforced the onside, having 4 fielders posted deep. So if the batter does not make good contact, it could present the opportunity for another wicket.
Yeah, he's actually, there's 4 fielders on the onside and they're all on the boundary. I'm not a fan of the short fine leg moving across to a short foot man, considering Royce Paul will be looking to get the ball to turn back in. But this is the field that Tariq Edward feels comfortable with. And this time the batsman looks to go over the offside, and he does, just goes over the short backward point. It's running away. They've gone for 1. They come back for 2. And that's another piece of poor fielding. That's actually going to be 4 runs. Yes, the umpire has signaled 4. So the fielding who's continues for the St. Lucians. Absolutely poor fielding. Andrew doing the right thing, looking to go over the offside, getting the thick outer edge, and that was poor fielding down at the backward point. Again, gifting another 4 runs there.
But Dwight, at this late stage of the innings, fielders would generally position themselves on the circle. They would start walking from just outside the circle, and we saw this ball falling on the markers for the 40-yard circle. So had the fielder been positioned correctly, this one would have just went straight down his throat. Instead, they have gifted Grenada with another boundary.
Yeah, it's about game awareness. And Ronald Walker deep hits that over long off, and that's gone for a huge 6. That's a big 6 from the dangerous Ronald Walker. He deposits Royce Paul straight over long off. Very good shot, and that's gone well, maybe 10-15 meters over the ropes, and the Grenadians are now pushing on.
That's the thing, Dwight, when you have reintroduced your spinner so late in the piece and expecting him to contain batters at this stage. I believe that Royce Paul does have the quality, but on this occasion, really over pitching, and the muscle of Walker really taking this one way over the ropes for 6.
Yeah, very intelligent batting from Ronald Walker as well. Immediately after the 6, he just pushes it into the onside and rotates the strike. He's now moved on to 40 of just the 32 deliveries, with 6 4s and 1 huge 6. So he's definitely putting the St. Lucian bowlers under pressure. and a lot would be dependent on him in terms of what score the Grenadians do get. And that shot that's pulled into there, that might drop short, but Tariq Edward, good catch. Tariq Edward, brilliant again in the field. That was a shot delivery. Andrew looking to deposit it into the Johnson Child stand. Was only able to get height on that one. And Royce Paul gets his first wicket. And the Grenadian lose their 8th wicket. And that of Kelshon Andrew, who's gone for 7.
Yes. The good thing for St. Lucia is that this one found the best fielder on the park. He really showed good anticipation, good awareness. This one was really hanging in the air and he made good ground. He showed good speed getting underneath this one there. And in the end, had to put out the dive. Fully stretched and picks up a smart catch.
Yeah, Tariq has been brilliant in the field. That's his 3rd catch. He's taken 3 catches so far. So definitely they stand out in the field, leading from the front with his fielding. And so far his 2nd spell has been brilliant as well. But he's going to be bowling to the dangerous Ronell Walker. With 2 overs left, 12 deliveries, Ronell Walker will be looking to face as many of those balls as possible. And that's on the pads. Looks to hit it through the onside, doesn't make contact. You'll be disappointed that he didn't get bat on that. That could have easily gone through maybe fine leg area for a boundary.
Yes, but a concerted effort here by Tariq Edward to really put some pace on that delivery. But this one went to some serious pace of the bat of Walker. Good fielding by the fielder there at a long on. Only allows for them to go through for the single.
Yeah, much better fielding there. The new batsman is Devin Tyson. And he's going to be facing up to Captain Tariq Edward, who's in his 8th over so far. Good delivery, good shot, very well played. They've gone for a single. There's chance of a run out, but no. Excellent communication, and they've been able to complete the single. So Devin Tyson gets off the mark, and more importantly, he gets Ronell Walker, the dangerous Ronell Walker, back on strike with that single.
Yes, I believe that Tyson would have represented the Windward Islands team at the under 17 level. But here we see Captain Tariq Edward picking up his 2nd wicket, dismissing the dangerous Walker. He made an attempt to clear that front leg and power this one over mid-wicket, but could only find the fielder Royce Paul there at short mid-wicket. Didn't have the timing on this one here, and Captain Tariq really makes the breakthrough for his team.
Yeah, a very good knock by Ronell Walker. He got the 41 of 35 deliveries. He's now put Grenada in a good position, I would say, 237 for 9 with another 8 deliveries left. His inning has actually put Grenada in a position where I think they would be confident they would be able to defend that. And St. Lucia would have to bat really well in order for them to get that total. And they still got 8 deliveries left. And I'm sure they will be looking to maximize the 8 deliveries. But Tariq Edward has come back in his 2nd spell and he's bowled brilliantly.
Yes, and that he certainly has. And this is why I had expressed some disappointment earlier with the way that he would have maneuvered the bowlers. Because this being his last over, it means that he would have only bowled 8 overs. And I'm sure that he could have found those 2 overs elsewhere, possibly bringing himself on much earlier on in the piece. But as some would say, this is water under the bridge, or hindsight is the best sight. He can still clean up this innings with the final 2 deliveries of his spell.
And with that wicket, the new batsman is Deshante Thomas, another left-hander. And he plays that into the backward point area. The non-striker asking for a non-existent single, but they decided against it. Good call in the end. But Tariq Edward is going to bowl his last ball of his 8th over. which is going to be his final over because we've only got one over after this. He's hoping to maybe clean it up. Grenada just 1 wicket in hand, 7 balls left.
It's good of him to return to around the wicket line. And this one is full and straight, an appeal, but not upheld by the umpire. Disappointment here on the face of Tariq Edward. He really believed that he had his man.
Yeah, there was a big appeal from Edward, but I'm in agreement with the umpire. I'm not seeing Edward turn a ball for the day, so there's every chance that ball is going to be sliding down the leg side. So it's a good call from the umpire, but we've come to the end of the 49th over. Grenada is still on 237 for 9. Not out batsmen Devin Tyson and Deshante Thomas. And it's going to be Royce Paul to bowl the last over of the inning.
Yes, and Royce Paul was guilty in the last over of overpitching, allowing the dangerous Walker to get underneath one. But since then, he has readjusted that length and has opted to fire those deliveries into the pitch as quick as he possibly could.
The Grenadians will be maybe hoping to get another 8-9 runs, maybe 245.
Yes, as we see Royce Paul bringing up the fielder who was posted at a deep backward square, and he's bringing him into the circle, possibly to cut off the opportunity for the single.
With 6 deliveries left, not necessarily sure that's the right idea, but I guess we're about to find out. Paul, good delivery from Paul, completely beaten all ends up straight for him.
A bit surprised that Tyson opted for the forward push instead of the massive heave, and he does so on this occasion, but his head was in the air and not really tracking this one all the way, just opting for the wild heave.
Yeah, Tyson guilty of maybe not watching the ball onto the bat. With pretty much the entire offside field in, he may better be served, looking to go maybe over the cover region. And having said that, he looks to go to over the offside this time, but again, beaten for pace. Royce Paul, good over, last over, 3 balls, 3 dots, just what St. Lucia would have wanted. But the Grenadians are hoping for a boundary or 2 in the remaining 3 deliveries. That one given generous flight, and Andrew is stumped. He's gone stumped. The umpire has given him out stumped, and that's the end of the inning. Andrew looking to deposit that over long on, made no contact. Noel Leo quickly removed the bails, and we've come to the end of the Grenadian innings. I think they were 237 all out.
Yes, Dwight. Royce Paul picking up the wicket, bowling 4 dot deliveries in the final over of the innings, and also picking up the wicket. And this is why, to be honest, I feel slightly disappointed, because the quality of Royce Paul and Tariq Edward not being fully employed today, they both were not able to complete the full quota of overs. They did not have the best of starts, but Captain Tariq opted to utilize the other bowlers today, and we saw the quality towards the back end of the innings.
Yeah, St. Lucia finished really strongly there. Like you said, Captain Tariq Edward came back in his second spell and did very well. Royce Paul as well. After the spinners went for a bit of runs early on, they came back really strongly and really ended the innings, I would say, on a high. In terms of what transpired so far for the day, Grenada all out 237 in the 50th over, not batting out the 50 overs. But in terms of the batting lineup, we had Gerald Jeremiah, 72. He was cut off. Noel Leo bowled Shawnil Edward. Justin John bowled Kevin Gassi. Off the first ball, Devoni Joseph got 20. Caught Tariq Edward bowled Sky Laffey. Kurt Murray was run out by Khan Elcock for 37. Kirsten Murray caught Noel Leo, bowled Shawnil Edward for 7. Kellis Andrew caught Tariq Edward, bowled Kevin Gassy for 19. Ronell Walker was caught Royce Paul, bowled Tariq Edward for 41. Jamal Lambert caught and bowled Tariq Edward for 9. Kelshon Andrew caught Tariq Edward, bowled Royce Paul for 7. And Devin Tyson, last batsman out, stamped Noel Leo off the bowling of Royce Paul for 1. Not out batsman Deshante Thomas. In terms of the St. Lucian bowling figures, we had Kevin Gassy with 8 overs, 2 for 41. Shawnil Edward, 8 overs as well, 2 for 42. Bolton Sayers only bowled the 5 overs, considered 18 runs, and he went wicketless. Sky Laffey bowled 10 overs, 1 for 55. Royce Paul 6.4 overs, 2 for 34. And the pick of the St. Lucian bowlers, Tariq Edward, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25. And Alexander leg spinner only bowled the 4 overs and considered 21 runs. So once again, Grenada all out for 237.
Yes, and with that, the innings has ended. It is now time for lunch. We will see you back when the action is back.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
Join Winners TV for live coverage of the WINLOTT Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament from Sunday, April 16th to Friday, April 21st. The WINLOTT Under-19 cricket tournament features the best youth cricketers in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica and host, St. Lucia. Action takes place at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground daily. Spectators welcome. Entry is free. Winners TV, St. Lucia's sports network, is the official broadcaster of the WINLOTT Windward Islands Under-19 cricket tournament.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Welcome to Winner Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winner Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winner Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winner Sports Beat weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday, live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe. Take in all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
And good afternoon and welcome to the Daransami Cricket Ground in the 2023 Windward Island under 19 cricket tournament. In the match, St. Lucia versus Grenada. In the first inning, Grenada batted first and they scored 238. And St. Lucia now are going to respond to the total, needing to get 249 runs for victory. And with me in the comments position is St. Lucia and Windward Island player Jamal James. So good afternoon, Jamal.
Yes, good afternoon again, Greg, and good afternoon to all our viewers. As mentioned previously by Dwight Thomas, St. Lucia would need to bat a lot better than they did yesterday in order to overcome this Grenadian challenge. We see that Tyson? See that Murray is going to be the one to start the bowling for the Grenadian team, and he's bowling to Noel Leo.
Yes, St. Lucia, there's a change at the top of the order. Murray Venner, who opened the inning yesterday, isn't playing today. So St. Lucia have a new opening pair in Can Elcock, and Noel Leo. And Kristen Murray would be picking up the attack from the players' pavilion end. And a bit of movement there. Good bit of lateral movement there, Jamal James.
A beautiful start to the bowling by Murray, and this one was pitched up drawing the batter forward, 2 slips awaiting. We saw quality left-arm bowling at the start of St. Lucia's innings with Shawnil Edward, and this was indeed a lovely start by Murray.
Again, drawing Leo into the shot. And at the last moments, he is able to pull the bat out of the way. So good start there by Murray and Grenada. Certainly you could hear the voices out there. The guys are really encouraging and really loving what they are seeing.
Yes, this time Leo is able to get bat on ball, and we would have discussed Leo yesterday being a very aggressive batsman, that he would have been sought after in many a Dream 11 team. He would have played for St. Lucia in the Dream 11, and he actually secured selection in a Dominican team. So a very aggressive opening batter who loves to feel a bat on ball.
So early Leo has gone lofted drive over the long on region, and it has gone all the way for 6. So Noel Leo has opened up his account with a 6. Good positive shot there, and St. Lucia also have moved on to 6 without loss.
Yes, we were just speaking to his ability, that he's a well sought after player in white ball cricket, a very aggressive left hand batter. This one was pitched up, this time on the line of the stump, and Leo just going down the ground with this one. Very positive intent shown by Leo.
So what's the response of Murray is going to be like? And he's driving hard at this one, and it has gone through the first and second slip down to the boundary for 4. So Leo really has been given a life. Murray must be very disappointed after being struck for 6. The very next delivery, pushing this one just outside the off stump, and Leo going for the big expansive drive, getting the outside edge, but the catch wasn't taken. So Leo lives to fight another day.
Yes, no half measures from the batting of Leo. He really went hard after this one, possibly looking to repeat what happened in the previous delivery, and this one, luckily for him, going in between the two fielders posted in the cordon, and again a very wide gap between those two fielders.
So 10 without loss, and again join Leo into the shot, and at the last moment looks to pull the bat away. So after first over, St. Lucia, they move on to 10 without loss. Leo himself is on 10. So very good over there by Murray, really, inducing the false shot there from Leo, but it was not taken and went through to the slip cordon down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, he has gone for 10, and his figures thus far do not really show how well he has bowled in this first over. We're seeing some good lateral movement from this youngster Murray, but Noel Leo shows that he is prepared to bring the attack to the Grenadian bowling.
So
as we see Can Elcock about to face his first delivery. He looked solid and assured at the crease in yesterday's game, up against the bowling of the aggressive Philip from Dominica. This looks to be, is that Tyson?
Number 11, I think.
Yes, Devin Tyson from the Players Pavilion end.
Yes, so and this one a fair bit of bounce just outside the off stump. Again, drawing Khan into the shot, but at the last moment played inside the line of this delivery. So good start there by Tyson.
Yes, and Tyson would have been a member of the Windward Islands under-17 team, looking to make that jump to the under-19 team this year. I'm not sure if he would have represented at that level, but certainly a member of the Windward's under-17 pace attack.
And this one where he's scoring Can Elcock.
This is really impressive and beautiful new ball bowling, Greg.
Yes.
He's hitting good areas. He's looking quite fit, quite strong. Is Devin Tyson.
Yes, certainly. We saw the new ball pair of Gasty and Edward for St. Lucia. They both started off the innings very well, very promising. And likewise, Murray and Tyson have started very promising as well. And this one a shot down leg side, and so really swivel and getting it down to the long leg boundary for 4. So poor delivery there by Tyson on this occasion, but Can Elcock really taking full advantage of a loose delivery.
Yes, and when Devin Tyson has been on the line of that Ostam there, he's really caused some problems for Elcock. This time he's straying onto the pads, and the fielder at a fine leg was positioned quite wide and really had no chance of stopping this one. So Can Elcock brings up his first boundary.
So 14 without loss. And Can really throws the bat at this one over the head of the fielder at short covered. The ball is going close to the rope, and it has now hit the rope. So consecutive boundaries there for Can Elcock. He now moves on to 8. And St. Lucia, they have taken the tally now to 18. So good positive intention showed there by both openers. Jamal.
Yes, aggression seems to be the order of the day from these batters. Once the ball has pitched up, they've taken full toll. This time Can Elcock opting not to keep this one all along the ground, like we saw from him yesterday, going the aerial route and succeeding in getting that ball over the fielder, and this one had enough legs on it to get to the boundary.
So let's see what is going to be the response of Tyson, being struck for 2 consecutive fours. And short ball can get in on top of this one, playing it into the point region. Gets himself a single. So a good batting indeed there by young Elcock. Not only contended out looking for the boundaries, but taking the single of the good deliveries as well. So 19 without loss. 5 deliveries bowled so far in this over. That's turned out to be a very productive over so far for St. Lucia. Some 9 runs coming off the over. And this one is down the leg side, and it is called wide, and it may go all the way into the boundary, and it has. So 5 additional runs to the total for St. Lucia. And really very expensive over. Not the sort of promising start we saw from Tyson. We complimented him after the first 2 deliveries, and generally looked like we just placed the commentator's curse on Tyson. Because just after we complimented him, the 3rd and 4th delivery went for boundaries, and the last delivery he bowled went for 4 wides.
Yes, Greg, but having said that, the wicketkeeper could have really made a much better attempt at cleaning up this one.
And no ball now, so the indiscipline continues for Tyson. First 5 wides, and he followed it up with a no ball, so Leo really must be licking his chops there, knowing that he really has the license to throw the kitchen sink as this one. So let's see if he could take advantage, and more so he will be hitting with the wind if he targets the Johnson-Charleston region.
Yes, and I think that this is one of the shots that Noel is very good at. Anything that Tyson bowls too straight, he will look to deposit him in that area.
So Tyson really has aborted his run. Perhaps not feeling the rhythm, or it is just a game of cat and mouse with him. And this one is pulled over the wide long on region, and it has gone close to the Johnson-Charleston. So what a way to end the over. Depositing this short one from Tyson. Leo really camping on the back foot, anticipated that it was going to be a short delivery, and really deposited it over the wide long on region for 4. So good end to the over there by Noel Leo.
Yes, Noel, you're really showing the talent that we have spoken of. A very aggressive opening batsman, very competent on fast short pitch bowling. He has the skill to deposit even the best of bowlers out the park, and this is what he's really known for in circles, in the cricket circles around St. Lucia.
So very expensive over bowled by Tyson. Some 21 runs coming off the over. So the sort of start that Grenada would not have wanted St. Lucia to get off to. After 2, they are 31. So Murray will be continuing. And this one is wide outside the off stump. And more than happy to just shoulder his arms. So Murray still getting a fair bit of movement, but needs to get a little closer to the bat when induce him into playing a false shot.
Yes, but Murray would have induced the edge in his previous over, and he was well supported by 2 fielders waiting in that slip cordon. But for some reason, the captain, Devonnie Joseph, opting to remove one of those fielders from the cordon.
Yes, it's a bit surprising that the captain is operating with just one slip, considering the fact, as you did mention, opportunity was created in the first over of Murray, and it went a begging. It went between the first and second slip. And this one pitched up, can drive in through to the cover region. No run resulting. So St. Lucia certainly needs a much better batting improvement on what they exhibited yesterday. And this one, we see certainly a bit of movement in the air.
Yes, and Can Elcock really playing all around this one. This one was fraught with danger. He would be advised to play straight.
So 4 deliveries bowled so far in the over. And this one just wide outside the off stump. Can really not drawn into playing any shot. Just picking up the line of the delivery and allowing it to go through to the keeper.
Yes, Can Elcock just being watchful of those deliveries pitched up outside the off stump. I think had that been a Noel Leo on strike, he would have definitely gone after this one.
So again, squaring Can Elcock up a bit. So the end of the third over, maiden over bowled there by Murray. So much better over compared to the first, where he considered some 10 runs.
Yes, of note, he was bowling to Can Elcock on this occasion, who has proven himself to be much more of a reserved player, more in the mold of your typical, almost a test opening batter. But he, in his previous over, bowled to Noel Leo, who was fully prepared to take the attack to him.
So Leo is up against Tyson, who really got a rough treatment from Leo, especially in his last delivery of the over, where he was deposited over wide long on. This one is driven over the outstretched hand of the fielder at the short cover region and down to the boundary for 4. So certainly Leo has shown good intention. Anything that is pitch up close to him, he certainly prepares to take the aerial route and another well executed shot.
Yes, and was not allowed to open the batting yesterday, which is definitely his preferred position. For some reason, Mary Venom not into the team today. We're not sure of exactly why, but it provided Leo with the opportunity to open the batting, and he's really cashing in here against some loose bowling.
So just playing this one to the player at the fielder at the mid-off region. No run resulting. So it's nice to see that the St. Lucia openers, it's not a question of just going helter-skelter. They are pretty much prepared to put the deliveries that, in their opinion, that present the scoring opportunity, but they're mixing it with good, strong defense. And really good delivery there by Tyson. This one back of a length, really squaring Leo up. So good response, good delivery there, but the Grenada team would want to see Tyson bowl a few more deliveries in that area, be a little more consistent.
Yes, and this delivery here was a timely reminder of the quality that Devin Tyson possesses.
And this one off the pad, the bowler was appealing, but I think he should consider himself very fortunate that Leo did not get bat to this last delivery, as his intention was to deposit it somewhere in the square leg mid-wicket region. So with no one really patrolling the boundary out there. And this one has taken a thick inside edge, and the ball is traveling close to the boundary, and it's going to win the race. So fortuitous boundary for Noel Leo. I don't think that was the intended area he wanted to play that shot, but nevertheless he would have gotten a good result, earning himself 4 runs, and also the total for St. Lucia has moved up by 4, 39 without loss.
Yes, and this here shows again what we've been speaking about in terms of the inconsistency of the fast bowling department from all teams who have played at the Darren Simon Cricket Ground thus far. Tyson would have just gone past the bat early on in the over, and he does so again on this occasion. But in between those excellent deliveries, he's serving up too many looseners. That full toss presented there, didn't have the best of timing on it, but it was still given the treatment. So Tyson bowling well, but leaking boundaries.
Yeah, so some 8 runs coming off this over. So Tyson, he has bowled 2 overs for 29 runs. So certainly the economy rate there of Tyson is not pleasing at all. 14.5 is going on over. So Murray will be continuing from the media center end, and big waft there by Can Elcock, a ball that he could have easily allowed to go through to the keeper. I don't think we're not playing 10-10 cricket, Jamal. So these are the sort of deliveries that you really do not want to be playing so early in your inning.
Yes, but it appears as if the St. Lucian batters have been given full license to go after the bowling to maximize this power play. And we see another example of this here with this one dug in shot by Murray, but Can Elcock opting to go for the pull shot.
Yes, he could have gone for the pull shot, but I think he's more inclined to take the aerial route rather than looking to roll the risk over and keep it along the ground. That would have been a much safer shot. But fortune favors the brave, and Can Elcock still lives to fight another day. Good delivery there, really squaring Leo up. Again, Jamal, we see some very good deliveries being bowled by these 2 opening bowlers, but as we have highlighted from since yesterday, is the consistency that we're not seeing. They're able to bowl one good delivery, but we do not see like 3 and 4 balls being bowled in those good areas.
Yes, and all bowlers being assisted by this excellent wicket prepared at the Darren Simon Cricket Ground. All fast bowlers.
This one was wide outside your stump, called wide, and Leo really having a go at it. So as you did indicate, perhaps the instruction from the management would be to perhaps go hard at the first power play. And we see both Elcock and Leo there seems to be taking that approach. And this one is played straight back. And the ball hits the stump. So this is an indication how straight Leo has played the last delivery. So 41 without loss. Leo 24 and Elcock on 10. So good healthy rate 9.11. And this one, he has attempted the lost step drive over the extra cover region, but it has traveled all the way for 4. So for 6, sorry. Murray guilty on this occasion, pitching this one too close. And Leo really obliged and just planted that right leg and deposited this one over the cover region for 6. So beautiful executed shot there by Leo Jamal.
Great. I think this would represent the first time that a batsman would have hit a 6 over the offside. So we've seen that thus far Noel has the ability to punish you over the onside and over the offside.
And again he cuts this one over the point region. It looks like it may have traveled all the way for 6 and another 6. Really getting on top of it, his toes and really cutting this one. So really been safe here on Murray in the last 2 deliveries there. Leon in the process have brought up the 50% ratio. So 53 without loss in just 5 overs.
Excellent start by this opening partnership, and Noel Leo just showing all exactly what he is really accustomed of doing. I have seen this type of innings from him many a time, and it's good to see that he's doing it today in national colors. Again, we've seen that he's quite proficient at balls back of a length, short balls, and that drive over the covers for 6. I think that was definitely the shot of the day, and possibly I doubt we might see a better one in the tournament.
Yes, well executed there by Noel Leo, and certainly he's in a very attacking mode. So what is the response of Tyson is gonna be? So that sort of onslaught they have seen early on, he really needs to get a wicket for Grenada, and he'll be bowling to Elcock. And this one, wrapping Khan on the pad from our vantage point, clearly going down the leg side. So umpire Leo not interested. So certainly Leo really taking the attack to the Grenada fast bowlers.
Yes, he really loves pace bowling and really putting them into the sword. I think the Grenadian attack would have been taken by surprise by this onslaught from these 2 left-handed batters.
And Elcock just missing out on that opportunity. Again, short delivery ball there by Tyson. Perhaps Elcock looking to muscle this ball rather than looking for the timing, because you have one fielder close to the square leg umpire, and once he could get the ball past either side, left or right, there's no one patrolling the boundary, so that should get him 4 easy runs. And wide down the leg side there by Tyson.
Yes, and with Noel Leo going so well at the other end, Can Elcock would be better advised to perhaps just give him the single and just keep rotating for him. Batting is all about partnerships, but we see Khan really trying to be equally as aggressive as Noel Leo.
This one wide outside the off stump, and was drawn into the shot, and at the last moment held back at the expansive drive he was about to attempt. So the indiscipline really continues with Tyson. Extras now move on to 9. And we are only in the 6th over. And Khan is defending stoutly. So the two batters out there, Jamal, really, they don't look phased at all with what's happening. They look like they're very much in control of the situation.
Yes, and providing supreme entertainment in the process. The aggression of Leo and the classical batting from Can Elcock really on display. Really putting the Grenadian bowling under significant pressure.
And just a loose drive attempted by Khan. As you did indicate, Khan should realize that he cannot match Noel Leo stroke for stroke. So he would be best advised, as you say, to just pick the singles when they are available. The loose ones really put them away. But with a current rate of 9.71 and the required rate is just 4.13, so there's no need to play at every delivery. So sound in defense. So he can afford to allow quite a few deliveries that are not threatening the stumps to go through to the keeper. No need to be chasing those wide deliveries.
Yes, with the foot basically on the neck of the Grenadian attack, Can Elcock should really realize that that what is required from him is to just ensure that he's there with Noel while he goes guns blazing at the other end.
Good delivery, well played there. Just dropping the hands at the last moment. So good into the over there by Tyson. So at the end of over number 6, St. Lucia, they have moved on to 55 without loss. Leo on 36 and Elcock on 10.
Yes, and Leo just facing 18 deliveries has already motored on to 36, really taking advantage of the bowling.
Yeah, well, so far he has a strike rate of 200. 46 of 18 deliveries with 3 4s and 4 6s so far.
Yes, and the captain, Devon Joseph, still persisting with Murray. One would have possibly thought that with this quick start that he would possibly introduce a new bowler to stem the leakage of runs.
So just getting on the back foot and punching this one through the covers. The fielder made a partial stop. So the ball is really coming off the middle of the bat of Noel Leo. From that distance, we could actually hear the sweet sound of ball hitting bat.
Yes, and typically you would see fielders inside the circle moving tight to stop singles, but they're all on the edge of the 30 yard.
So looking to drive this one on the back foot through the extra cover region, and that has prompted a change in the field. The fielder now has been posted on the extra cover boundary. And look like more changes. So fielder comes off the square leg region. He's been posted at the cover point region now. So they're operating with a sticks free field. wide outside the awesome, and luckily not to have been called wide. So the ploy right now, Jamal, seems to be that they are prepared to strengthen the outside field and encouraging the bowler to really bowl on off stump line or just outside the reach of the batsman. And he's really looking to just fun at this one. Really, one would say a nothing short, and now he rehearses that he perhaps should have just allowed it to go through to the keeper.
Yes, even if Noel has really motored on, one would think that he would possibly just calm down a bit, seeing that he would have already begun to lay such a good platform for the national team, and he would basically have Grenada on the ropes.
And this one angling down the leg side. Noel got a bit of bat, but fortunate for Grenada, the ball went straight to the fielder at the short fine leg region.
Greg, what do you make of the field currently set for Leo?
No, I think it is a good field, considering the fact that they're looking if the bowler could bowl wide outside the off stump, but this one is pitch up and it was driven to the right of the fielder at the mid-off region, and it sped down to the boundary for 4. So a good end to the over there for Leo. Again, the inconsistency we've been seeing with the bowling. The last delivery really was a half volley, and Leo, in the mode that is in there, did not need a second invitation. But prior to that, we saw him really looking to bowl a little wide outside the off stump, having Leo really reaching for those deliveries. So if he had continued with perhaps that line of attack, it may very well could have resulted in the downfall of Leo. But on the last occasion, last delivery, going for the half volley, and it was properly executed by Leo.
Yes, and Leo really doing well for himself and for his country. But on that occasion, we're seeing that the Grenadians, they really made it easy for him with the field placing and with that over-pitch delivery.
Yes, so Tyson is continuing. He's 4th. And St. Lucia after 7:59 without loss. And this one is down the leg side. Wide call by umpire Leo Amide. So St. Lucia now have gone to 60 without loss. Certainly the sort of start that they would have wanted from the openers. But I don't think they would have thought that it may have come so quickly in terms of the number of overs.
Yes, a dream start for the St. Lucian batters.
But Elcock ball shot and wide outside the off stump and looking to pull into the mid-wicket. Jamal, maybe would have been best advised to look to perhaps cut this one over the point region, because the ball was already outside the off stump.
Yes, but the temptation is there to hit that one with the breeze towards the Johnson Charles stand. But as we were saying, Greg, and this is the start of dreams for the St. Lucian team and the start of nightmares for the Grenadians. St. Lucia racing to 60 after just 7.1 overs.
This one just outside the off stump. Pretty much contented in just allowing it to go through to the keeper. So the current rate 8.18. And we cried with 4.17. So St. Lucia, they are well ahead. Shot of a length, and is well behind this one. So with the sort of start that we've seen from St. Lucia, Jamal is probably have well taken the win out of the sails of the Grenada attack to a certain degree.
Yes, certainly, but one of the dangers for Noel Leo is that he wouldn't get, as you would say, cold. What normally happens is that when the batter is really beating the ball as he is, he would require the strike more often. But we see that's for Can Elcock. There's a risky single here. Oh, the fielder does not pick up cleanly.
Yes, a very risky single indeed. They are attempted by Can, but with the fumble of the fielder coming from the shot wide, in fact extra cover region, he was able to make his ground, but certainly it could have been a very tight single there.
Yes, but he's able to get Noel Leo back on strike.
And this one angling down the leg side, Leo looks to deposit this one over the mid-wicket region, and it looked like there was a bit of glove because there was no signal there by the umpire Leo Armides, so it's safe to say that Noel Leo was given a life down the leg side, but it was a good value attempt nevertheless by the wicketkeeper. Not the easiest of catches, diving to his right.
As the Grenadians would have been praying that that one would have stuck in the mid.
And good delivery.
Joseph, an excellent wicketkeeper by all accounts.
So at the end of over number 8, St. Lucia 62 without loss. You have Kirsten Murray was up on the bowling with 1 maiden. He has considered some 28 runs. And Devon Tyson with his 4 overs for 34. So St. Lucia certainly enjoying a good opening stand there between Leo and Elcock. Leo 41 after 25 deliveries, and Elcock who is on 11 after 24 deliveries. So more from Jamal James, and your new commentator would be Dwight Thomas.
Yes, and pursuant to the rules for the developmental stage of these fast bowlers, the fast bowlers only allowed 4 overs in a spell, and this would have prompted a change in the Grenadian attack, as we see a new bowler here who is Elshon Andrew taking up the bowling from the commentary end. Welcome, Dwight.
Yeah, good afternoon to our viewers and listeners. And with my introduction, Noel Leo continues to blaze all over the Darren Sammy cricket ground. St. Lucia off to a really good start. They're already 66, and we're only into the 9th over, and Noel Leo, who is well known locally to be a very aggressive opener, is really showing his worth this afternoon here at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. He'll be hoping to get a big score in order for St. Lucia to overhaul the 238 that they need for victory. Noel Leo has now moved on to 45 of just the 26 deliveries. So he's in a T10 or T20 mode here this afternoon.
Yes, and this first delivery served up by Andrew, just a full ball on the pads. Really a gift. And the sort of mood that Noel Leo is in at the moment, he would take full advantage of such deliveries. He would have considered himself unlucky to have missed out yesterday with the form that he has entered into the tournament with. A lot of local runs behind him.
Yeah, and I think what, unfortunately, Amari Venner missed out today. But what that has meant is that Noel Leo gets the opportunity to bat in his preferred position And so far, he's again showing why he's been one of the best local under 19 opening batsmen, especially in the power play. And he needs no invitation, but unfortunately, Andrew has overstepped. And Noah Leo has another opportunity right now to free his arms. And based on the way that he's been going, he does not need a second invitation. And Andrew Bolton Noel swings that over deep mid wicket. It's gone for 4. 1 bounce into the boundary, and again Noel Leo just continues to hit the ball all over the Darren Sammy cricket ground. What has been most impressive with Leo so far is that he's been able to hit both sides of the wicket. I can recall a shot that he played over cover in a few overs back, and now he's hitting over the leg side. So he's shown that he could actually be aggressive and hit both sides of the wicket.
Very impressive from Leo, who has moved on to 49, just 1 away from a milestone here.
Yes, and you could hear the cheers from the Darren Sammy cricket ground. We have a few spectators willing Leo to go on and get a big score. But like you said, he's just 1 away from what would be a brilliant half century. And he's deceived. That's gone straight up, deceived by a slow ball. And I think this is the end of Noel Leo. Fantastic change of pace by Kelshon Andrew. Absolutely outfoxed Noel Leo, who's absolutely disappointed. But he should keep his head up based on the way that he's batted. I know he's disappointed to have missed out on what would have been a brilliant 50. But Noel Leo has to go cut and bowled Kelshon Andrew for 49, and St. Lucia lose their first wicket at 71.
Yes, and this is what the Grenadians would have wanted. Captain Devoni Joseph entrusting Andrew the responsibility of coming on, and he presented Grenada with the first wicket. Noel Leo has been ultra aggressive, was in no frame of mind to play this one here with soft hands as was required. His method was attack first and think about defense later, and possibly that milestone was on his mind.
Yeah, Noel Leo a bit tentative, I would say, on with that specific shot. Again, maybe he was just thinking of maybe trying to get that 1 run needed to get to his half century. But with Noel Leo going off, I think in comes, is that Theo Edward? The new batsman is, yes, number 1, Theo Edward, who I think has gotten a promotion from where he batted yesterday. So it looked like there's been a couple of changes in the St. Lucia batting order today.
Yes, with Amari Venner, the senior opening batsman in this team, not playing today. Theo Edward walks in. Would have remembered that Theo Edward is that youngster who took the Windward Islands under 15 tournament by storm. He would have done what is an unprecedented feat, a feat that I don't think would be repeated in a long time, scoring 4 centuries in a row. He would have made his debut at this under 19 level yesterday and did not have the best of starts. So we'll definitely be looking today to rectify.
Yes, and very good delivery there from Kelshon Andrew on about the off stump. Theo playing what you would call a nothing shot, just literally hanging about the bat out there, makes no contact. And like you said, I think he did score 4 centuries, back-to-back centuries in the Windward Islands under 15 competition. Most of those runs would have come right here at the Darren Sammy cricket ground, so he's quite familiar. Yes, I've just been told all of those centuries, so he's quite familiar with the conditions here. And with that promotion, he'll be looking to get a few runs for it. And that's a fantastic shot from Edward. Shot, punch off the back foot. He's gone for 1, coming back for the second. A bit of a misfield there at backward point. But with that misfield, that takes Leo on to 2. He gets off the mark. Very positive shot there by the youngster. And we've come to the end of the 9th over. St. Lucia in a very good position, off to a really good start. There is 73 for 1. Can Elcock is the not-out batsman. He's got 11 of the 24 deliveries, was playing more of a supporting role, while Noel Leo was being ultra-aggressive.
Yes, and on that last delivery there, Andrew presenting Theo Edward with the opportunity to free his arms and to open up his account. If they would have had an analysis on the 4 centuries that he would have scored, I think maybe about 200 of those runs would have come between backward point and cover. He has shown himself to be quite proficient at strokes for the offside, young Theo Edward.
Yes, definitely. One would say that is his strength. And we've got a change of bowler from the players' pavilion end, and that's Deshante Thomas. And it's like it's going to be the first introduction of spin. Yes. And he's going to be bowling to Can Elcock. A good delivery by Deshante Thomas. And it looks like he's a left-arm Chinaman, which is not something that you see often. There aren't many going around, but it looks like he's a left-arm Chinaman bowler. So it's going to be interesting to see how the St. Lucian batsmen handle the spin of Deshante Thomas.
Yes, and you would recall that yesterday the St. Lucians did not fare too well against the leg spin bowler from Dominica Joseph. And today Grenada really introducing the first Chinaman bowler of the tournament.
Good delivery from Thomas. Very good action. Again, left-arm Chinaman is not something that you see quite often. He's got off to a really good start. Again, another very good delivery right up to Edward, who pushes it to the short mid-wicket.
Yes, Dwight, but with again Theo Edwards into his first tournament, the Grenadians really presenting him with the opportunity for that single down at long on. If he would just push that ball past that fielder at short mid wicket, I think that they should really bring up this fielder to exert some more pressure on young Theo.
And Theo goes for a sweep shot. A bit too full, I would say, for that shot. He gets back down to fine leg. They've gone for 1. It's going to be 2. A bit of a risky shot there. It did come off the bat. So another 2 to Theo Edward. But I think he would be better off looking to hit that down to the fielder at long on. That's a much safer option. But he did get away with it on that occasion. But Thomas has settled into a really, really good line and length here. Much better shot from Theo Edward down the ground for a single. And that's exactly what you said earlier. With a new batsman, young Theo Edward, maybe that's a bit too easy, just getting him a single, getting him off strike. Maybe the Grenadians should actually try and apply some pressure and get themselves back into this game, because as of right now, St. Lucia are well and truly ahead at being on 77 for 1 at the end of 10 overs.
Yes, Dwight, and you would recall that by way of contrast, after 10 overs, the Grenadian team were only able to amass 28 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. So you could clearly see the difference that the aggression of Noel Leo really introduced into the game.
Yeah, and by being so aggressive, I think he's really put the Grenadians under some severe pressure. But Andrew got the big wicket of Noel Leo in his last over, and he's continued bowling some good areas, good line, good length. Theo Edward only able to just push that into the short mid-wicket area.
Yes, and now in the absence of Leo, the Grenadians would have the opportunity to claw their way back into the game.
Short, wide. Edward spunks that to the man at backward point. He would be very disappointed not to have found the gap. That was a poor delivery, but he found the field at backward point. You would feel like he missed out. And having watched Theo Edward bat locally, you'd know that's one of his strong areas. Anderson much straighter this time. As a matter of fact, too straight. Umpire signaled this one as a wide down the leg side. He's into his second over. Again, he got the big wicket of Noel Leo. Since then, the Grenadians have been able to pull things back, because at one point, the St. Lucians were going maybe well over 10 runs and over. So they've been able to pull things back since the dismissal of Noel Leo. Andrew short, wide, and Edwards drives. Good feeling, great piece of fielding. And there was an opportunity for a run out. Had that been a direct hit, that could have been interesting. But again, Andrew short and wide, and Edward would be disappointed. And once again, he found the fielder in the extra cover.
Yes, Kurt Murray doing excellent service to his country. Really acrobatic in his effort. And what looked like a certain boundary, he prevented it. And again, Theo would definitely, he had the opportunity to play one of his favorite strokes, but hasn't really been able to capitalize on some loose bowling by Andrew.
Andrew full straight. And the umpire, Can Elcock, is inquiring whether that was a wide. But the umpire says no. So dot ball. Maybe came off his boot or pad. He's not convinced, but the umpire says no.
Yes, but that lateral movement is still on offer for Andrew. And if you were able to get it right, he may be able to pose a bit of a challenge for Elcock.
Short, Elcock's cut straight to the man at extra cover. The Grenadian fast bowlers, they've not bowled badly. Kirsten Murray got good movement, the left arm pacer. But it's just a matter of being consistent with line and length. I think that's where they've actually let themselves down. There has been a bit of movement. It's just not being able to hit those areas consistently.
So you're about to see the final delivery of the over from Andrew. This one clearly heading down the leg side, so he finishes the over neatly, an over which just goes for 2 runs, the single and the wide. And speaking of wide, Grenada would have presented St. Lucia with 13 extra runs.
Yes, the Grenadians have not been as disciplined as they would have wanted. And I think, again, that comes back to the pressure they were put under by the inning that Noel Leo played. When you have a batsman going the way Leo was, it tends to scramble your minds, and I think that may have happened to a few of the bowlers. But as we go to the first drinks break, the St. Lucians are 79 for 1 at the end of the 11th over. Not out batsman Can Elcock on 11. He's been there from the start, 28 balls, and we have Theo Edward, who's just come in. He's 6 of 10, and the batsman out is actually Noel Leo. He was caught and bowled off the bowling of Kelshon Andrew for a well-played 49 of only the 30 delivery, which included 6 fours and 4 massive sixes.
And in the bowling department for Grenada, we saw Kirsten Murray bowled his 4 overs. He had 1 maiden, conceded 28 runs, and thus far has not gotten a wicket. Then we saw Devin Tyson, whose first couple of deliveries, he looked really threatening to the left-handed opening batters, but was really taken apart by the aggression of Leo. He's bowled his 4 overs for 34 runs. And then the Grenadians introduced Keishon Andrew first change, and he brought immediate success for them. Completing 2 overs, has gone for 13 runs thus far, picking up the lone wicket, that of Noel Leo. And we saw something new, something that we have not seen in the tournament thus far. The introduction of Deshante Thomas, left arm leg break bowler, what we call the Chinaman bowler. Bowling is 1 over. He has looked good. He has conceded just the 3 runs. So the total stands at 79 for 1 for St. Lucia, as we see Coach Gary Maffrey having that discussion with his batters. So Dwight, if you were in that managerial role, what would you have said to these 2 batters?
I think the instructions from the coach Gary Maffrey should be just continue batting, because I think the stat that Noel Leo has given this team, run rate is not necessarily an issue. It's just about batting deep. And if St. Lucia are able to bat the 50 overs, I'm pretty confident that they will be able to get the required target. So it's just a matter of spending as much time at the wicket as possible. The only way maybe Grenada could win this game is actually by bowling St. Lucia out.
Yes, and I think for that to happen, they would be reliant on the services of Deshante Thomas. He's bowled with some good flight, some good guide. In his first over, he would have landed the ball in some good areas. I don't think that we really saw that Chinaman delivery from him just yet, but who knows, perhaps he's capable of bowling that and deceiving the batters.
Yes, I'm quite excited to see how Thomas goes for the remainder of this game. It's always exciting to see any wrist spinner. St. Lucia did have a wrist spinner, Alexander, in their ranks. I think he only bowled the 4 overs, was a bit inconsistent in terms of his line and lengths. But Deshante Thomas, if you have to go by what he did in that first over, he seems to have really good control.
Yes, we saw Leo Alexander playing the leg spinner, playing his first game at this level. And he did beat the bat on a few occasions, but was not able to really land the ball where he wanted to. And sometimes that is difficult for the leg spin bowlers. But let's see what Thomas brings to the party after the break.
Again, good delivery. Pretty much continues where he left off in that first over. If I'm Captain Devonnie Joseph, I'd like to have my long on. I'd have him at mid on. I think giving Theo Edward that single is a bit too easy. Again, good delivery from Thomas. Full onto the bat. Theo looking to force it down to the long on area, but he's not able to beat the bowler, Deshante. Again, good delivery, but very well played this time by Edward. Again, very easy. Just struck it down to long on, easy single. Rotates the strike, gets Khan Elcock back on strike.
It's definitely the Grenadians really missing a trick here by just allowing Theo to escape. Now, would you imagine that Khan Elcock, having batted for such a long time, they actually have the long off in for him to mid off. And this is the direction where the ball is actually spinning.
Yeah, Khan has been in for a while. He's been in for the 29 deliveries so far. He's gotten the 11. So a bit slower. A lot slower when you compare it to Noel Leo. But good shot there from Elcock down the ground. Another easy single. The St. Lucian batsmen seem quite content right now to be just rotating the strike. But Deshante Thomas, he's in some good areas. So far, he's not bowled any what I would call a boundary delivery as yet. And few drives, good delivery, good fielding by Captain Joseph at cover. And Deshante Thomas has come to the end of his second over. He's only considered the 5 runs. And St. Lucia 81 for 1 at the end of 12. Very good stand.
And as you mentioned, the leg spin bowling of Thomas, you really can't say that he's bowled a bad ball thus far. He's shown some excellent control. I just don't believe that he's been supported with the field placing that he has. Batsmen are being allowed to get easy singles down the ground, where neither of them have really looked to take the aerial route.
Yeah, I think the Grenadians are missing a trick by maybe not looking to apply pressure on these two batsmen. Again, it's only Noel Leo who got off to a flyer. The rest of the batsmen are they strike with 50, Theo 7 of 14 at 50, and Can Elcock 12 of 30. So neither batsman has actually gotten off to a flyer. Especially since the introduction of Andrew and Thomas, the Grenadians have pulled things back quite considerably. Andrew in his second over has only considered the 13 runs compared to the opening bowlers who went for quite a few early on. So the Grenadians should use this opportunity to put some pressure back onto the St. Lucian batsmen and try and force Can or Edward to do something out of the ordinary. Andrew seems to have missed his run-up. There's still plenty of energy in terms of the Grenadians out there on the field. And from what I've seen in the 12.1 overs so far, they have fielded a lot better than Team St. Lucia did. So they're still very much in this game. Andrew again right on the money, very good delivery, but Elcock very solid in defense. Looks quite a compact young batsman.
Yes, he looks to be, at this point, playing a similar innings to what we saw from the Grenadian opening batsman, Jeremiah, really making that initial investment in the early stages of the innings. We see he's served up there with a full toss outside the off stump, flashing at this one here. This one getting the bottom edge. Had a chance of ricocheting onto the stump, but luckily for Can Elcock, this one going past the keeper and heading into the boundary for 4.
I think Can Elcock getting away with one, getting a bit lucky there. Full toss, in all honesty, deserved the treatment, but maybe not where he intended. But it's 4 runs nonetheless. Takes him to 16 and Team St. Lucia to 85 for 1. But Andrew has been bowling some very good areas. This time a bit shorter, a bit wider. Can not timing it. Hits it straight to Devonnie Joseph at the short cover.
Yes, getting that fortuitous boundary there. Can Elcock, but St. Lucia would not really care how he gets the runs, as long as he gets the runs.
And based on the way the St. Lucia batted yesterday, I think they'll be quite pleased with what they've seen so far, the way some of the batsmen have applied themselves. And Andrew once again on the money, but Elcock is up for it.
Yes, and this one here, it looked like it deserved the full-blooded drive. And this is where Noel Leo, sitting back in the dugout, would really consider himself unlucky to have gotten out at the time when he did. Because we've seen a lot of over-pitch deliveries and he really cashed in on those. But Can Elcock unable to make full use of those deliveries.
Yeah, Can Elcock seems to be prepared to just spend as much time as possible. And again, with the start that Leo gave the St. Lucian team, there's no need for him to be ultra aggressive. 86 for 1 at the end of the 13th over, so the run rate is still well over 6 at 6.62 for a required run rate of just over 4. St. Lucia is quite comfortably placed. And again, Can Elcock, very good single, just turning that into the leg side area for another single. So far they've been quite content to rotating the strike against Deshante Thomas, who's not really presented a bad ball. And by the sound of it, it looks like Captain Devonnie Joseph heard us. He's now brought in the long on to mid-on. So now he's forcing young Edward to maybe go over the top if he wants to get off strike.
Yes, a proactive move being made by Captain Joseph. And Dwight, I think that sometimes when you have a leg spinner on, you really want to have him starting with some protection until he settles himself into the bowling. So possibly this could have been the reason why Captain Joseph would have employed those two deep fielders.
Yeah, but as of right now, they just have the man at deep square leg, and Theo Edward looks to go over the top, like I said, and it's just gone over the man at mid-on, and it's rolling into the boundary. Yes, it goes over the boundary. I think Edward would count himself lucky. This was an opportunity. Grenada would be very disappointed. The man at mid-on should have made a much better attempt. So Captain Devonny Joseph brought in the mid-on. For that reason, it produced an opportunity, but unfortunately, this opportunity was not taken.
Yes, that's right. We had just called it. We were begging for that fielder to have been brought in, and young Theo Edward, seeing this as an opportunity, didn't really go after this one with the full swing of the bat, looking to just play that check drive, and got it over, just over that fielder who could have made a better effort at stopping, at effecting that catch. And then we see now that Theo is pushing this one to mid-wicket, and the fielder there really making a meal of it and allows him to go through for an easy single. Opportunity lost there for Grenada.
I'm tempted to say the commentators cursed, because earlier I spoke about how well the Grenadians have been fielding compared to Team St. Lucia, but the last two deliveries, two poor pieces of fielding, could have cost them 1 wicket and an extra run as well. But Deshante Thomas has bowled 3 overs. He's considered the 11 runs. He's bowled really well. Should have probably had a wicket in this over. But Team St. Lucia now on 92 for 1 at the end of the 14th over. Theo Edward has now moved on to 12 of the 18 deliveries with 1-4. Khan Elcock 18 of 38 with 3 boundaries.
Yes, in that last over there, Theo Edwards, he just lost his composure, looking to go over the top. And if he really wanted to, he should have gone with more aggressive intent, looking to just check this one over the head of the bowler and almost succumbing. But luckily for him, the fielder at mid-on wasn't really up to the task. Should have just backpedaled and taken a simple catch. Opted to wait and just stretch out his hand.
Yeah, chance going back in there for the Grenadian team. It was a perfect opportunity to put some pressure back on the St. Lucia team, but not taken by the fielder at mid-on. But Andrew continues to bowl really well in his 4th over of this spell. His last, and that's short and wide, and lovely shot by young Edward. That's a fantastic shot. That is his strength. That is his area. This is what he's been waiting for. That's his bread and butter, and that's a fantastic shot there from young Theo Edward.
Well, Dwight, as they say, the 3rd time is the charm. He had 2 opportunities prior to this one and found the fielder on those occasions. This time here, really getting that gap, forcing this one off the back foot, really showing his class, getting on top of his toes there, playing one of his favorite shots and filling this one here and being rewarded with a boundary. And immediately we see a field change.
Yes, we now have a sweeper out on the offside, and Edward just pushes that down to, I would say, a footman area, gully area. Gets off strike. Another single to his name. And if you watch Theo Edward bat, he seems to be making room, looking for the offside shots. That seems to be his strength. He's staying leg side of the balls and trying to hit it through the offside. So this is something that Andrew should have a think about and try and counter, because Edward is looking for the deliveries outside off, so his area is between point and cover. So maybe Andrew is better off bowling a lot straighter to Edward, but he's going to bowl to Alcock. Okay, good delivery, good carry outside the off stump. Alcock looking to play, I would say, a cut shot outside the off stump, but misses that one, and he remains on 18. Andrew in his fourth over, which will be his final over of the spell. He is considered 23, but he's taken the big wicket of Noel Leo.
Yes, right. This has been a good bowling by Andrew, and your assessment of Theo is spot on. A good effort in the fielder trying to prevent that single, but easy enough in the end. So you made a good assessment of Theo. If we just observe him now, when he bats, he really exposes the middle and the off stump just to create that little bit of room to free his arms and to really expose that area of strength.
Yeah, but the Grenadians have now enforced the offside by having a man sweeping out on the offside boundary. We've got 3 men out, well, 4 men. The man at deep square leg, fine leg, third man, and the sweeper on the offside, protecting the boundaries. And that one is straight to Theo, plays that down to third man for 4. Fantastic shot from the young man. Maybe not as fine as he probably was hoping that it would go, but definitely intentional there, and another 4 for Theo Edward, and that brings to the end a very good over for Team St. Lucia, who now moves on to 98. So 102, that boundary brings up the 100 for St. Lucia. They're 102 for 1 in 15 overs, so excellent start by the St. Lucian team.
Yes, and Theo Edward really moving at an excellent strike rate. He has moved on to 21 of 22. That last stroke there could have even been considered an educated edge. There was no slip fielder there. Andrew extracting some more bounce off the surface, and Theo Edward steering this one to that third man area quite fine, and the fielder had no chance.
Deshante Thomas continues, good delivery. He's been very good, very impressive in his first 3 overs. But the Grenadians will be hoping that he could get a wicket or 2 to get themselves back into this game.
Yes, and surprisingly, he hasn't really extracted much turn from the surface, as we see some more good fielding here by this Grenadian unit. I think that he really needs to focus, while bowling in good areas, he needs to really focus on spinning the ball.
Yes, you are correct. He's been bowling some good areas, but there's not been that much turn on offer. But again, he did present an opportunity in the previous over, which was not taken by the mid-on fielder. Again, Theo Edward on the back foot, just pushes it to Captain Joseph at short cover.
We would have seen some slight turn from Royce Paul and from Tariq Edward. So one would naturally expect that the wrist spinner would produce more turn of the surface. But thus far, we're not really seeing that much. Possibly he's just looking to bowl a tight line and length to keep things quiet. Could that be his role in the team?
Based on the way that he started, could quite possibly be, because he's been very tight in terms of his line and length without experimenting. And Theo, he pitches it up. Theo Edward goes over the top. That's going to go away for 6. Yes. Fantastic shot there from Edward. Deshante Thomas flighting this one, and Theo Edward dispatches it over long on for a 6. And Team St. Lucia now 109 for the loss of 1. And Theo Edward quickly moves on to 27 of only the 25 balls.
Yes, and as you mentioned that he has moved on quickly, I believe that he has quickly learnt from his mistake. This time not taking any half measures, and went after this one with full intention of hitting that 6. We saw a more aggressive swing of the bat, more violent in his approach, really taking full toll of that over-pitch delivery.
Yes, Edward is a pretty small built batsman, but he showed some power in the last over. I think it's only his second game at this level after being dominant at the under 15 level. And so far, he's not looked out of place. He's moved on to 27 of only the 26 balls. So very good start from young Edward. But the Grenadians will be hoping to get a wicket to get themselves back into this game, because the game is slowly drifting away from them at the 16th over mark.
Yes, young Theo Edward would have made his debut at this level yesterday and didn't get a good start. Was clean bowled from the off spinner from Dominica. He looked a bit casual in his approach yesterday, and when he came in, we saw a little bit of that, but ever since that drop chance, he has really looked more like the player that we saw in that under 15 tournament, confident and assured of himself and positive stroke play.
Yeah, and from the media center end, we now have a change of bowling. It's going to be Kurt Murray, who's going to take up the bowling from the media center end to Can Alcock. And he's bowling slow left arm orthodox.
Yes, a very interesting action here from this left arm bowler. Seems to be coming with a round arm action, not really coming over the top. But in that last delivery, we did see a hint of turn. The ball spinning back into Can Elcock.
And that one generous flight, and Can Elcock looking to deposit that over the cover region, only managing to get an inside edge down to long on. But Kurt Murray seems to be giving that ball a lot of flight, and Can Elcock will fancy his chances with the left arm spinner, turn it into him. Although he's going to be hitting into the breeze, the strong breeze at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, but he's going to fancy himself against the left arm orthodox bowler. Good delivery into Edward. Maybe kept slightly low. Edward on the back foot just pushes it to man at backward point.
Yes, so thus far the bowler, Kurt Murray, really hitting some good areas with his slow left arm bowling. Really giving that ball some generous flight, as we see here again. He's already shown that he has the ability to spin the ball, and now he's showing us that he can slide it on. So the batsman would need to be watchful against him here.
Yeah, the St. Lucian batsmen may well try and use their fit. He's bowling so slow that that's a possibility. And that one angles into Edward and he plays it down to fine leg. They've gone for one, and it's going to be two. So good run in there. Come back for two. And as you said, Kurt Murray more or less just angling it into the right-hander's pads. And Edward just working it off the pads down to the fine leg area for another two. So quite comfortable. The St. Lucian batsmen look quite comfortable out there. Can Elcock 21 of 45. And Theo Edward a runner ball 29 so far. So St. Lucia well in control of this game. The Grenadians would need a wicket or two to get back into this game.
Yes, and after the break, we would have seen St. Lucia coming out with a more positive approach. And just like when they were bowling to the Grenadian batters, their spinners were not allowed to settle early on. Now the Grenadian spinners, they have been bowling well, but they have not really posed significant challenges for the St. Lucian batting. That one opportunity created to have seen the back of Theo Edward, which was not taken. But after that, we have not really seen them look as threatening.
Yeah, generally the spinners today have not necessarily looked threatening. It wasn't until I think Tariq Edward came back for his second spell that he created some problems for the Grenadian batsmen. But the spinners so far, batsmen have been quite comfortable against the spinners. The seamers have had the better of the day so far. But it looks like Devonnie Joseph is down. And the physio is going to have to attend to him. So that's why we have a break in play. Devonnie Joseph is waiting on some treatment. Seems to be back up on his feet. But the Grenadians will use this opportunity as an opportunity to regroup, have a chat, plan how they're going to go ahead and get a couple of wickets to get back into this game. if they can't muster up a wicket or two, then this game might slowly drift away and they might find themselves out of it.
They would need to take confidence from the St. Lucian bowling effort, seeing wickets falling in quick succession, wickets falling in clusters. So they should believe that if they're able to prize out one, that the second and the third would soon follow.
And Deshante Thomas is going to continue to Khan Elcock. This time full delivery, plays across the line. There's a big appeal for leg before. Umpire says not out. Khan Elcock, full delivery. Maybe looking to play it a bit too square. Better off playing that down to the man at long on.
But so after that small break there, possibly a loss in concentration for Khan Elcock. Approached that delivery a bit casually. As he gets a loose one on his pads, and Theo Edwards calling him through for the quick single as Khan moves on to 22.
Full toss, Deshante Edward down to long off, easy single. Just pushing that down to long off. So batsman showing some intent, looking to rotate the strike. That's all that's needed right now for a required run rate of under 3.82. Can use his feet and deposit that over long on, and that's gone for 6. Fantastic shot from Khan Elcock. This time using his feet to Deshante Thomas and deposits it over wide long on for maximum. So fantastic shot there.
Good use of the feet there by Khan Elcock, opting to take on the fielder at long on. Could have been considered a risky shot, but knew that he was hitting with the wind. And this occasion, having the opportunity to pull out the paddle sweep, looks like he may have done some damage to his leg there.
Yeah. Yes, Khan Elcock playing a paddle sweep, but he's down now. Looks in some pain. The physio makes his way out to attend to him. So again, we're going to have a slight break in play. The last thing Team St. Lucia would want is Khan Elcock to maybe retire, because he's been batting really well. And he and Theo Edward has now put on a partnership of 50. So after losing the wicket of Noel Leo, they've put on 50 runs in quick time, with Khan Elcock 29 and Theo Edward, who's got the bulk of those runs on 30 of just the 30 deliveries.
Yes, and Dave Albert here playing the dual role of manager and physiotherapist, coming to his aid. It looks like he has an issue with some cramps. Really was hopping off one leg as he went for that single. The score moves on to 121 for 1 in the 18th over. The Grenadians, they're not really taking this opportunity to strategize and to consider the tactics, really just surrounding Elcock.
Yeah, the Grenadians should use this opportunity to maybe talk strategy and see how they could maybe get rid of Edward or Elcock to get themselves back into this game. But just to recap what has happened so far, Team St. Lucia 121 for 1. The batsman out is Noel Leo. He was caught and bowled off the bowling of Kelshon Andrew for 49 of only the 30 deliveries, which included 6 fours and 4 sixes. We have Khan Elcock not out on 29 and Theo Edward on 30 so far, who's batted really well since he's come in. They've put on 50 so far for the second wicket. As for Grenada, in terms of the bowling, Kirsten Murray started off from the media center and he's bowled 4 overs for 28. Devin Tyson bowled from the players pavilion end, 4 overs for 34, so a bit expensive. We had Kelshon Andrew, who took the big wicket of Noel Leo. He's bowled 4 overs for 28. And the 2 spinners, Deshante Thomas, who's now in his 5th over, he's gone for 27 and so far wicketless. And Kurt Murray, who's only bowled a 1 over and considered just the 3 runs with his slow left arm orthodox.
Yes, as we see the physio and manager Donald Albert having completed his work, and Can Elcock is back on his feet, scoring 29 runs thus far of his 49 deliveries, really playing a similar role to what we saw from Gerald Jeremiah, just biding his time, pushing the ball around. But we did see him dance down the track in the previous deliveries and depositing one for 6 over the field at long on.
Good delivery from Andrew. Edward looking to maybe run that one down to third man, just missing that one. And we've come to the end of the Deshante Thomas over. His 5th over, considering 27 runs. Created that opportunity in his 3rd over, which went a begging. That was off Theo Edward. Had an opportunity to get Theo Edward out, but a drop chance. The Grenadians really need to create another opportunity. Seems pretty flat out there. They need some inspiration. Grenada needs someone to come in, maybe take a wicket, some good piece of fielding, a good catch. Something needs to happen for the Grenadians in order for them to get back into this game. If you're in the St. Lucian camp, you're just saying more of the same. And we're going to have Kurt Murray to continue with his 2nd over.
It's really drawing the batsman forward on that occasion. If we can recall, when there was a big partnership brewing between Jeremiah and Murray, the only way that St. Lucia looked like getting a wicket was the run-out route.
And Elcock goes.
Gracious. That's a massive shot here from Can Elcock. We've been speaking about matchups all day. The left arm spinner bowling to the left hand batsman. Can Elcock getting down on one knee and slog sweeping this one over wide mid wicket. Confident shot here by Can Elcock.
Yeah, very positive, and he's hitting into the wind. So that's a big shot from Can Elcock. So Elcock, last couple of scoring shots has been very positive. I think that's his 2nd 6 in the last couple of overs. So he's definitely decided it's now time to push on. He now moves on to 35 or 51. His strike rate climbing ever so slightly. And that has prompted a change. So we now have a long on, deep mid wicket and deep square leg on the leg side. This time full, very full as a matter of fact. And Elcock just pushes it back to Murray. Murray seems to be bowling quite slowly.
Yes, and because of that, Elcock realizing the opportunity to play that slog sweep. Plenty of time to do so. But he's still landing the ball in good areas, but he needs to impart some more spin on the ball if he is to pose a greater challenge.
There's a chance for a run out, and the Grenadians has missed the opportunity. I think you earlier said that St. Lucia got the breakthrough via the run out route, and that almost happened on that occasion there. Poor communication between Edward and Elcock.
Yes, that was really Can Elcock's call, but Theo running on the track in response. And luckily for Team St. Lucia, he made it home. And unfortunately for Grenada, they didn't really have the energetic effort needed to effect that run out.
And the Kurt Murray over comes to an end. His ball 2 overs considered the 9 runs. St. Lucia got 6 of that over. Just the only scoring shot of that over was the 6 hit by Can Elcock over wide mid wicket. But we're going to have Deshante Thomas to continue. That's his 6th over. He's got a long off out. He's got a long on. He's got a man at deep square leg, and a man sweeping on the offside. So these are the fillers out. And he flights it. Good positive shot there by Edward. Drives down to long off for an easy single. So far, Edward has been quite good in terms of rotating the strike. When he's not hitting it the boundary, he's been able to get off strike, which is good. This is all the St. Lucian team requires right now. It's just rotation of strike, because they're still well over 6.68 runs and over. And as I said, that Elcock swings that one down to the man at square leg, and it's only going to be a single. But Elcock looking to go over the top, looking to be positive, only succeeding in dragging it on to the onside.
Yes, well, with two left-arm bowlers operating at the moment, can Elcock clearly the odds favor him, and he's looking to take his chances, trying to deposit this one into the Johnson Charles stand. We see Theo Edwards again employing the sweep.
Andrew Bowles full driven down the ground. They've gone for one. I think the way Theo Edward is running, he's pretty settled and comfortable with that one. Again, getting the opportunity to rotate the strike. I think it's a bit too easy right now for the St. Lucian batsmen. The Grenadian team needs to find a way to create some pressure. Again, that's full. Elcock drives too long off for another easy single. So that's St. Lucia 131 for 1, well in control of this game.
Yes, and someone needs to put their hand up for Grenada. As you said, though, they need to find a way to put some more pressure, and as we discussed this, a field change has been made. A fielder being put in that straightish mid-wicket position, trying to prevent that single, and right away with that change, we saw a change in approach from Theo Edward, trying to get runs via another route. Instead of playing the paddle sweep that he has played, looking for the aggressive option, this time playing all around this one and comprehensively bowled.
Yeah, I think the field change prompted that shot. So very good captaincy from Devonny Joseph. He took himself out from the offside, plugged that gap at mid-on where Theo Edward has been getting singles at will. And the delivery after he did so, Theo Edward looking for the big slog sweep, was only able to get bowled. So Deshante Thomas, who's bowled well, has gotten the breakthrough. So Theo Edward goes for 32 of the 35 deliveries, batted really well, but he kind of threw his wicket away there.
Yes, he had the opportunity here to really push on and to get a big score for his team. He would have already have settled at the crease, already gotten into the 30s. But Dwight, as an experienced batsman, you would know that sometimes when batsmen get into the 30s, this is a period where they often lose their concentration.
Yeah, Edward guilty of doing just that. It was an ill-advised shot considering the situation of the game. St. Lucia well in control of the game, well in control of the run rate. Again, the required run rate is 3.57, and right now they're growing at 6.55. So there was no need for such a shot, but it's something that he's going to learn from. Again, this is his debut season at this level, only just coming from the under-15 level, so it's definitely something that he's going to learn from. And he looked really good for his 32.
Yes, and that he certainly did. And with the fall of that wicket, we see that St. Lucia has sent in Jonathan Daniel. And we would remember that as Khan just drives exquisitely through the offside and picks up the single, bringing the very Jonathan Daniel onto strike. We would have seen yesterday that Jonathan Daniel played a really aggressive hand, looked quite dominant against the spin bowling of the Dominicans.
Daniel will be hoping to repeat just that with the spinner Kurt Murray operating from this media center end.
But again, Dwight, this batsman has just come in, and we see that a long off and a long on in place for him, really presenting him with the opportunity for easy singles.
A good delivery, full right up under the block hole, and Daniel just able to push it out. But Murray's bowling quite slow, and for the most part he's bowling quite full, so maybe that's the reason for the long on and long off. And Daniel drives elegantly through the offside. That's going to go over the boundary for 4. Fantastic shot, good scoring shot. First shot, very good for by Jonathan Daniel. Fantastic shot to get off the mark there.
You had just called it, Dwight. Kurt Murray bowling quite slowly, and this one landing in the slot. And Jonathan Daniel really just getting that front foot out and playing an exquisite shot for the offside, bisecting that gap here, and there was no chance for any fielder here. He looks to be continuing in his aggressive ways.
Yeah, very good start to his inning. Like you said, just continuing from where he left off yesterday, but much better from Murray. This time a lot flatter and maybe a bit faster as well. But Daniel just playing out of the back foot. So far looks quite comfortable off the front foot and off the back foot of that last delivery. Murray bowls this time flatter down the leg side. Great take by the wicket keeper. So fantastic take there, but that's a wide. So the St. Lucia score moves up by 1 to 137 in the 21st over. And Kurt Murray is in his 3rd over. Again, full, and that's a half chance now. Just dropping short of Devonnie Joseph, who went in for a dive, but that fell well short. But again, Kurt Murray bowling quite slowly and quite full. Daniel looking to drive and not getting over it, almost presenting an opportunity there to the man at short cover.
Excellent bowling here by Kurt Murray, really teasing the batter. And goodness gracious me, what a sharp catch. Wonderful here. Can Elcock trying to force this one off the back foot, and a wonderful take here by the fielder at slip. Excellent.
Yes, just what the doctor ordered if you're a Grenadian fan. They've taken the wicket of Can Elcock, who goes for 38 of the 39 delivery. So he was the one set. So he now goes back. We will now have 2 new batsmen, and that's exactly what the Grenadians wanted. They got Theo Edward. The following over, they've got Can Elcock. Fantastic catch at first slip. And I know previously in the over I said Kurt Murray was bowling quite full and quite slowly. That one was a bit shorter and a bit faster. And Can Elcock looking to cut, was unable to find the outside edge. And again, a fantastic catch taken by the first slip. And with the fall of that wicket, in comes Bolton Sayers, who yesterday had a very good knock and was able to bring his team home. And St. Lucia will be hoping that he's able to do that today as well.
Yes, Can Elcock would count himself pretty unlucky, but he committed one of the errors in batting, that technical error of the ball spinning into you. Can Elcock taking himself away from the line of the ball, trying to create some room for himself of the left arm spinner to force him through the covers, but only succeeded in getting the edge. And a pretty amazing catch, a sharp chance here by the fielder who was positioned at first slip. And just as we were saying, Dwight, if you think that your score is good, just add 2 wickets to it. And Grenada picking 2 wickets, the 2 settled and established batters at the crease in 2 overs.
Yeah, with these 2 wickets, St. Lucia team has now been put under some pressure. Again, St. Lucia still, I would say, well in control of this game, but the Grenadians, just what they would have required. 2 quick wickets, 2 new batsmen, an opportunity to apply some pressure. And Devonnie Joseph flights it, and that's hit down the ground by Daniel for a single. Very aggressive shot, considering they've just lost 2 wickets.
Yes, Daniel needs to recognize that today is a new day, really just trying to continue off the back of his form in yesterday's game. But the state of this game here is much different. St. Lucia in a spot of boredom would really be looking to these two to build a sizable partnership. As we see an appeal here by the bowler Thomas, he really felt that he had his man. Bolton Sayers, his first delivery here being wrapped on the pad. But again, Dwight, the umpire is in the best position and possibly the bounce on offer at the Daresami.
Well, the umpire said not out, so it's not out. But if I was the bowler, I'd be a bit disappointed. Looks like it was a very good delivery by Thomas. Pretty straight from my vantage point, but Bolton Sayers gets away with that. But good bowling by Deshante Thomas. Since taking the wicket of Theo Edward, he's been bowling quite confidently. And that one is full. And Sayers drives nicely down to long off. Gets off the mark. A bit of a fumble there, but no chance of the second run.
Yes, but Bolton Sayers benefiting there from a long stride forward. And again, he would have just come into the wicket and being presented with the opportunity to get another easy single down the ground. And with Thomas bowling so well, creating wicket-taking opportunities, to just be allowing the batters to get off the hook like that, I think it's a massive error on the part of the Grenadians.
Yeah, having taken 2 wickets in the previous 2 overs, I think the Grenadians would be better off trying to apply pressure to the new batsmen. It gives them an opportunity to not only bring down the scoring rate, but to build pressure on the St. the 2 new batsmen and the batsmen left in the dugout. By the end of the 22 overs, St. Lucia 140 for 3 not-out batsmen Jonathan Daniel on 6 and Bolton Sayers on 1. Deshante Thomas has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 33. And his bowling partner right now is Kurt Murray, who's bowled the 3 overs, and he's taken 1 for 16. So the spinners so far doing the job for the Grenadian team.
As we see Kurt Murray coming in for his 4th over, would have just taken the wicket of the opening batsman Can Elcock. Remember, Bolton Sayers really, from since yesterday, showing the full face of the bat, looking quite compact defensively, and is prepared to soak up a number of dot deliveries to make that investment to get himself in.
Good delivery from Murray, good delivery. That came back in. Sayers playing all around his front pad there. Lucky to have gotten some bat onto that.
Yes, and we can't always go based on history, but if yesterday is anything to go by, the Grenadians would be quite happy right now, because the middle order of St. Lucia really struggled yesterday.
Yeah, Sayers just pushes that one to long off. Good looking shot. Easy single, getting the opportunity to rotate the strike.
Yes, Bolton Sayers looks quite elegant when driving. Always presents the full face of his bat. But we see a change in the field as a long off is being brought into the circle at mid-off.
Shot, punches that off the back foot. Good looking shot from Daniel. They've gone for 1, pushing for 2. But no opportunity of a second run there. Good fielding by the man sweeping on the offside boundary. I think we've been calling for some pressure to be applied, and Captain Devonnie Joseph has responded by bringing the long off into a mid-off position, trying to cut off that easy single to the new batsman. And he's going to be hoping that forces Sayers or Daniel to do something different. Another good-looking drive from Sayers, and that's gone through the offside. It's going to get close to the boundary. As a matter of fact, it goes over the rope right now. So fantastic 4 good-looking runs from Bolton Sayers, and Devonnie Joseph having brought the mid-off in, Sayers drove it past the mid-off for 4. So 4 good-looking runs there from Bolton Sayers.
As well, we had just mentioned that Sayers looks quite classy and elegant when driving for the offside, getting that gap with clinical precision to the right of the field at cover and to the left of the field at mid-off. He felt that he was in with a chance, but the timing on this one was so good from Sayers that in the end he just had to retrieve that ball.
Yeah, and with that boundary, it's forced Joseph again to make a change. He's taken off his slip and he's reinforced the offside field, trying to protect the boundaries. But another really good over for Team St. Lucia. Bolton Sayers now is on 6 and Jonathan Daniel on 7. They're 146 for free in 23 overs. And Deshante Thomas, who's been bowling so far 7 overs in this spell, looks like he's going to continue for his 8th over. So it looks like the Grenadians are going to bowl Deshante Thomas out, hoping for another wicket or 2. I think last over he may have been a bit unlucky not to have gotten an LBW decision, but they're going to be hoping that he actually gets a wicket or 2 in this over, because he's only got 3 overs left in this spell. He's going to be bowling to Jonathan Daniel. Good delivery. Daniel pushes that off the back foot. And there's no run.
Yes, and Daniel has shown that whenever the ball is tossed up above the eye line that he's ready to go. So, and there we see it again on this occasion here. A violent stroke here from Jonathan Daniel, getting that one to mid-wicket, continuing with that aggressive intent that he showed yesterday.
Yeah, Daniel has been very positive. Anything that has been flighted, he's looked to take full advantage of it. This time deposits that one just over the man at mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. And that's 150 up for St. Lucia, 150 for free. And they're in the 24th over, so very good going by the team St. Lucia. And right now they're pretty much in full control of this game. Grenada would need something special if they are to win this game from where they are right now. And again, that previous boundary now forcing a change in the field. They're now going to have a dip mid-wicket and a long on. So the mid-on has now gone on to a long on, trying to protect the boundary. Thomas shot again. Daniel off the back foot, forces it to the man at cover.
Yes, I think that Thomas needs to be brave here for his team, and he really needs to get this ball above the eye line once more, because Daniel has shown that he is going to go regardless of what the field is. Thomas needs to be brave and get that ball up.
He did get it up on that occasion, but a bit too full toss, and Daniel drives it down to long off for another comfortable and easy single. That's all that's required at this moment. Current run rate is well over 6. Required run rate is just 3.3. So that's all that's required at this moment. And this time Murray looks like he's bowled the left arm orthodox down to third man, outside edge, down to the third man area for another single. So Sayers got a single, but not convincing. Not the most convincing of shots. But with that, Deshante Thomas has come to the end of his 8th over and he's bowled really well. So far he has 1 for 39. Maybe deserved another wicket or 2. But it has just not happened for him as yet.
Yes, but he's showing that he does have that bag of tricks, because on this occasion he did not bowl his regular leg spin delivery. You see that he gripped this one like the regular left arm orthodox bowling, trying to extract some turn away from the bat of the right-hander. That probably tells you, Dwight, that he probably hasn't mastered the Chinaman delivery as yet.
The skill of bowling Chinaman back of the hand is a very tough skill. Not many people would be able to master it. but generally he's bowled really well. And again, that's an outside edge, full outside the off stump, outside edge. It's going to run close to the boundary. As a matter of fact, it goes for 4. Not the most convincing of shots again from Bolton Sayers, but he gets the desired result. Another boundary to his name, and another 4 for the Team St. Lucia.
Again, the Grenadians need to be proactive here. We saw that in the previous delivery, when Thomas bowled the left arm off spin, Sayers edged that ball past the cordon. So with the actual left arm orthodox spinner on, the skipper really should have had a slip in place. And you would have remembered that he took a sharp catch of the same bowler of the settled Can Elcock. So to Bolton Sayers, who would have just faced his 10 deliveries, should have had that man in there.
And now they've opted to have the first slip. Good delivery from Murray. On about the off stump, Sayers right forward, just pushes it to the man at cover. After the previous delivery went down to the third man boundary for 4, he's now got the slip in. Might be too little, too late. Good delivery. Faster, a lot flatter.
Yes, he's being reactive here and not proactive. The skipper, Devani, he's posted that looks to be Jeremiah at slip. But the bowler here needs to, like we discussed, he needs to be brave and get this one above the eye line once more and force Sayers into that drive. He's driving this one down to a long off and picks up a comfortable single. But the line of this one, Dwight, was very straight. He needs to get his line more outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, he would need to bowl it a bit slower and wider, especially to Jonathan Daniel. So far, every time he's been tossed up, he's been really looking to go hard. So maybe the Grenadians could look to maybe get him a few flighted outside the off stump. And that one is full and straight and bowled. Good delivery from Kurt Murray, full, straight, bowled. And Jonathan Daniel has to go for 12. So the Grenadians are showing some fight and they're fighting back. Team St. Lucia now 157 for 4.
An excellent delivery here from the bowler Murray. This is what we were asking for. He got this one above the eye line, and this one here, I believe, coming in with the arm. But the breeze here at the Darren Sami really assisting this one here to have that inward curve into the batter. It almost appears like the ball had some swing on it. The amount of curve that he got, and this one's really going into the leg stump, cleaning up Jonathan Daniel, who got his bat down on this one too late.
Yes, big wicket here for Team Grenada. And with that wicket, it looks like it's going to be a drinks break with St. Lucia 157 for 4 in the 25th over. So we're just about the halfway stage in terms of the amount of overs bowled. I would still think St. Lucia in control of the game, but the Grenadians are fighting back. They've taken 4 wickets in quick succession. That of Can Elcock, Theo Edward, and now Jonathan Daniel. So it's all to play for after the drinks break. Team St. Lucia require another 81 in just about 25 overs, 25.1 overs at a run rate of 3.22. So they're well in control in terms of the required rate, but they've lost 4 wickets, so that would be a bit of a worry for Team St. Lucia.
A big wicket here from the left arm spinner, and Jonathan Daniel had looked to be aggressive, but an excellent delivery, seeing his back. But with that, we would see the entrance of the St. Lucian captain, Tariq Edward. We had discussed yesterday that he does possess the batting credentials, because he would have played for the Windward Islands under 19 team, and he would have been labeled the most valuable player of the tournament, and he would have registered at least 2 half centuries for the Windward Islands team. Would have gotten scores in the 70s for the team, as well as picking up, I believe, the most wickets in the tournament. But with that being said, his time with the ball is done. he would need to really concentrate and really focus in order to lead his team over the line. In the game yesterday, after playing a sparkling shot, he was a bit casual and a bit late on a full pitch delivery from the fast bowler. So I think that today Captain Tariq would be looking to really re-establish himself as one of the leading batters in the Windward team.
Yeah, Tariq Edward. I think when he first burst onto the scene, he was more of an off spinner, but now he's really turned himself into what you would say call a genuine all-rounder ability with both bat and ball, and he's shown so far his ability with the ball yesterday and today. And with the responsibility of being captain, I'm pretty sure he will want to see his team over the line this afternoon. A lot would be dependent on him. I think if the Grenadian team gets Tariq out within the next few overs, then the St. Lucian team will be under serious pressure, because he's the most experienced player within that lineup. Not too long ago, he was part of the West Indies provisional 30-man squad training for the Under-19 World Cup. So not only does he have experience, but he's been playing cricket at a reasonable level. So he's coming into this competition with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. But again, the platform has been laid. It's just a matter of him applying himself and taking his team home. On the other hand, the Grenadians will be hoping to see the back of Edward as quickly as possible. And if they do so, they will put themselves right back into this game.
Yes, Dwight, I would actually hasten to add that the Grenadians are really in with a shout in this game, because the batting hopes would have been dented yesterday with the failure of the middle order, and I think that the Grenadians would have done their homework and would be able to put some pressure from what we've seen with the quality of spin, to be able to put some pressure on that lower middle order. And like you also said, if they were able to prize out the big wicket of Tariq Edward, it would really send some nerves in that St. Lucian dugout.
Murray bowls that one a lot flatter. Tariq Edward just turns that into the leg side. Well played. Gets off strike and gets off the mark the first delivery. And Kurt Murray has come to the end of his 5th over, a successful one at that. And he's now bowled 5 overs, 2 for just the 28 runs. So very good bowling from the spinner, Deshante Thomas, who's the other spinner that has been introduced, has now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 39. It's going to be interesting to see how Captain Joseph uses his bowlers for the remainder of this inning, and it looks like he's going to continue with Thomas, who only has the 2 overs left. So far he's only introduced 2 spinners, Thomas and Murray, and Thomas only has the 2 overs left. But it's going to be Thomas to continue, and he's going to be bowling to Edward. Edward has only been there for the 1 delivery.
Yes, but one thing that we are guaranteed to see if Edward spends any length of time at the wicket is some aggressive running. He really pushes the fielders.
Yeah, he's a very aggressive player by nature, whether it be batting, bowling, fielding, running between the wickets. He's an all-action packed cricketer. I think I'm right in saying Glenn Maxwell is his favorite player, but unfortunately Bolton Sayers just got hit by a throw. Seems to be okay.
Tariq does have the nickname Maxwell in local cricket, and that not only speaks to his sharp fielding, but in terms of his ability to clear the boundaries. We did not really see it yesterday, but he didn't spend that much time at the wicket.
Good delivery again by Thomas. Continues to bowl really well. Very impressive spell. He's bowling some wrist spin. Again, this is probably one of the most difficult arts to master in terms of cricket, and he's done it consistently, and he's done it very well so far. Very few bad deliveries in his spell. As I say that, he bowls a full toss, but gets away with it. It's only going to be 1. Down to the field at long on. Sayers now moves on to 13. He's been in for the 15 deliveries so far. short, and Tariq punches that off the back foot, down to long off. He's running hard, and it's only going to be one good fielding by the man at long off. But like you said, Tariq is looking for every opportunity to get a second run.
Yes, but just seeing the force, the power behind that back foot punch, you could see that he definitely is in a different class. The left arm off spinner on this occasion here, and Bolton Sayers is punching this one in the gap, a bit aerial, but he bisects that gap, and this one runs away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Deshante Thomas changing things up. He's been predominantly bowling wrist spin. This time he decided to bowl the left arm orthodox, but just not getting his length right. A bit too short and a bit too wide there. And despite the fact that spent a lot of time in the air, Bolton Sayers was able to find the gap and for good looking runs. He now moves on to 17. So he's been batting quite well against St. Lucia. Now only required 73 runs with 6 wickets in hand. Much better delivery from Thomas. Now on a lot straighter, a much better line and length. And Sayers is only able to push that down to the wicket, and we've come to the end of Deshante Thomas' 9th over. He's got 1 for 46, and at the end of the 26th over, St. Lucia is 165 for 4 with a required rate of only 3.04, only 73 runs needed for victory.
Yes, the St. Lucians would not really be concerned about the rate. They would need to preserve the wickets, and they would need a significant contribution from the captain, Tariq Edward, who in his 3 deliveries thus far has looked quite positive, getting a single of every ball.
Murray ball shot. Edward forces up the back foot. He's gone for 1. There's going to be 2. As a matter of fact, that goes into the boundary for 4. Poor fielding by the man at backward point. Should have done a lot better. But again, Edward continues with his positive stroke play. A bit of a poor ball left from Murray, but taken full advantage of by Edward.
Yes, and you would expect traditionally your sharpest fielders to be in the point region, but the fielder there on that occasion didn't even put out the dive which was expected of him. And as we mentioned earlier, when Tariq is playing off the back foot, he somehow seems to get a lot of power into his strokes and looks in a different class.
Yeah, so far he seemed comfortable playing the spinners of the back foot. I'd like to see the spinner get Tariq to play Edward off the front foot. So far he's been very comfortable playing them off the back foot. That time Fuller, and that's Tariq drives straight back to the bowler. For a moment there, I thought that was a return catch. But good fielding off his own bowling there by Kurt Murray. But much better, and at least on that occasion, he got Edward onto the front foot. This time shorter, faster. And inside it's down to Tariq Edward. And he forces the misfield. Push for 2, forces the misfield. Turned out to be a comfortable 2. So Edward has not only brought positivity in terms of stroke play, but in terms of the running between the wickets. And he's now going to force Bolton Sayers to really run hard.
Yes, and this is what we had mentioned earlier. That is one thing that we are guaranteed to see from him. He's really going to push the fielders, and we look to turn 1s into 2s.
Good delivery from Murray, much better. This time getting Tariq Edward to come onto the front foot, and he's unable to push it back to him. So much better line, much better length. He's going to be hoping to put a few more deliveries in that area to apply some pressure on the St. Lucia skipper. This time full, and Tariq drives down to long off. They've gone for 1, they're pushing for 2. Yes, Sayers come back for 2, and it's a comfortable 2 in the end, I would say. Good fielding nonetheless, but they were able to get 2. So Tariq Edward bringing the energy.
Yes, but he needs to realize that Bolton Sayers is cut from a different cloth. And Sayers, while Tariq would have made his ground comfortably, Sayers had to put in a desperate dive to make his ground. But Sayers, he should know that he needs to be backing up his skipper with the running between the wickets.
Came full, very full. And Edwards just pushes back to the bowler to end the 27th over. St. Lucia is 173 for the loss of 4. Kurt Murray bowled 6 overs, 2 for 36. So a bit on the expensive side, but he's been able to get the breakthrough that his keeper so desperately needed. And right now, a partnership of 16 between Captain Tariq Edward and Bolton Sayers.
And St. Lucia just requiring a further 65 runs to win. And Captain Tariq Edward really looking settled in the crease already. Looks untroubled and fazed by what is being presented to him by the Grenadian attack, as we see the introduction of a new bowler. Looks to be Gerald Jeremiah.
Jeremiah bowls a bit of the outside edge. They've gone for 1. They're thinking of the second, but Tariq Edwards sends Sayers back. Would have been suicidal. Like you said, there's a change of bowling from the players' pavilion, and that's Gerald Jeremiah, the opening batsman who batted really well earlier, got a half century. A bit of indifferent action. But the Grenadians introducing their third spinner of the day so far, and it looks like he's going to be bowling off breaks, and that's short. And here's a chance, and he's gone. The big wicket of Tariq Edwards, short and wide. Gerald Jeremiah, after a fantastic half century earlier, has now taken a fantastic wicket, and that was caught by Kirsten Murray. So Tariq Edward goes, caught Kirsten Murray, bowled Gerald Jeremiah with the golden arm, doing exactly what is required, and Team Grenada are fighting back.
Yes, quite an innocuous delivery there, and Captain Tariq Edward looking to overhit this one and just managing to present a simple opportunity to the fielder at a backward point. And sometimes, Dwight, once you've had runs under your belt, you would just be able to translate that confidence into the other aspects of your game.
Yeah, Gerald Jeremiah again had a half century earlier. He did the business with the bat, and right now he's doing the business with the ball for Team Grenada. So this game is getting interesting. St. Lucia now 174 for 5, and the new batsman is Royce Paul. Interesting that Royce Paul has come out to bat ahead of Leon Alexander.
Yes, but Royce Paul being the senior and experienced player in the lineup would have had a number of years at this level. Leo Alexander really, although competent with the bat, Leo Alexander has to basically bow to seniority on this occasion. Royce Paul does have the batting ability.
Jeremiah bowls a lot flatter. A bit of a different spinner from what we've seen from Thomas and Kurt Murray. He seems to be a lot flatter, a lot faster than the previous spinners, and maybe a bit more accurate as well. Full turned into the onside by Paul, and there's no run. There's plenty of energy out there from the Grenadians. You could actually hear the Grenadian fielders now that they've taken a few wickets. Even the crowd, the groundsmen, you could hear them willing Team St. Lucia on. So we're in for a good game, and that's fast wide down the leg side. That's been worked down the leg side. It's going to get close to the boundary, pulled back. They've gone for 1. They're coming back for the second, and that's run. So that came off the pad. The bat, sorry, very good shot there from Royce Paul to get off the mark, a bit too flat from Gerald Jeremiah.
Yes, but you can see that he knows what he's about as an off spinner. There are times when he's giving the ball that flight, and off and on he's really pushing in those deliveries. There is the flight there on this occasion, forcing Royce Paul to come forward. So we've seen that he has to quite organize as opening batter. We saw a wonderful sharp take from him in the slip, and now we're seeing wicket-taking ability from Gerald Jeremiah.
Yeah, so far he's been the outstanding player for Team Grenada. He's been very good in the field. First over, getting the breakthrough, and that of taking the big wicket of Tariq Edward, the St. Lucian skipper. now applying pressure on Team St. Lucia, who now still requires another 62 runs. And it's going to be Kurt Murray to continue with his 7th over. So far, he's taken 2 for 36. A bit on the expensive side, but Captain Joseph won't be too worried. The fact that he has 2 wickets, that's what's required at this moment. And if he takes another wicket, Team Grenada will be in full control of that game. Ball, good delivery. Again, angled in. Not looking to turn it. I'm just looking to keep things tight. And so far, he's done that.
Yes, so a lot would rest on the shoulders of Bolton Sayers, as was required of him yesterday. Really delivered the goods for St. Lucia. Looks quite compact and competent defensively, and he is willing to put in the hard work and soak up the pressure, but he would need some support at the other end.
Yeah, Bolton Sayers batted really well yesterday, took Team St. Lucia home, and again they're going to be hoping that he does something similar today. That one is flighted by Murray, driven elegantly, but good fielding and short cover. Murray's not afraid to give it some flight, hoping to induce a false stroke from Sayers. And that one is full. That's a poor delivery, and Sayers swings that down to long on. It's only going to be 1. Excellent fielding there by that's Kirsten Murray doing the cleanup job for his twin brother. And Sayers would be disappointed that he did not put that full toss away. Waist high full toss probably should have been deposited into the Johnson Charleston, but was only able to get a single.
Yes, and with Grenada clearly fighting back and re-exerting that pressure on St. Lucia, Bolton Sayers there with the opportunity to break those shackles, but was only able to get this one down the ground for 1. But nonetheless, he keeps the scoreboard ticking. St. Lucia now at 177 for 5. Needing a further 61 to win this game.
Murray bowls another full toss to Paul, who drives it down to long off. They've gone for 1. Oh, that's terrible fielding.
No.
That's poor fielding there from the man at long off. That went right for him. What should have been an easy single has now turned into 4. And that's Kellis Andrew, unfortunately, with the misfield. So Grenada just gifting St. Lucia an additional 3 runs there.
Yes, but the full toss really had deserved the treatment. Firmly struck down the ground by Royce Paul. We had mentioned earlier that he does have the batting ability. And there we see him playing an exquisite stroke for the offside here. Playing a lid dab. Almost a drive down past the backward point. Steering this one to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, very good shot there from Royce Paul. Showing his range. Full delivery outside the off stump, and he guided that down to the vacant third man area. And at the end of the 29th over, St. Lucia has moved on to 185 for 5. And with some comments from Jamal James, we're going to have a change in the commentary box with Greg Wilson.
Yes, we were alluding to the batting ability of Royce Paul. In last year's 2-day competition, Royce Paul would have put up his hand for St. Lucia and actually coming at number 3 and would have scored in excess of 40 runs and not out. So he is capable of doing the business for St. Lucia, and he did not really come up with the goods yesterday with the bat. He did so with the ball, but here today he looks to be playing a good hand. As we see, welcome back, Greg.
Thank you, Jamal, and good afternoon to our viewers. Yes, certainly St. Lucia are continuing to battle on in this game against Grenada. Yeah, the appeal there for a caught behind, not out by umpire Leo. So, Jamal, how do you see it? Even Stevens, or who do you see certainly has the nose up front?
Well, with the aggression shown here by Royce Paul, I would say that the game is slightly in favor of St. Lucia. just requiring 53 runs to win. There we see again Royce Paul driving one sweetly down the ground for a single.
Yes, Paul certainly have played good, sensible cricket since the fall of the captain Tariq Edward. So again, Bolton Sayers in the middle of that number 5. He would have to sort of play the role that he played yesterday, really holding the innings together. And this one is driven to the left of the short cover fielder. Man coming off the extra cover boundary, restricting them to just 1. So good, sensible cricket so far by these two.
Yes, good batsmanship being shown by this pair, and this is what is required to just settle any nerves that the St. Lucian team would have in the dugout.
This one is driven back to the bowler, who fields to his own bowling.
Yes, this was the variation delivery there by Jeremiah, the one where he just fires it in. He usually follows up with a flighted delivery.
So this one is worked on to the mid-wicket region. They've gone for one, thinking of a second good positive run in there by St. Lucia, resulting in a fumble. And 2 runs completed very easily. So this is what pressure can do sometimes to the fielding team. And St. Lucia now, they've moved on to 189 for 5. So some 49 runs adrift of victory of 120 balls. So Jamal, with some 20 overs remaining, certainly overs not an issue. It's a question of St. Lucia just maintaining the composure and bat as long as possible, and those 49 runs should come easily.
Yes, and Bolton Sayers proving himself to be a symbol for composure, playing everything on its merit and not taking any risks. And we've seen the introduction of Royce Paul, that he has taken up the role of the aggressor in this partnership. But the captain, Thomas, bringing back his opening bowler, Murray. We saw earlier on that he was really getting significant lateral movement, and he would need to come up with the goods for Grenada, and he would need to do so now.
Yes, Kirsten Murray been reintroduced into the attack. And this one is shot down the leg side. Of the pad, signaled by umpire leg by. So the one more added to the total, 190. So St. Lucia just 10 runs away off a significant long knock, 200. I think once they could get to 200, they would certainly see it as a real countdown for big gain.
Yes, but we saw that first delivery back from Murray that he had dug this one into the pitch. And on this occasion here goes past the outside edge. Sayers looking to be a bit fancy here, having a stab at one that was a bit too close to him.
Yes, certainly he has rehearsed the left alone shot. So I've realized that he perhaps just lapsed in concentration slightly. And this one just getting behind the short delivery and just runs it down through the wide footman region and picked up an easy single, taking his tally to 23 and St. Lucia 191.
Yes, on the delivery prior to the last, he tried to be a bit too fancy playing with the horizontal bat, but on this occasion presenting more of the full face and just allowing the ball to run off the face of the bat for what was indeed a comfortable single.
So Paul standing tall in defense, playing the ball back up the track.
Yes, and we can just hear some support for Royce Paul, who is a member of the Grizzly team.
Yes, so Royce Paul, certainly one would say he's at home. And again, strong in defense, and we could hear the applause from one of the supporters of Royce Paul out in the Castries stand.
Yes, batting at number 7, Royce Paul, a genuine all-rounder. For St. Lucia, they would really be looking to him to see them home.
And this one again shot at the body of Paul, and he has handled it admirably, really getting on top of the bounce, getting the ball to the square leg region, and able to scamper through for a single. So at the end of over number 31, St. Lucia, they have moved on to 192 with Paul on 12 and Sayers, the glue of the inning, the middle order, on 23.
Yes, and Royce Paul has really played a good supporting hand for Bolton Sayers. Royce Paul scoring 12 runs off 12 deliveries. This is just what St. Lucia require of him, and he has looked quite sound and composed in his defensive play, and has really played a lot of the deliveries all along the carpet, so really eliminating risk from his game.
So Jeremiah to continue from the players pavilion end. And this one is given generous flight. Paul looking to play the lofted drive, but just the bottom hand coming into play, and the ball was dragged into the wide long on region for 1 run. And this one given some flight, perhaps a little too casual there by Sayers.
Yes, Sayers just looking to caress that ball as opposed to just striking it firmly down the ground or firmly through the covers.
The one given generous air, and Sayers drives this one to the long off fielder. 1 run resulting. So St. Lucia inching closer to the landmark of 200.
Yes, and what's good about that is that they're doing it risk-free at the moment.
And this one is powerfully struck by Paul down to the long off region for 1 run. So certainly they are dealing in singles, which certainly can take them home.
Yes, but we see it's almost as if Royce Paul, he looks itching. He's itching to play a big shot.
Yes, the required rate just 2.37. The current rate 6.13.
Yes, we just saw that quicker one there from Jeremiah.
Shot outside the off stump. Place it into the point region. No run resulting. So the end of another over, resulting just 3 runs from Jeremiah, but St. Lucia are really on top at this point. So 195 for 5. A good partnership in the making there between Paul and Sayers. 21 runs so far.
Yes, and just like we had mentioned with Jonathan Daniel, Royce Paul looks to be in a similar mode, and hence why it's important that the Grenadian spinner Jeremiah really focuses on trying to get that ball above the eye line, because Royce Paul has shown that he is inclined to go over the top for the big shot against him, and that might just induce the false stroke that Grenada would require to pick up that wicket.
So this one is played uppishly. 2 bounces to the Man coming off the long on boundary. So Paul.
This one was quite stylishly played on the batsman.
Yes, good firm shot indeed of the pads there by Royce Paul. This brings in Sayers into strike. And this one is driven to the fielder at short cover. No run resulting.
Yes, but what's impressive about Sayers today is that he's going at a much better strike rate than he did yesterday. Yesterday he ended up with 40 off about 89 balls, if I remember correctly. But
this one is short and it's pulled. Bisected the two fielders, the one at the middle and mid wicket, and it has raced into the boundary for 4. So we know, Jamal, anytime you've made proper contact, when that ball has gone past the 40-yard circle, most likely you may just have to retrieve it past the boundary ropes, and exactly this is what happened on this occasion. So good execution done there by Sayers, and in the process, St. Lucia have reached the psychological landmark of 200.
Yes, I was just speaking about the improved strike rate of Bolton Sayers. Today he is 28 from 44 deliveries, and that last shot there, we must say, was quite impressive. He handled that shot delivery quite well. And
next delivery is strong in defense.
Some stout defense as well. So Bolton Sayers is looking a real find. Remember, we had discussed that he was left out of the team last year, but really putting up his hand, getting St. over the line yesterday with 40 not out, and now he's 28 of 35.
Yes, certainly. He's putting up his hands where the batting is concerned. Strike rate of 77.78. And this one is driven. Is wrapped on the pad, appeal, but from our vantage point, clearly heading down the leg side. So good call there by umpire McVern.
Yes, the bowler Murray opting to go left arm around the wicket, and that, along with the strong breeze at the Darren Sammy, this one helping that ball to go further down the leg side. So good call here by umpire Cuthbert.
And this one again.
Yes.
Hitting the left pad. Sayers perhaps just a little too casual, Jamal, in the last 2 deliveries.
Yes, definitely. He could have done better with those balls angling into the pads. Could have just tickled those down to the fielder at fine leg. But nonetheless, if we're looking at it from the angle of the St. Lucians, they would just be pleased that he's still at the wicket. Yes. Having achieved that boundary in that over, he would have met the rate required.
Yes, most certainly. So St. Lucia requires a further 38 runs of 17 overs, 102 balls remaining, and over at Grosley, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have registered a second win, and in the process there is a batsman Lewis who got 100, so first century in the tournament.
And that's wonderful news, and it really augurs well for Windward Islands cricket. And the batting conditions at Grosley quite favorable. Very fast outfield up there.
And strikes this one past the mid-off fielder, and this one rests into the boundary for 4. So good positive shot there by Royce Paul. He moves on to 19. And the St. Lucia total of 204 for 5.
Ever since his entrance to the wicket, Royce Paul has been nothing short of positive. the Grenadians really trying to squeeze the St. Lucians, bringing in the fielder from long off.
It looks like he is stumped. So just as you were praising the effort of Royce Paul, delivery tossed outside the off stump there by Jeremiah. Again, perhaps looking to play a little too casual. Pushing out at this delivery, misses it, and dragging the back foot out of the crease, and he was beautifully stumped there by the wicket keeper.
Yes,
Lambert.
Paul was really starting to look good and looked like he was doing the business for St. Lucia out there. But yesterday, Royce Paul went stumped off the spinner, and here we are again today. So clearly not learning from that mistake that he had made, just driving at this one here and getting his foot outside of the crease. And just with the exit of Royce Paul, in comes Shawnil Edward.
Yes, Shawnil Edward yesterday featured in a 54-run partnership with Bolton Sayers to see St. Lucia over the line. So here they are again, and with 34 runs, some 24 runs less than what was required yesterday. One would hope that lightning can strike twice, although they say usually lightning don't strike twice in the same place. But one would want to believe that there's a possibility that it can strike twice, and Shawnil Edwards and Bolton Sayers can see St. Lucia home. Some 34 runs required of 99 deliveries.
Yes, but he's up against a bowler with his tail up. Jeremiah has been doing well all day for his country, and he has picked up 2 crucial wickets, and he's maintaining a disciplined line, a good length, really drawing the batters forward. So a different prospect here for St. Lucia today.
But having guided St. Lucia to victory yesterday, I think the young man certainly confidence level would be high enough to be able to survive whatever that is thrown out at him out in the middle. So the end of a successful over there by Jeremiah, an over in which he had Royce Paul stumped. So St. Lucia, they are on 204 for 6, still 34 runs adrift.
Yes, and St. Lucia would have preferred Royce Paul out there for at least 3 or 4 more overs, given the aggression that he had shown. But Grenada picking up that wicket, and just as we saw yesterday, St. Lucia, the home team, really being made to fight, and Grenada are showing that they're not out of this game at all.
This one is driven hard into the surface there by Sayers. So the man in the extra cover region feels no run resulting.
Yes, and Grenada would be telling themselves that if they could get the wicket of Sayers, and if not Sayers, just 2 other wickets, that they could really expose the tail of St. Lucia, albeit we know that all of these batters.
And this one is firmly driven and bisects the short cover fielder and the mid-off fielder down to the boundary for 4. So exquisitely driven there by Bolton Sayers.
Yes, he's really kept a cool head from yesterday and is doing the business again for the country. But I'm quite concerned with the field placement at the moment, because we know that this area there is the main area of productivity for Bolton Sayers. So Grenada should be looking to place another man in that gap right there. But they haven't opted to do so as yet. And he keeps driving there, 1 ball, 2 ball, and then by the 3rd or the 4th opportunity, he finds the gap.
Yeah, well, like they say, too late shall be the cry.
Yes, but we know that these things come with experience.
And this one wide outside the off stump. Bolton Sayers ever so watchful. So the current rate, Jamal, 6. And they required with just 1.96, less than 2 runs required per over to win. So some 40 more runs required. And again, this one wide outside the off stump. What in cricketing terms we call sometimes a sucker ball. He really has not fallen for that carrot that has been dangled in front of him. Just allowing those wide deliveries to go through to the keeper. So good sensible batting there by Sayers.
Bolton Sayers has shown some good temperament.
And this one drives hard into the ground. Bowler feels off his bowling. At the end of the over. At the end of over number 35. St. Lucia they are 208 for 6. So good sensible batting there by Bolton Sayers. 42 off 42. Has a much better striking rate today.
Yes, it was required of him to up his strike rate today, but the Grenadians would be happy to be bowling with the prospect of 6 deliveries at Shawnil Edward. He's just come to the crease. He is confident. He had a good bowling performance yesterday and a good batting performance in the end yesterday as well. Started off well with the ball today, but Jeremiah would be fancying his chances against him.
And this one is wrapped on the pad. Not out signal by umpire Leo Amede. This one going down the leg side.
Yes, but a closer look at Jeremiah, you can see that he really held this one with the fast bowler's grip, looking to really bowl this one quick at the stump, looking for that leg before ball dismissal.
And this one is tossed up, and it has gone through the short cover fielder. So a run gifted to Shawnil Edward and St. Lucia. So Edwards opening his account, and St. Lucia moves on to 209 for 6. So real sloppy fielding there by the fielder at the short cover region.
He would have had Shawnil Edward under pressure in that first delivery with a big appeal, and would have been looking to
this one is
some more at him.
Struck into the mid-wicket region there by Sayers. Some generous flight given to this last delivery by Jeremiah.
Some Bolton Sayers just able to get the single of that full toss.
And this one is given generous flight, and good offer there by Shawnil. Looking to go aerial.
Yes, and this is exactly what Jeremiah wants him to do. As we see that pacey delivery there again from him, he needs to keep tossing that ball above the eye line for Shawnil.
And this one is driven uppishly. Falls short of the man at the mid-off region. Shawnil perhaps caught in 2 minds whether to go for the full-blooded drive or to look to keep the ball on the ground. But all well ends well. 210 for 6 after 46. So Jeremiah continuing to pose a bit of problems there for Shawnil, who is still indecisive as to whether he wants to just push it around or go for the big shots.
Yes, and that's what Grenada really needs at the moment. They would need for the confident spinner to keep being brave and keep tossing up that ball. The batsman really stuck in 2 minds as to what to do. But Grenada have introduced the other opening bowler, Devin Tyson.
So Tyson back into the attack, hoping that he could bring success for his team, with St. Lucia just a further 28 runs away from a possible second victory. And Sayers in defense in the approved manner. I think Coach DeRose would be very much satisfied with that defense from Sayers.
Yes, it's honestly a pleasure to watch Bolton Sayers in defense, looking technically sound, and it's definitely appealing to look at the quality of his batsmanship.
So this one is worked it into the mid-wicket area. They've gone for one, and that's all they're gonna get. So 211, and Sayers moves on to 44.
Definitely a good move by the Grenadian captain to bring on his opening bowler, his strike bowler. He didn't really have the best of starts because he was really put to the sword by the aggressive intent and positivity of Noel Leo. But the captain would be hoping that his opening bowler can open up an end for him.
This one is firmly driven off the pads there, straight to the man at the mid-wicket region. So good positive shot there by Shawnee Edwards.
Yes, as we have been seeing locally and as we saw yesterday for St. Lucia, he is no mug with the bat. He actually considers himself to be an all-rounder. It's just that in this team full of all-rounders, he's batting at this position.
So good sharp single there taken by Edwards and Sayers. Good response. So these two haven't seen St. Lucia home yesterday. There's a good understanding, good chemistry between them, good chemistry between the one and between the wicket thus far. So they are certainly chipping at the total. So some 26 runs required. And this one is driven uppishly towards the backward point region. They've gone for one. Bit of poor run in there by Sayers. Very much contented with just one, but perhaps if they had pushed hard for the first run, there's a possibility he could have gotten a second.
Yes, we saw that with the entrance of the captain, Tariq Edward. He was really pushing him to run those twos. But on this occasion here, the bowler, Devin Tyson, stood his ground and Bolton Sayers had to run around him. So he really didn't feel comfortable going for that second run.
So Edwards against sound in defense. The end of another over. Some free runs off the over of Tyson. And with that, St. Lucia has taken the tally to 213. So just 25 runs adrift. Jamal, they would need to get an additional 6 runs to get it into the teens. So it's always a good psychological mark if you could get it down into the teens and then into the single digits. So at this point, there's going to be a drinks break. So let's look at the scorecard very quickly. We had the two openers, Noel Leo. He was cotton bowl Kishon Andrews for 49 of 30 balls, which included 6 fours and 4 sixes. Connie Elcock, he was caught of the bowling of Kurt Murray for 38. He faced some 59 deliveries, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Theo Edward was bowled Thomas for 32 of 35 deliveries, 3 fours and 1 six. Jonathan Daniel was bowled Kurt Murray for 12 of 14 deliveries, with 2 fours included. And Bolton Sayers is not out on 35 of 48 deliveries with 5 fours. Tariq Edward, what cost Kirsten Murray bowl Jeremiah for 11 of 10 deliveries with 1 4. Royce Paul was stumped. The wicketkeeper Lambert bowled Jeremiah for 19 of 17 deliveries with 3 fours, and Shawnil Edward was not out on 2. He faced some 11 deliveries. So looking at the card where the bowling is concerned for Grenada, you have Murray. He has bowled some 7 overs, 1 maiden. That's Kirsten, 39 runs, and he has not picked up a wicket. Devin Tyson, he has bowled 5 overs, no maiden, 57 runs, no wicket. Sean Andrew, 4 overs, 28 runs, 1 wicket. Shante Thomas, 9 overs, 46 runs, 1 wicket. You have Kurt Murray, who was bowled 7 overs, 45 runs, 2 wickets. And Gerald Jeremiah, who had 5 overs, 16 runs, and picked up 2 wickets. So, Jamal, the Grenada team, after the resumption of the drinks break, they would certainly need to make some quick inroads into the St. Lucia batting if they are to pull out a victory with just some 25 runs required, considering the fact that these two batted admirably yesterday with a 54-run partnership to see St. Lucia home to victory.
Yes, Greg, it's definitely an urgent need. They would have definitely heard the results of yesterday's game here at the Darren Sammy, and they would have heard that St. Lucian captain Tariq Edward would have taken a hat-trick, 3 wickets in 3 balls. So they would know that it is indeed possible for it to happen for them. But St. Lucia would be buoyed by the partnership with Sayers and Shawnil Edward. But Grenada would know that St. Lucia would be in unfamiliar territory if they're able to prize out just 1 wicket. It would introduce a batter who has not featured in the tournament with bat in hand thus far.
Yes, certainly if they are to pull off a victory, they need an additional 4 more wickets with some 13 overs remaining and just 25 more runs required. Cannot see them bowling those 13 overs before St. Lucia getting those required 25 runs. So in order for them to win, Grenada definitely will have to bowl St. Lucia out.
And they've opted to continue with Gerald Jeremiah, who's had an outstanding day of cricket. He's right on the money at the start of his first over after the drinks break.
So good start to the over there by Jeremiah, but Sayers very much equal to the task. He's not out on 35. And this one been given generous air. This is swung into the mid-wicket region. Just 1 run resulting. So Bolton Sayers not really putting this one away. Very loose delivery there by Jeremiah, but one cannot fault him too much just coming off the drinks break. And Edward playing back in defense, just pushing this one. And the man from the mid-wicket region who goes across and he does the fielding. This one is played back to the bowler.
And there was this quicker delivery there from Jeremiah. This one bowled over the perpendicular. And there it is again.
Yes, outside the off stump. Shawnil Edwards flashes at this one. So perhaps just need to see this overthrow. Regain his concentration after the break. So the end of the 38th over. 214 for 6. So definitely Jamal, these two really would be looking forward to perhaps bringing St. Lucia to victory for a second time in 2 consecutive days.
Yes, they've definitely shown the ability yesterday, and they're really settling themselves today. Shawnil Edwards soaking up some pressure, scoring 2 runs off 15 deliveries. He has tried to take the opportunity when the ball has been overpitched. And Tyson continues for Grenada.
It's a good shot there by Sayers, just running this one down to the Footman region. 1 run resulting. So really I'm pleased with the sort of effort that I'm seeing from Bolton Sayers. Not only he's prepared to play the aggressive shot, but we have seen a number of deft touches as well.
Yes, he's looked quite classy and quite composed all day, and very elegant when he's driving through the offside.
So Edward on this occasion just drives this one to the fielder at the short cover region, and we see the Grenadians trying to motivate each other. We could hear them out there, let's go guys, let's go guys. So they realize that it's almost now or never.
Yes, and we're even seeing a slip being posted at this stage of the innings, trying to give Tyson that support. He is one of the strike bowlers for the Grenadian team. He is the Windward Islands under 17 bowler. He does have wicket taking abilities, and he would need to call upon that skill right now.
So this one is firmly driven to the fielder at the mid-off region, but they were through to a single very quickly, picked up and shy at the stump. He did hit the stump, but Shawnil Edward has already gone past the crease. So good positive run in there between Edward and Sayers. So some 22 more runs required. An additional 3 runs would get them into the teens, and certainly that should be a good psychological area to be. This one wide outside the off stump. Sayers allows it to go through to the keeper. Good awareness shown there by Sayers. So certainly the move to bring in a slip, I think it is a very good move, in the sense that they are being proactive, trying to make something happen, because at the rate that they go in there, they cannot just sit back and wait for St. Lucia to make a mistake.
A good positive move indeed, but there were times when the bowling was
This
really
one is
begging.
firmly driven again to the fielder at the mid-off region. So Shawnil Edwards certainly is presenting the full face of the bat when he's driving these deliveries.
Yes.
Bolton Sayers, sorry.
Yes, they're both doing that, and that's what's been impressive about these batsmen. So they're really showing Grenada that they're up for this fight, and they're not going to give away the wickets easily.
And this one is played lazily there by Sayers, and he has realized that he has just flirted with danger. So we see a hop and a skip out in the crease there by Sayers. So just a slight lapse in concentration there by the young one, and it was not costly. So after 39, 216 for 6, Shawnil certainly has been playing the supportive role. He's only gotten 3 runs off some 70 deliveries, but it's not required that he needs to up the ante with the scoring rate at 5.54. Just the required rate of just 2. So certainly he can afford to soak up a bit of a few dot balls that certainly will not hurt the St. Lucia team. And this one he has gone for the big expansive drive. The ball peel off the outer edge. They've gone for 1, coming back for the second. And good aggressive run in there, and 2 runs completed very easily. Score moves on to 218, Jamal.
Yes, Shawnil Edward, the opening bowler for St. Lucia, proving himself to be a good athlete, forcing the field here and securing 2 easy
Yeah,
runs.
and good positive shot there by Shonil Edward. This one given generous air there by Jeremiah, and Shonil Edward needed no second invitation. Hit the ball straight back past the bowler for 4. So a good positive shot there by Shonil Edwards, and certainly St. Lucia has moved on to 222, and the countdown now is down into the teens. They are only 16 runs away.
Yes, we've spoken about the quality of batsmanship from Shonil Edward. This one overpitched. The fielder was inside the circle at mid-off. This is what is required from Jeremiah. He needs to force Shonil to play the big shot.
So this one just fired it at the base of the stump, and Shonil Edward able to keep this delivery out. So good batting there by Edwards. And Jeremiah just aborting his run.
Yes, but as we were saying, Greg, this is what is required of the bowler. He needs to force the batter into some big strokes.
And this one given generous flight again, but driven firmly to the fielder at the short cover region. And this one again given generous air, but firmly struck. And good bit of fielding there by this fielder at the short cover region. He's really been peppered there by Shonil Edwards. Faster ball, and just guides this one into the short backward square region. No run resulting, so some 6 runs coming off the over. Good productive over there for St. Lucia, and moves the total of Shonil Edwards to 9. So some 16 runs away. Jamal, is the lady somewhere in the distance singing already?
No, she's warming up the vocal cords for sure. With just 16 runs to go. If Grenada has to do it, they have to do it right now. Shonil Edward really handling himself well with the bat, and this has prompted a change. And Grenada have gone back to
Kurt Murray,
who has enjoyed a decent spell thus far. He has picked up 2 wickets, and the skipper is really having the last throw of the dice, giving him his second spell.
Well, certainly the captain need to ring in the changes to see who perhaps can deliver the goods for him. And this one, even generous flight there. Sayers pretty much contented in coming forward. So Sayers, for the second day in a row, really have batted admirably, really held the middle to lower order together. And this one might be out. This one coming back sharply there. Well, unless if there was a bit of bat, I would think. To be quite honest, I think that's the only thing that perhaps could save Sayers. Maybe there was an inside edge, but Sayers is indicating from looking at the monitor, he believed this one was going down the leg side. So the umpire certainly agrees with Sayers. This one was certainly going down the leg side.
A very good delivery here by the bowler. Unlucky on this occasion that 50-50 decision.
And this one was lapped around there by Sayers, and it is racing down to the fine leg region for 4. So Sayers now into the 40s again. Yesterday he finished with 40 not out, and he's moved on to 41. And St. Lucia now 226. So some 12 runs adrift of what would be the second consecutive victory. And one would say certainly a berth into the finals. So very much it's going to be the battle of the Saints for the championship.
Yes, but Kurt Murray does have 3 deliveries left in this over. Bowled a very good one to Sayers. And he'd be looking to get that wicket. A wicket right now, Greg, with things seemingly in St. Lucia's favors, would really set the cat amongst the pigeons.
No, I definitely think Grenada would need at least 2 quick wickets. I don't think just 1 wicket would set any alarm bells in the St. Lucia camp with just 12 runs remaining. But I think if they can get 2 quick wickets now, then certainly this would set the cat among the pigeons. So Bolton playing on the back foot and punches this one into the short cover region. So this one is driven. An excellent bit of fielding there in the short cover region. So the fielders in the short cover region, they have really been peppered and they have really stood up to the pressure that has been exerted by the batters, doing some good bit of work in the close range areas.
Yeah, that looks like it was Devon Tyson on that occasion. A very good fielding. It shows the never say die attitude of Grenada. Remember that the Grenadian women would have beaten St. Lucia in the final and would have really represented the country admirably. And here we see, after that, a brilliant stop that the skipper, Devon Thomas, has entrusted Devon Tyson once more from the end which he started, looking for him to get the breakthrough against his fast bowling counterpart, Shawnil Edward.
So 226, 12 runs required for victory. And Edward sound in defense. This one is played to the fielder at the short cover region. So again, Edwards and Sears featuring in another crucial partnership for St. Lucia. This time around is some 22 runs. Yesterday they featured in a 54-run partnership. We saw St. Lucia registered a 7-wicket win, and this one just flirting with danger outside the off stump. This one a bit tentatively played there by Shawnil Edwards, but he was lucky not to have gotten an edge.
Yes, he lives again to fight another day, but Devon Tyson producing a very good delivery. Unluckily for him and for Grenada, this one did not produce the edge.
Again looking to run this one down to the Foodman region. So perhaps a slight lapse in concentration there for Edwards. He certainly presented the full face of the bat early on, and one would hope that he would continue to play with a straight bat. But certainly the last 2 deliveries looking to be a little cute and running the ball down to, attempting to run the ball down to Foodman.
Yes, Edwards has looked more assured when the ball has been.
And this one is driven into the cover and they take off immediately for a run. They fumble.
But just as I was saying that he looks more assured when the ball is being bowled straight at him. There he unfurls a magnificent drive for the covers, able to pinch another single there for the team. And this is a very strange fielding position there, Greg, where the fielder is positioned just outside the 40-yard circle. So he's not preventing a single, and he's not preventing the boundary.
Yeah, certainly what we would say, he is in no man's land. And this one is powerfully driven back past the bowler. The fielder from the long on region comes across and restrict them to just 1 run. So the score moves on to 228. Sayers now has moved on to 42. So he has bettered his score, what he scored yesterday. And Shawnil Edward is on 10. So just 1 run away and they'll get it into single digit. This one is worked on the leg side, the possibility of a catch. And a really poor attempt there, the ball coming off the hands of the fielder, and it has gone close to the boundary rope. So a really poor effort there, Jamal James, by the fielder at the backward square region.
This one literally fell into his hand, Greg, and a poor effort there. This one could have really turned the tide for Grenada, but as one would say, water under the bridge now. Grenada would have really needed to have taken this opportunity to have introduced a batter who had not featured in the tournament thus far.
So 230 for the loss of 6. St. Lucia certainly has gotten the required runs into single digit. Some 8 runs required, basically 2 scoring shots. St. Lucia can win it in 2 scoring shots. But I don't think this would be what would be at the forefront of the minds of those 2 batters. It would be to get those 8 runs if it means getting 8 singles.
It's Greg, but you never know with Bolton Sayers being on 42, 8 runs left for his half century and 8 runs for the score. I think that the way he's batted yesterday and today, that he thoroughly deserves a half century for his country.
Certainly, if the young man could have gotten his first half century for his country, that would be a remarkable achievement. But I think the team's glory comes first before personal glory. So this one is pushed firmly into the extra cover region. They've gone for 1. And this is all there's going to be. So 7 runs away from consecutive victories, and certainly a buff into the finals. St. Vincent have won the 2 games in Grosile yesterday and today. They defeated Grenada, and then they defeated Dominica today. Yesterday, St. Lucia defeated Dominica here, and they are well on the way to pull out another victory against Grenada. So look like both Grenada and Dominica would have gone down in 2 days. This one is down the leg side, white signal by umpire Cuthbert, and they have gone for 1. So 2 runs. So 6, 5 more runs to win. So really and truly, Jamal, St. Lucia can win this game in 1 scoring shot. And this one is driven through the covers again by Sayers. 1 run resulting.
Yes, Bolton Sayers really has looked right at home at this level of cricket. His first outing at the under-19 level for St. Lucia, and scoring in excess of 40 runs on back-to-back occasions.
Yes, I had a discussion with Bolton's dad early on in the week, and he told me Bolton is very hungry to succeed, and certainly he is demonstrating that.
Yes, we know that he would have put a lot of work into his game. His father would have made that investment, as you did highlight yesterday, of a bowling machine for him. He's always a youngster looking to improve and perfect his technique, and we see the rewards of this with 2 lovely innings, 2 innings which have showed class, and he has really revealed a temperament that we have not seen in the rest of the batters in the 3 teams that we have seen thus far at the Darren Salmon Cricket Ground.
So 4 runs required for victory for St. Lucia, 238 for 6. Sayers can still bring up his half century if he can score 6. That would be a way to bring up a victory for St. Lucia and to bring up his personal milestone. But I think Sayers will be more focused on getting those 4 required runs.
Yes, Greg, but correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it the late great Francis Mendo Philip who said that the first 50 is for the country?
Well, that is when you have more than 50 runs required. And this one is struck firmly back at the bowler, who stopped this one partially. Yes, with 4 runs required and 6 for his half century. I'm not saying that Bolton would not love to get through to 50, but why would you want to risk getting out at this stage of the inning?
That's correct, but after facing 64 deliveries, would it really be considered a risk? Here is a batsman who has dealt with everything that has been thrown at him. So it could simply be a matter of just picking his spot.
Well, to quote the coach Keith Shalry, if you have batted so long and you have not attempted a 6, it's perhaps too late to try it now.
Yes, I know that Keith Shalry would have had many an influence on many of the youngsters on show here today and the youngsters playing for St. Lucia for the past 30 years or so.
And this one is played into the gap. They've gone for 1, 2 should be on offer. And they come back for 2 easy runs. So scores are tied. 237. So St. Lucia requires 1 more run for victory. And it's almost deja vu in the sense that Shawnell Edwards had the luxury of hitting the winning run for St. Lucia yesterday. And he has the luxury of perhaps getting the last run again today. And he has played it. Bolton Sayers wants the single that is not on. So scores tied. We could hear the crowd really jubilant out there.
Yes, Greg, and with the required run rate at 0.16, there is surely no need for a risky single.
And this one is driven and they're going for the quick single. Shy at the stump, misses, and St. Lucia have gone home. So another victory there for St. Lucia, 4-wicket victory. And a good partnership again between Bolton Sayers and Shawnell Edwards. So St. Lucia certainly have the luxury of having those low order batters who can really put their head down and bat sensibly and to see their team home. So a good victory there for St. Lucia, much improved batting effort. Remember yesterday they got through to 156. I think if my memory serves me, they lost some 7 wickets. And today 238 for 6 with Bolton Sayers again not out on 45 and Shawnell Edwards not out on 15. So looking at the scorecard very quickly, Noel Leo, he was caught and bowl Kelson Andrew for 49. Canelcock was Scott Jeremiah bowl Kurt Murray for 38. Theo Edward was bowl Thomas for 32. Jonathan Daniel was bowl Kurt Thomas for 12. Bolton Sayers not out 45. Tariq Edward was Scott Custon Murray bowl Jeremiah for 11. Royce Paul was Stamplum but bowl Jeremiah for 19. And Shawnell Edward not out on 15. Bowling for Grenada, Custon Murray, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 49 runs, no wicket. Devin Tyson, 7.5 overs, 47 runs, no wicket. Kelshon Andrew, 4 overs, 28 runs, 1 wicket. Deshante Thomas, 9 overs, 46 runs, 1 wicket. Kurt Murray, 9 overs, 53 runs, 2 wickets. And Jeremiah, 7 overs, 23 runs, 2 wickets. So all in all, another convincing victory really for St. Lucia. A much improved performance with the bowling, especially where the fast bowlers were concerned, where we saw Gassi and Charlene Edwards opening the bowling, and today also we saw a new pair opening the batting in the person of Joel Leo, who really gave the innings some early impetus, and there was no looking back for the St. Lucia team. Your thoughts on the day's proceeding, Jamal? So, good victory registered there for St. Lucia, and Dominica going down to St. Vincent and the Grenadines also in Grenada. So, the Saints were really singing today. St. Lucia won here against Grenada, and like I said, Dominica went down to St. Vincent. So, tomorrow is going to be a break in the tournament, and we're going to be resuming on Wednesday, where there's going to be a battle of the Saints. St. Lucia will be up against St. Vincent, and with the 2 victories registered by St. Vincent and St. Lucia, it simply means that these two are also going to be featured in the finals on Friday. But before we look at Friday, we have to look at on Wednesday. So we ask you to join us on Wednesday at about 9:25, 5 minutes before the start of play, where we're going to be featured in the match St. Lucia versus St. Vincent. So on behalf of my fellow comments personality and commentator Jamal James and Dwight Thomas, our scorer Roland Cox, DeRose, Junior DeRose, and our technical operator Dinesh Monlui, I am Greg Wilson signing off.